Chapter 1105. Counting the time in the human world. You have been out for more than 2 months. Catherine looked at the 2 moons above her head and sighed. It's time to go back. Chenrue smiled and said, My Majesty Empress, are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing the river when you have no use value? Your current strength actually doesn't have. Don't you miss them? Catherine looked into his eyes. Don't tell me that you were thinking of me when you were in a daze the other day. Chenrue was startled and lowered his head. Sorry, I feel like a bastard now. I have a different opinion on this. Catherine shook her head solemnly. Not now. You always have been a bastard. Chenrue smiled bitterly. I admit it. It's just that a stupid woman can't leave this bastard anymore. Catherine kissed his face. Who asked this bastard to be her man and the father of her daughter? Catherine, I'm not the only stupid woman, isn't it? Your Royal Highness, who should be proud? Catherine smiled slightly. However, the most important thing for you now is to stay with Athena. She is the woman who needs you the most. I know you miss her and them. Although I'm a little jealous, I can imagine that you will think of me like this when I'm not by your side. This way, my mood is more balanced. Chenrue nodded and gently hugged the dark shadow's Empress waist. I'm sorry. When you needed me the most, there was an ignorant bastard who wasn't by your side. He was talking about when Catherine was pregnant. At that time, he didn't know that she was pregnant with Duo, and he was only thinking about how to defeat Catherine and Raisin. We can come to this point today because of you and our daughter. No matter what the result is, I won't have any regrets, and you shouldn't have any regrets either. Catherine gently rested her head on his shoulder. I know that you will face many difficult battles in the future. Even if we can't be your help, we will never be a burden. You don't have to consider too much. If you think you should do it, just do it. Chenrue nodded and didn't say anything. He just hugged her tighter. What else could he say to such a woman? On account of your recent excellent performance. Catherine suddenly smiled mysteriously and whispered in his ear, I'll give you a special reward. What special reward? Chenrue's eyes lit up. Her Majesty's special reward. Last time was to offer a certain chastity that he had been coveting. You have to listen to me this time. Let's go to that universe with the inheritance first, okay? You mean it's there? This suggestion surprised Chenrue. After becoming the goddess of wisdom, a trace of Catherine's soul was forever left in the super system's star god statue. Usually, it automatically accepted the faith and life force in the super system's galaxy territory and gave it back to her body. Under the premise that Chenrue gave enough authority, the consciousness of the main body could freely enter the super system, overlap with the trace of soul, and restore independent consciousness. Can't I? A trace of wisdom flashed through Catherine's star-like, deep black eyes. Of course you can. In the blink of an eye, the two had appeared in the Galaxy Divinity Temple. It's a very beautiful palace, even though it's not the first time I've been here. Catherine took Chenrue's hand and walked all the way into a bedroom in the palace complex. This was Catherine's Palace of Wisdom. Everything here could be arranged and changed according to Catherine's will. In this kind of place, we are considered to be in the soul state. Chenrue hugged Her Majesty Empress's slender waist without a trace of fat and squinted his eyes, you know. Speaking of the soul state, Chenrue inexplicably remembered the soul fusion with Ben Hong in the Holy Light Mountain. That feeling was ecstatic, but it was carried out in the context of mutual deception. Ben Hong had now become his subordinate. Although there was no extra reverie, the special feeling in the soul was still unforgettable. Speaking of the soul state, only Veronica was a truly complete soul now. Regarding Veronica, he had always felt guilty in his heart. Back then, in order to completely integrate the consciousness of Arthur, he threw himself into that role and eventually destroyed Quiriana's will. He also handled the relationship with Rex so that Arthur would disappear completely without regret. However, at the same time, Chenrue also replaced Arthur and left an indelible mark in Veronica's heart. She definitely wouldn't like anyone else. Even if she could be reborn, she would not leave this place. This was Ben Hong's evaluation. Chinrue had to admit that it was right. What are you thinking about? This little absent-mindedness didn't escape Her Majesty Empress's eyes. Other women? You are too sensitive. How is it possible? Chinrue shook his head quickly. It was a big taboo to mention another woman in front of a woman, let alone thinking about another woman. If he admitted it at this time, he would not be a jerk, but a fool and a jerk. Humph. Catherine rolled her eyes at him. When this guy spoke, the little finger of his left hand moved habitually. This was a sign of a guilty conscience. He must have been hiding something just now. However, forget it. He had stayed in the Shadow Empire for so long. If he was really heartless, he wouldn't be the one. There was no need to expose him at this time. Don't think about anything else. I'll just accompany you to talk, okay? Chinrue hugged Catherine guiltily and kissed her lips. At this moment, he suddenly became alert. When he turned around, he saw a figure behind him, staring at him with a dumbfounded expression. Veronica. Why did Veronica come to the Palace of Wisdom? And at this time, I'm sorry. Veronica didn't expect to see the intimate scene between Catherine and Chinrue. She suddenly blushed and turned to leave. Before she reached the door, the palace door closed automatically. Catherine did it. Actually, Catherine said with a smile, I ordered our Miss Oracle to come here with my mind. I told her that there was an urgent matter. I'm sorry, Veronica. I let you see the anxious side of a certain guy. Veronica blushed. She didn't know what to say, so she said again, I'm sorry. I should be the one saying sorry. Catherine shook her head and pointed to Chinrue and this guy. Chinrue felt wronged. You are the one who planned it, okay? Are you trying to show some kind of ownership to others? Still pretending to be innocent? You are the one who should apologize the most. Catherine pinched Chinrue's waist heavily. Even I can see Veronica's feelings for you. Don't tell me that you didn't feel anything. Are you still going to use her feelings for you and keep waiting in vain? Or do you really treat her as an envoy to order her around? Chinrue didn't expect Catherine to say such a thing. He looked at Veronica, who lowered her head in silence. He was already guilty, so he immediately apologized. I'm sorry. In fact, the one who should apologize is indeed me. Catherine sighed, because what I said just now is actually a cover-up. The real reason is, in the UFO land, Miss Sari, who is Ben Hong, once found me privately and told me about Veronica. Ben Hong. Chinrue felt very surprised. Don't think too highly of yourself. Ben Hong doesn't like guys like you. Catherine rolled her eyes at Chinrue. What she thinks about is how to enhance your power as soon as possible to deal with a terrifying existence like Satan 10 years later. And now, the greatest danger was no longer Satan in 10 years, but the 3 supreme heavenly angels in 3 years. In just 3 years, you will face 3 enemies who are on par with Satan. Veronica was taken aback. She was the direct royal descendant of the Cloud Empire, and she was also a member of the mysterious church and Quiriana's soul. Of course, she knew the power of the 3 supreme angels. She didn't expect Chinrue to face such terrifying enemies like the 3 angels 3 years later. Ben Hong told me that Veronica's soul power is very special. If you carry out soul fusion training with her, it will be of great benefit to the growth of your strength. Catherine said lightly, previously, because Satan's battle agreement was 10 years later, I didn't immediately facilitate this out of a woman's jealousy. Now that you will face the 3 supreme angels 3 years later, I finally made up my mind. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Is he just using Veronica? Chinrue clenched his fists, and Catherine's voice suddenly sounded in his mind using heart language. Ben Hong also said something else to me, and she also said it to you. Chinrue was shocked. He had already guessed what Ben Hong said. While he was in silence, he saw Catherine's image begin to fade. In the name of the goddess of wisdom, I order you, Veronica, to offer everything. Catherine's voice gradually faded away, and in a flash, the entire image completely dissipated in the air. In the Palace of Wisdom, only Chinrue and Veronica were left. Looking at the disappearing Catherine, Veronica showed a look of shock. When her gaze fell on Chinrue, her face turned red again. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't move her feet for a while. As the supreme ruler, Chinrue could easily lift the shackles of the Palace of Wisdom or disappear directly, but he didn't, since it has reached this level. Veronica sighed softly, seemingly making up her mind. Veronica, actually Catherine, I understand. I no longer have hatred in my heart, so I can clearly feel Catherine's true feelings. Veronica suddenly smiled. I'm very grateful to her, but I want to know your feelings. In fact, this question had always been in Chinrue's heart, but he didn't expect to face it so soon. Chinrue pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and looked straight into the pair of sea-blue eyes. There is a woman. I can dislike her, I cannot love her, and I can even hurt her. But I can't stop her heart from wanting me to be happy, even if it's just watching my happiness from afar. Veronica was shocked, and a tear slowly fell from the corner of her eye. This sentence was what Chinrue said to her in the palace of the Long Huang Empire. The difference was that this was how little Arthur felt about her, but now it seemed that this was the true portrayal of her after she gained a new life. Even if it was just watching from afar, it would be a lie to say that there is no shadow of you in my heart. Not the little Arthur of the past, but the Chinrue now. If I don't know how to cherish such a woman, then I'm really a damn bastard. Chinrue shook his head and stepped forward to hold her hand. I'm already a bastard enough. Are you still willing to continue to watch, accompany, and walk with such a shameless playboy? Veronica's tears burst out, but she reached out and gently stroked his face. Forever! Forever. Two figures, two hearts, finally overlapped with each other. Chapter 1106. 3 days later, Chinrue left the Shadow Empire, but he did not return to the Dark Moon. Instead, he entered the position of another star point, UFO land. That day in the Palace of Wisdom, there was actually no pa-pa-pa, as imagined between me and Veronica. Pa-pa-pa was naturally part of the integration, but it was only the most intimate step. The real soul integration included many steps, such as holding hands, feeling and integrating each other's spiritual power. Such integration required one to really put aside distracting thoughts, and the feeling obtained was also several times more than ordinary contact. The effect of certain spiritual training would also be doubled. At the Holy Mountain of Light, Ben Hong used the soul integration to help Chinrue comprehend the origin of creation. At that time, both of them had ulterior motives, but the spiritual connection when their souls were integrated could not be faked. The soul integration between Ben Hong and Chinrue was only at the primary level. It was far from the most intimate level. The soul integration with Veronica could be said to be wholehearted without reservation. It was completely different from the situation of Ben Hong's vigilance against each other's schemes at the beginning. The thrill of ecstasy was even more intense. Ben Hong was right. Veronica's soul was very special. Although it was only at the primary level of integration, like hugging and shaking hands, the effect of the integration training was far beyond imagination. Not only the soul and spirit, but even the power of faith was becoming pure. This phenomenon had never been seen before. At present, the initial effect was not obvious, but as long as Veronica mastered the power of soul integration and the two further integrated, the benefits brought by the training would become stronger and stronger. By then, the effectiveness of various powers would be greatly enhanced, and the power of moves containing the power of faith would also improve by leaps and bounds, especially the ultimate move of faith like Celestial Star's Mirror. Since then, Veronica's long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. She knew very well that there was a factor of Ben Hong's words or a negligible factor of Laguya, but the most important factor was still Catherine. Without Catherine's decisive move, although the two might break through the layer of paper between them in the future, she didn't know when it would be. She was very grateful to Her Majesty the Empress, the goddess. At Veronica's request, Qinrui did not enter the super system again except for the initial integration. He spent the past 3 days with Catherine wholeheartedly. After all, Catherine was the ruler of a country. It was impossible to indulge in personal feelings too much. Qinrui finally bid farewell to his beloved Her Majesty Empress. As Catherine had yet to fully integrate the bloodline power obtained from the flame melting ritual, she was afraid that she would endanger her daughter if she lost control. In addition, Duo refused to leave her father no matter what, so Qinrui took Duo away. Anyway, with the star point of the Shadow Empire, she could bring her daughter back to see her mother at any time. The spiritual link of the super system could be revoked, but after 1 star strengthening, after canceling the link, the 1 star strengthening would definitely disappear. He didn't know what other consequences it would bring. The success of the 2 star strengthening meant that after becoming a deity of the super system, she had been firmly bound to the super system. Originally, Qinrui considered his daughter's future free development. In addition, he knew that Duo had a powerful bloodline power during this trip to the human world, so he had never used the power of the super system on his daughter. While Duo was asleep, Qinrui kept her in the Tower of Glory. Just in case, he also put a bunch of snacks and toys that the little girl liked. As soon as he entered the UFO land, he immediately had a strong sense of connection. Everyone seemed to be nearby. Soon, Qinrui saw his friends who he hadn't seen for many days at the assembly point. Everyone gathered together, sat on the ground, and listened carefully to someone's speech. That person was actually Ben Hong. The arrival of Qinrui surprised everyone, especially Paglio, who looked like he saw a savior. Master Qinrui, you're finally here. Master Qinrui was stunned. What happened that made this guy use such a form of address? Sir, Ben Hong bowed slightly to Qinrui from a distance. Then his eyes fell on the people who got up one after another. If you don't want to listen, I won't waste my breath anymore. Hearing this, everyone sat down again, including Rala. It was rare for Qinrui to see everyone so serious, so he immediately said to Ben Hong, I'm sorry, do you mind if I have another listener? Ben Hong nodded, and Qinrui sat down between Isabella and Rala. Miss Long and Miss Innie looked at him happily, then quickly focused their attention back on Ben Hong's lecture. Just now, we talked about the difference between a nation and a demigod. The key is a real nation. This real nation is not something the previous energy nation can compare to. There are 3 major elements: life, believers, and territory. In terms of the concept of life, it doesn't have to be humans. Magical beasts and plants are also fine, but they must first comprehend the energy of life. Similarly, the foundation of believers can also be these, from small to large, from weak to strong, and then expand and transform step by step, forming a truly integrated nation of faith. Only now did Qinrui understand why everyone was so focused. What Ben Hong was talking about was the mystery of a supermaster. Originally, everyone only knew some ordinary common sense, and many things needed to be explored on their own, so it was inevitable that they would take a detour. Ben Hong was a peak demigod powerhouse, so everything she talked about was extremely valuable experience. Qinrui noticed that Ben Hong's current strength was at the peak demigod level. It seemed that during this period of time, she had recovered to the limit of this UFO land. The power of false gods was rejected here. Not only Ben Hong, but Rala had also stepped into the peak demigod realm. Paglio had finally advanced from the original peak nation to demigod, while Lomont, Isabella, and the others had their strength broken through. It seemed that everyone had gained a lot in the past 2 months. Ben Hong's contribution should not go unnoticed. Ben Hong glanced at Qinrui. I have to specifically mention Catherine's realm breakthrough here. As far as I know, her case is very special. It is different from the ordinary demigod advancement. She should have advanced at the same time after completely integrating Chenrue's special kingdom power. Therefore, after she advanced to demigod, what she had was the power of the universe in that special kingdom, including believers, faith, and vitality. Chenrue nodded secretly. Catherine's situation was indeed like this. After she was apotheosized, her kingdom was directly the corresponding planet in the supersystem's star territory. The kind of believers and the power of faith far exceeded that of ordinary demigod powerhouses. Coupled with that special bloodline power, she could exert far more power than those of the same rank. The best example was Stanwell, who could directly compete with an intermediate demigod in Dragonhorn City with the strength of an early-stage demigod. Rala first became a demigod and then obtained the supersystem's god position. So the fairy Miss Long had two kingdoms. Ben Hong's voice continued. I know that most of you also have this as your ultimate goal. But to achieve this, in addition to talent and opportunity, I think it also needs a special foundation, that is, the true understanding of the power of faith and the power of kingdom. We have carried out special exploration and attempts on this several times before. Even if it is only at the national level, it is also very beneficial to have some understanding in this aspect. I believe everyone has already felt it in your training. Next, I will demonstrate how to make the most rational use of the kingdom's power in battle, using the least amount of power to unleash the most powerful attack. I hope that everyone will be able to comprehend something that belongs to them through watching. Now I need a volunteer. Very good. It's you, Peglio. When did I? Master Poison Dragon was about to cry. Do you have a problem with that? Ben Hong asked rhetorically. No. I'm a volunteer. Peglio swallowed his defense with difficulty and stood up. Although Chenrue didn't understand what happened, judging from the gloating eyes around, it was obvious that Master Poison Dragon was in trouble, and it was not the first time. Emerald Miss Long couldn't bear it. She wanted to say something, but she was stopped by her best friend, Innie. Innie gave Ms. Betty a look, and Ms. Betty strengthened her belief again. The fairy Miss Long smiled and held Chenrue's hand, signaling him not to interfere. If you don't want to be killed, just attack with all your strength. Ben Hong glanced at Peglio faintly. Peglio gritted his teeth, and his whole body instantly condensed a huge power. He turned into a gray shadow and rushed toward Ben Hong with a violent momentum. Chenrue nodded secretly. He could see that although the poison dragon had just advanced to demigod, judging from his momentum and power breath, he was already comparable to those stable early demigod powerhouses. The progress during this period of time was quite great. Ben Hong's figure appeared in front of Peglio in an instant. The power that accumulated a powerful momentum was cut off by something before it could erupt to the highest point. It felt very uncomfortable, as if the power couldn't be exerted. Ah! The volunteer, Master Poison Dragon, covered his nose and flew out. Ben Hong's voice sounded. Weakness attack is one of the commonly used means. You must be good at sensing the opponent's weakness, and the timing of the attack should be chosen before the opponent completely uses his strongest power. Once you launch it, don't think about it and directly take a thunderous attack. Being overly suspicious will only make you more passive. No matter how strong the defense is, there are flaws. One of the tricks is to break through the weak point. The key lies in the word concentration. Ah! The volunteer, Master Poison Dragon, covered his stomach and flew out again, leaving a series of onomatopoeia and exclamation marks along the way. The next step is to synthesize the knowledge mentioned before. Maintaining a truncated attack is an effective way to destroy the enemy's country. You must continuously and decisively attack the enemy's weakest link. After the continuous critical hits, the volunteer, Master Poison Dragon, couldn't scream anymore and he fainted. Ben Hong clapped his hands indifferently Then he accidentally stepped on Master Poison Dragon, who fell to the ground, leaving 2 more shoe prints. Seeing this scene, Chenrue finally understood why the dead duck dragon looked at him like an oppressed toiling masses, seeing the Red Army fighting the local tyrants. The subtext behind Master Chenrue was help. The voice of his unscrupulous friend Lomont came. It didn't take more than 30 seconds this time. I won. Pay up quickly. Chapter 1107. Seeing the dead, dog-like Master Poison Dragon was thrown to Ms. Betty by Ben Hong. Chenrue remembered that Paglio took the initiative to chat up Ben Hong at that time, and they seemed to have made a bet. With a deadline of 1 month, the weaker one had to promise to do one thing. Now it seemed that Master Poison Dragon, who was obsessed with lust, finally understood what kind of terrifying existence he was chatting up. This was clearly a typical case of seeking death. However, what Chenrue didn't know was that Rala and Isabella teamed up to cheat Paglio again. Rala used helping Paglio to advance to demigod as soon as possible as a bait, and Isabella was the witness. She accepted all of the Poison Dragon's private money as a reward. In fact, Rala did help Paglio break through to demigod, and she also formed the prototype of the real kingdom with the Blue Lake as the main body. When the Poison Dragon broke through to demigod, Ben Hong was still only in the Peak Kingdom, and there were still 18 days before the deadline of the bet. This bet had a priority. Within the specified time, if the realms were the same, the one who reached the realm first would prevail. Just when Paglio thought that victory was in his grasp, Ben Hong finally broke through to demigod belatedly on the 15th day. Soon, Paglio couldn't laugh anymore, because on the 20th day Ben Hong broke through to the intermediate stage of demigod, and then it took him another 5 days to break through to the peak stage of demigod. The Poison Dragon couldn't believe his eyes. In less than 30 days, he rose all the way from the peak of the kingdom and broke through to the peak stage of demigod. Even that cunning human is nothing more than this, right? Then, the black-bellied fairy Miss Long accidentally revealed a piece of news. This beautiful and moving Miss Sari was the peak stage fake god Ben Hong, who was once as famous as Satan, Charlie, and others. Now he just fused with the body of the dim red lamp spirit and recovered his strength step by step. Master Poison Dragon, who lost both his money and person, was dumbfounded. Peak stage fake god? He actually went and flirted with a peak false god. This was an unprecedented feat for the dragons, based on the principle that whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. After being beaten up, Master Poison Dragon was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Ben Hong. He was pulled out as a demonstration volunteer every time he lectured. This was not even the condition of their bet. The condition was anything. Chenrue could already foresee the tragic fate of a certain dragon. Under Isabella's persuasion, Miss Betty hardened her heart and did not plead for mercy for Ben Hong. She wanted to teach that guy a lesson so that he would be more well-behaved in the future when it came to womanizing. Ben Hong walked forward. "Sir, I feel that these people's cultivation in the floating lands should come to an end, especially Paglio, who has just advanced. Before he comprehends Sir's 2-star strengthening, he must first construct a true kingdom. Cultivation can't be rushed, but it should be done in moderation. The pressure here is more suitable for actual combat instead of meditation. After the comprehension reaches a certain level, then proceed to the second stage of actual combat training." The second stage? Isn't this kind of training a bit too intense? You seem to be training them as some kind of fighting machine. Everything is for Sir's strength. With the special power connection between Sir and them, the stronger they are, the stronger Sir will be. If they can comprehend 2-star strengthening and become the god of the small world like Rala and Catherine, then they can become the true source of Sir's power. But no buts. Lomont smiled. "Uncle, don't even think about getting rid of us to eat and drink well alone. Ditto, keep the formation at the back." Delia was rarely humorous. "Ditto, keep the formation at the back." Metaloo naturally followed the steps of the main wife. "Ditto, Keep the formation at the back. Master Poison Dragon, who had just woken up and was still a little dizzy, also chimed in. Suddenly, he realized that no one was following him. Then he saw Lomont looking at him with a weird expression. You also call him uncle? At this moment, Master Poison Dragon wanted to faint again. Chinrue looked at everyone's firm eyes, except for the bewildered corpse necromancer and the slime who would only be firm when he heard about food and treasures, and he was moved. He nodded slowly. Well, since this is the case, I have something to tell everyone. The real test has been brought forward. It is not 10 years, but 3 years. 3 years? Ben Hong frowned. Could it be that Satan tore up the contract? With your special contract power, it should be impossible. It's not Satan. Chinrue shook his head. You should know Gabriel. Humph. Ben Hong seemed to have a bad impression of Gabriel. He gave him a deep look. You met the woman who likes to close her eyes and pretend to be deep? Likes to close her eyes and pretend to be deep? All right, he is indeed an old acquaintance. This description is harsh enough. Chinrue felt that Ben Hong's eyes were a little strange, but he didn't delve into it. 3 years later, I will go to the holy mountain of light. At that time, I will face not only Gabriel, but also Michael and Raphael. You are crazy. The strength of each of them is comparable to Satan. Ben Hong was moved. With your current strength, you have no chance of winning even if you deal with one, let alone 3. She has the phantom ice spring that can repair the water elemental heart. It will take 3 years to solidify. This is a necessary item to repair the water elemental king's elemental heart. I must get it, and I will definitely get it. Chenrue's eyes showed unquestionable firmness. Ben Hong looked at him for a moment and looked away. The potential of this body is stronger than I thought. 3 years is enough to recover to the peak state. If it integrates with the world power you gave, it may be possible to turn the holy mountain of light upside down. Chinrue nodded, and he suddenly felt a voice in his mind. Dad, where are you? It turned out that Duo had woken up. Although it was not the first time she was in the Tower of Glory space, the little girl still called out to Chinrue eagerly, even ignoring the toys and snacks around her. Chinrue knew that his daughter was very close to him, sometimes even more than Catherine. At the moment, the gathering place was very safe. In order to prevent Duo from worrying, he immediately released his daughter from the Tower of Glory. Dad! As soon as Duo came out, she sensed the location of the Fire Phoenix divine mark and directly threw herself into Chinrue's arms. The little girl was surprised to find many familiar faces. Aunt Rolla! Aunt Innie! Aunt Delia! Haha, it turns out that our baby is here. I haven't seen you for a long time. I missed you so much. Isabella walked up happily and hugged Duo. Give me a kiss. The little girl immediately kissed Isabella's face. When she saw Miss Long, who was pointing at her face, she went up and kissed her. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Chinrue looked at his daughter, who was obviously much more popular than him, and laughed happily. Duo suddenly flew over and shrank into his arms, looking warily in one direction. There, Ben Hong's eyes were fixed on the little girl. There was a strange luster in his pupils, and his eyes seemed to see through her soul. A child's soul was the most sensitive, especially a talented little girl like Duo, so she immediately hid in her father's arms. The little girl whispered in Chinrue's ear, Dad, that aunt is a bit scary. Everyone present had good hearing. When they heard Duo's words, many hostile eyes fell on Ben Hong. Duo is such a cute little girl. Why are you looking at her like that? Ben Hong seemed to be unaware of it and still stared at Duo. Is this your daughter? Your biological daughter? Chinrue frowned and asked, What's wrong? Peglio. Ben Hong looked back at Peglio and said, Tell me, this little girl. Of course, she is Chinrue's biological daughter. Her mother is Kathleen. Not to mention Duo, even Master Poison Dragon was a little afraid of Ben Hong's eyes. But with the spirit of a dead dragon, not afraid of boiling water, he simply said, Everyone in the demon realm knows this. Don't even think about it. Everyone agreed. Just when Master Poison Dragon was highly vigilant, Ben Hong didn't make a move. Instead, she smiled. A real smile. In Master Poison Dragon's impression, this terrifying woman had never been so happy. Okay, thank you. Thank me? Paglio was taken aback. Did I take the wrong medicine? My mood suddenly becomes better. Paglio, this is a good thing for you. Good your ass. Master Poison Dragon said in his heart, but he said with an apologetic smile on the surface. So, that condition, you will know after you go out. I can guarantee that the condition is very simple. It will not hurt you in any way. This was an unexpected surprise. Master Poison Dragon was excited. This is what you said. A few hours later. Dark Moon Estate, Dark Moon City. You don't have to do this, right? Sister Ben Hong, let's change the way. Paglio smiled apologetically. That smile was uglier than crying. Chinrue and Lomont's bodies were trembling. It was too hard to hold back their laughter. At this moment, Paglio was naked. Only a wooden barrel with the bottom removed was around his waist, covering his vital parts. You have to admit defeat, Ben Hong said coldly. If you continue to be so long-winded, you won't even have a wooden barrel. Master Poison Dragon shuddered, and Lomont's gloating voice came from behind. Don't worry, Master Paglio, I will mosaic you at that time. Is this the word, dear leader? Chinrue smiled. You can also not mosaic and let him be an infantry directly. Infantry. Although I don't understand, it seems very powerful. Lomont smiled even more cunningly. Sister Ben Hong really did what she said. This condition really didn't hurt Paglio at all. Hurt your whole family. Master Poison Dragon scolded the two bad friends in his heart. Feeling two sword-like eyes behind him, Ben Hong's cold voice sounded, Are you running or not? Do you want me to help you? Paglio was really going to cry, but in the UFO land he already knew how powerful Ben Hong was. If he was really thrown on the street with the wooden barrel removed, Ben Hong's cold voice sounded in Paglio's ear. Remember, make your voice louder, otherwise it doesn't count. Damn, I'm going all out. Master Poison Dragon gritted his teeth, held the wooden barrel with both hands, and rushed to the street. In everyone's surprised eyes, he shouted, Ms. Betty, I love you! The two bad friends behind him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Isabella and the girls, who had been covering Dwudwa's eyes and telling stories at night, also laughed hysterically. Chapter 1108. A certain person could be said to have become famous with a single run. Wherever he passed, that vigorous figure and that loud and clear voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone pointed at him and discussed animatedly. Ben Hong's condition was very simple. Paglio just had to run 3 laps around the entire Dark Moon block while shouting the slogan. Master Poison Dragon had his own plan to rush out. He ran 3 laps at the demigod's speed and no one could see him. However, when he started, he suddenly felt that his speed was slowed down by a strange force. He actually couldn't exert his speed. Slowly, in the eyes of ordinary people, Paglio's movements were like some slow-motion close-up on Magic TV, but his actual speed was similar to that of ordinary people. It looked particularly elegant. Paglio closed his eyes and knew that Ben Hong was deliberately messing with him. At this point, he was forced to do something beyond his ability. Instead of being thrown naked onto the street, it was better to admit defeat. Therefore, Master Poison Dragon ran forward while shouting Miss Betty's name. Since his hearing was far better than ordinary people, almost every word of the onlookers fell into his ears. Who is this idiot? Filtered by Master Poison Dragon, he must be sick. Filtered by Master Poison Dragon, come and see the idiot running naked. Filtered by Master Poison Dragon, he must be driven crazy by a woman. Master Poison Dragon nodded desperately. However, there were also very few voices of some infatuated women. Wow, this man has a good figure. Master Poison Dragon's ears pricked up. Who is that Miss Betty? So lucky. Master Poison Dragon's eyes lit up. If there is a man who is willing to do this for me, Master Poison Dragon automatically filtered out most of the mockery, trying to leave the infatuated voices and infinitely magnified them. Since I'm running anyway, I might as well. This guy tried his best to imagine that he was running naked in the cheers of a group of beautiful cheerleaders. Therefore, the more he ran, the more energetic he became. Hungry and thirsty women in the boudoir, look at my robust figure. Behind him, Chun Rue, who was watching the commotion, broke out in a cold sweat. He was so energetic even though he was running naked. How thick must his nerves be? The Dark Moon's guards were not to be trifled with. When Peglio only ran half a lap, they had already appeared, wanting to catch this madman who disrupted public order. Of course, Peglio did not want to be caught. It was not as simple as losing face. If he was interrupted in his streaking, and Ben Hong came up with some other tricks, he would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Of course, these guards were Athena's subordinates, so they definitely couldn't use poison to kill him. Ben Hong's purpose was to embarrass him in front of everyone, so he would definitely make things difficult for him. But it should be fine for him to escape, right? In this way, behind the robust naked figure, there was a string of shouting guards, but they could never catch up, nor could they overshadow the voice of Ms. Betty, I love you. The group of relatives and friends followed behind while laughing, but some scenes naturally couldn't be seen by Duo, so when Ms. Duo mentioned that she wanted to eat black pomegranate juice, everyone stopped and drank a cup with the little baby. They were ready to continue to enjoy the show. Anyway, there were a total of 3 laps. Along the way, many people had already taken out the photo stone to record this classic scene. This farce would definitely become the news of the Dark Moon's local TV station. Maybe it would even enter the line of sight of the Fallen Angel Empire TV station. The development of Magic TV was quite rapid nowadays. The 4 estates of the Fallen Angel Empire had set up their own local TV stations and newspapers under the approval of the capital. The public response was good. Suddenly, Peglio's running figure was stopped by some kind of force. Then he felt that the space changed and he had appeared in a mountainous area on the outskirts. Master Poison Dragon felt that the power of the space displacement was quite powerful. It was far beyond his control. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Could it be that the damn woman is playing tricks on me again? I'm going all out anyway. I'm not afraid. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in front of him. Peglio. This voice immediately broke the poison dragon out of that special state of himself. He stuttered, Oh, your strength has actually reached the demigod level? But what are you doing, dressed like this? The poison dragon's face was flushed. He wished he could turn into an earth dragon and find a hole to hide in. Sir Augulez! It turned out that the person who used space power to transfer Peglio was the Demon Realm's Dragon Island's Emperor, Augulez. Put on your clothes first. You've really lost the face of the dragons. Augulez frowned. He had just arrived at the Dark Moon Estate today. He wanted to visit his daughter, but he unexpectedly encountered a lunatic who was running naked. When he took a closer look, it was actually Peglio, so he used some means to get him to the outskirts so that he wouldn't continue to lose face. It would be fine if it was a stranger, but he met an acquaintance, and it happened to be the Dragon Emperor. Facing the rebuke of Augulez, Master Poison Dragon was simply speechless and ashamed. As he was about to speak, a cold snort came from behind, making him shudder involuntarily. Augulez's gaze fell on the woman who appeared out of thin air behind him. This woman looked very delicate, but her facial features were slightly blurred, so he couldn't see her clearly. Only her deep eyes emitted a burning light that was particularly eye-catching. Her strength should be at the peak of demigod, but somehow she gave the pseudo-god Augulez a sense of danger. Although he was vigilant, Augulez naturally wouldn't be afraid. He said coldly, Are you the Betty that this guy mentioned? No matter what your reason is, the dragons won't allow you to humiliate us like this. Betty? Of course not. If she were little Betty, I'd rather die. Having said that, little Betty is still the best. Paglio was about to explain when he heard Ben Hong let out a disdainful sneer at Aguiles. Are the dragons that great? Ben Hong's eyes and voice revealed undisguised contempt at the same time. They're just lizards with wings. This sentence made Aguiles furious. With a wave of his hand, a strong pale yellow light flew toward Ben Hong. In Aguiles's view, although this woman was strange, her strength was a shortcoming. After all, she was only at the peak of demigod. There was a huge gap between her and his pseudo-god level, so there was nothing to fear. This powerful attack would not kill her directly, but it would shatter all her defenses and imprison her body. No matter what the relationship between this woman and Paglio was, she dared to humiliate the dragons in front of him. He must punish her. He would never let her go easily. Ben Hong did not evade. The pale yellow light turned into the shape of a claw and instantly enveloped her. Ben Hong's body trembled slightly, as if he was completely suppressed. However, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Aguiles restrained Ben Hong, he was about to teach Paglio a few more words. Suddenly, his expression changed. He saw the claw suddenly expand like an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, it exploded with a bang. Countless light fragments scattered like blooming flowers. At the center of the explosion, a red energy soared through the air. Aguiles quickly stretched out his hand to block it. However, he did not expect that the power was far beyond his expectation. His body was involuntarily pushed back more than 10 meters, leaving 2 deep drag marks on the ground under his feet. Aguiles's pupils shrank slightly. He saw that the woman was slowly walking toward him. Her elegant posture was like the clouds in the wind, but her body was exuding a powerful aura that was not inferior to his. Let me show you how to use the power of a pseudo-god. By the time he finished speaking, the woman had already disappeared. Augustus was alarmed. He turned around abruptly and blocked a heavy punch. This time, it was different from the last time. Aguiles, who was on high alert, only swayed a little. After the attack was blocked, Ben Hong instantly appeared on the side. Aguiles's mental strength had already quickly captured the swift figure, and he threw a punch at it like lightning. The power contained in this punch was far greater than the dark golden light from before. However, before it could exert its full power, it was blocked and pulled. This pull was very strange. The force was diverted away from the intended target. Before Aguiles could react, he felt a pain on the back of his hand. His wrist had been cut by a palm. It was like a poisonous snake being hit in its weak spot. The power contained in the fist was immediately dispersed, and his wrist was firmly locked. Aguiles knew that the situation was not good. He suddenly increased his strength and flung his arm out like a whip. He got rid of the opponent's grip. However, he suddenly felt a pain below his ribs. He had been hit. The attack was like an awl. The power was concentrated on a single point. Even though the dragons had strong physiques, they could not withstand it. Aguiles was very experienced in combat. He bounced off the ground and flew backward, diverting most of the power of the attack. However, he felt danger again. The woman's movements were extremely fast. She actually chased after him like a shadow. Aguiles had no choice but to put his hands in a defensive posture. These changes were completed in an instant. Paglio only saw a blur before his eyes. It seemed that Aguiles's figure had already flown backward. Then he heard the sound of intensive attacks. Aguiles was obviously at a disadvantage. Paglio gasped. What Ben Hong was using was actually the combat method that he had taught in the UFO land. He did not expect it to be so powerful when it was put into practice. Even the dragons who were best at close combat were suppressed by the Dragon Emperor. It seemed that this terrifying woman had been merciful during training. Otherwise, boom! There was a loud noise, and a huge pit appeared on the ground in front of him. Judging from the direction of the spreading cracks, It should be Augula's who had launched a heavy blow. Ben Hong's figure flew backward. From fast to slow, he finally landed lightly on the opposite side. The corner of his mouth was still curled up in a contemptuous sneer. There were many obvious fist marks on Augula's body. Those marks quickly recovered, and he seemed to be unscathed. However, the Dragon Emperor no longer had the slightest look of contempt on his face. It was full of incomparable seriousness. Chapter 1109. Augula's no longer held back his strength. A terrifying aura burst forth from him, distorting the space around him. Most likely, the young lady's cultivation realm was the same as his semi-divinity realm primary stage. However, her physical prowess seemed to have far surpassed that of a dragon tribe cultivator like him. What was even more frightening was that her close combat prowess was far beyond what he could have imagined. "I admit that you're very strong." Augula's took a deep breath. "However, you'll be the one to lose. This new body is really a pleasant surprise." Ben Hong looked at his smooth, jade-like hands. "Proficient in melee combat. It suits my fighting style very well." His self-absorbed expression showed that he did not see Augula's as a threat at all. Augula's snorted coldly. His eyes suddenly turned vertical and burned with black flames that faintly glowed with a dark, golden color. A powerful aura began to emanate from his eyes. Ben Hong narrowed his eyes and stopped in his tracks. A divine artifact of laws? Augula's did not answer. Instead, his vertical eyes suddenly shone brightly. Faint, dark, golden stripes suddenly appeared around Ben Hong's body. The stripes crisscrossed and wrapped around Ben Hong like a special cage. The stripes seemed to have come to life as they slowly intertwined with each other. Ben Hong's fluttering long hair was swept by the intertwining stripes and instantly turned into powder. However, the stripes did not immediately intertwine with Ben Hong's body. Instead, they stopped moving. Augula's voice rang out. "I'll give you one last chance. Apologize for what you've said before. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. Although you have a divine artifact of laws, it is still useless against me." Ben Hong shook his head. "If you don't believe me, you can try. You're courting death." A cold glint flashed in Augula's eyes. The power of the eyes of the dragon god erupted in an instant, and the dark golden color suddenly accelerated. Even though Ben Hong had reached the level of a false god, he would not be able to resist this kind of power. The only outcome for him was to be smashed into pieces. The moment the dark golden light touched Ben Hong, it suddenly dimmed. When it swept past Ben Hong's body, it was as if a light breeze had brushed past his face. It had no effect on him at all. Everything was because of Ben Hong's words, "deprive." As soon as these two words left his mouth, Augula's suddenly felt his soul tremble. Not only the cage of the eyes of the dragon god, but all the strength in his body inexplicably disappeared in an instant. Although he quickly gathered his power again, the moment the old power disappeared and the new power was not yet generated, his figure had already passed through the cage that had yet to be reformed and appeared in front of Augustus. His left hand chopped down like a blade. Augula's heart sank. It was already too late for him to dodge. He could only muster enough strength to withstand the blow. Before the palm blade could reach his body, Augustus suddenly felt that his hair and beard had begun to fall off, and his skin was rapidly scorched. He was shocked. Poison! He had the body of a black dragon. Even in the face of Paglio's poison, he had a considerable immunity. But the poison of this woman in front of him could not even be resisted by the body of a black dragon. This woman's power and ability to grasp opportunities were too terrifying. He shouldn't have held back earlier. He shouldn't have given her the chance to seize the opportunity. He was in danger. It was at this moment that Augula's felt his opponent's movements suddenly slow down. He hurriedly dodged. However, it was not only Ben who had slowed down. Even Augula's himself had slowed down. his breathing, the flow of his power. Everything was strangely slowing down. Augulus suddenly remembered the scene when he had challenged Satan without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. He immediately understood. The flow of time had changed. The power of time. This woman actually had the same power as Satan? No, it's not her. Before Aeolus could react, a silhouette shimmering with purple radiance instantly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The word Su, Ru, Lin faintly echoed in his ears. These 3 words should have been uttered a long time ago. Because the speed of the words far exceeded the speed of sound, he only heard them now. The voice seemed somewhat familiar. In the next second, time returned to normal, and the woman's terrifying palm blade was gently held in the hand of the figure. The strange poison that could corrode a pseudo-god dragon seemed to have no effect on the figure at all. Ben-Hong were all on the same side. Don't do it. When this voice fell into Augus's ears, his eyes suddenly widened. It really was him. Oliphius and Lala's husband, Dragon Emperor's imagination, Chen Rue. The aura of power exuded by the human son-in-law at this moment was far above him. A pseudo-god Dragon Emperor. He was at least a middle-stage pseudo-god. Are you kidding me? Not to mention the Sea of Death. Even if he defeated Lala in that martial arts competition, he should only be a new demigod. The gap between an early-stage demigod and a middle-stage pseudo-god was like the difference between heaven and earth. It had only been a few years. One must know that the first time he met this kid, he had not even reached the super level. One of our own. Humph. Ben-Hong glanced at Augulus. The gloomy look in his eyes made even His Majesty Dragon Emperor's hair stand on end. If only Sir had come a little later. I have devoured his soul. Even if I can't recover to the middle-stage pseudo-god, I can completely stabilize my current early-stage pseudo-god realm. Unfortunately, when he said the word, "It's a pity," Ben-Hong's silhouette became thin and disappeared in an instant. "I'm sorry, Sir Augulus." Chenrue removed the star armor and smiled at Dragon Emperor's father-in-law. "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Just now, Duo wanted to drink black pomegranate fruit juice and asked her father to drink it too." Naturally, Chenrue could not let down his daughter's filial piety, so he did not follow the naked man to watch the show. By the time he realized that something was wrong, Ben-Hong and Augulus were already fighting. The speed and strength of a pseudo-god was extremely shocking. Fortunately, Chenrue decisively used the Polaris transformation and the power of time to stop Ben-Hong's attack. Otherwise, Augulus would have been seriously injured. Aeolus had lost this battle because of his carelessness and self-confidence. First of all, he had underestimated Ben-Hong right from the start. The eyes of the dragon god didn't directly kill him. Then, Ben-Hong had taken advantage of the opportunity when he was least expecting it. The timing of the deprivation power cutting in was quite fatal. Combined with the power of poison, he had almost killed Aeolus in one blow. Now that Augulus had seen Ben-Hong's terrifying power, if the two were to fight, even if the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law was not Ben-Hong's opponent, he would not be defeated so quickly. Augulus's face was a little ugly. In any case, he almost suffered a big loss. Glancing at Paglio, who was still carrying a bucket, he was even more furious. "You bastard! Are all the women in this world dead? Why do you like that kind of woman? You deserve to be killed." Paglio was full of grievances. "Sir Augulus, that is not Betty. By the way, Crobulus." "Betty?" Augulus seemed to think of something and scolded. "You don't want such a good woman like Crobulus. And you actually went to provoke that woman named Betty?" "Betty. Crobulus is also my disciple. I will bring her back to Dragon Island this time and find a more suitable and reliable man for her." Paglio was speechless for a while. "You have obviously realized your mistake, but you are still stubborn, still not getting lost? You are the shame of the dragons." Augulus glared at Paglio fiercely. Master Poison Dragon didn't dare to say much. He grabbed the bucket and ran away. In order to prevent the terrifying woman Ben Hong from complicating the issue, Master Poison Dragon simply continued to shout loudly. Seeing the naked man's figure gradually disappearing in the wind with a string of "Miss Betty, I love you" voice, Augulus covered his forehead and just shook his head. "This bastard—" "Sir, you don't have to worry about it. In fact, this is just entertainment. It can be regarded as a certain playboy being taught a lesson." "Humph, a playboy? That guy is far inferior to you." The words of the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law made Qinrui speechless. "What is going on with your strength?" "It's hard to explain in a short time. Sir, let's go to the Dark Moon Palace. Oliphius and Lalaria should be there." Mentioning the two daughters, Augulus's face finally eased. "Humph. With your current strength, I should call you sir." Qinrui said sincerely, "I will always remember Sir's help at the beginning, and I have always regarded Oliphius as my closest sister. No matter what level of strength I have, Sir is an elder that I must respect." The Dragon Emperor's father-in-law nodded, and he suddenly exploded again. "What? I have handed Oliphius to you for so long, and you actually only regard her as a sister? Are you a man or not? What about Lalaria?" It seems that there is a big disagreement between us. Let's sit down and have a good talk." Soon after, the Dark Moon Palace. "Where is Paglio? I heard that he is famous now, and I want to ask him for an autograph." The slender Loli took a book and deliberately said loudly. This made a celebrity who was hiding in a corner and did not dare to come out beat his chest and stamped his feet again. "Betty, I didn't expect Paglio to be so infatuated with you." The little succubus maid, who had not figured out the truth, said enviously, "It would be great if someone treats me like this." Qinrui rolled his eyes and directly ignored Kia's expectations. "Anything else is fine, but don't even think about this." "Sigh, unfortunately, no one is willing to treat us like this." Isabella, who knew the truth, sighed deliberately. "This is the difference." What made Qinrui angry was that another insider, Rala, actually sighed and nodded seriously. On the other side, Dragon Emperor's father-in-law was no longer angry. No matter who was holding a cute little girl like Duo, they couldn't keep a straight face. Or except for Ben Hong. Ben Hong seemed to be in a good mood since returning from the UFO land. At this moment, he was holding a glass of fruit wine and sipping it as if there was no one else around. "Grandpa Augustus, eat this Lalaria fries. It's delicious. This girl is so considerate." Dragon Emperor's father-in-law burst into tears. When Lalaria was a child, she would only eat all the delicious food by herself and leave the leftovers for me. Pfft. "Old man, what are you talking about?" The slender Loli said disdainfully. "Isn't this the same as what you taught? A dragon for himself will be destroyed. All good things must be kept for oneself, and so on. Poor early education will harm a child's life." Joanna made a conclusion. As a former educational theorist, she was not afraid of Augustus's strength. The slender Loli shook her head helplessly. "Who told us to have such a bad dad?" "Augustus." Qinrui was also secretly guilty. It was precisely because of his initial education that Duo was very aggressive towards pig heads. This made the braised pig head and other related industries popular with the Dark Moon residents disappear for a time. It was also a sore point that the harem group had always criticized. Mom said, "Don't be selfish about good things. Take them out and share them with people close to you." Duo nodded seriously. She took out another fruit and handed it to Augustus. "Grandpa Augustus, eat this again. This is the devil pomeg that Dad gave me. It's very fragrant." The little girl didn't know that she was giving another stab to a certain grandfather. Augustus burst into tears again. Oliphius on the side frowned and muttered in a low voice. "Mom said that good things must be eaten by oneself first." Augustus came back to his senses, kissed Duodua's small face, and deliberately said loudly, "It would be great if the children of you and Lala Arya or Oliphius in the future are so cute and obedient." "Qinrui, just pretended not to hear the hint of the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law. Augustus glanced at him, looked at Oliphius, thought for a while, and moved his gaze to Lala Arya. Because Oliphius was too ignorant in this regard, she was definitely a good hand at calculating money. But if he asked her to get married, she would usually only ask strange questions like, "Can we eat?" Lala Arya was more reliable. Before Augustus could speak, the slender lowly interrupted the topic. "Old man, don't think that we don't know what you are thinking. Just put away those unrealistic ideas." "Where's your mustache?" Augustus asked. "Humph, you know the answer. I lost the bet to this human. Why don't you call yourself master?" "Isn't it because this guy saved this big us, so we agreed to help him?" Augustus hit his palm. "That's right. You see, you and him. Old man, he and I are not as compatible as you and him. I think you two are a match made in heaven." The slender lowly showed a weird smile. "You and I are considered old friends, so let's split it 50-50. This man belongs to you, and his wives belong to me." Augustus attacked Lala Arya. Lala Arya missed. Lala Arya launched a counterattack. Augustus was hit. HP lost 20 points, 80/100. Chinrue was completely speechless. Augustus pointed at this strange daughter and was speechless for a while. "Old man, you don't have to explain. In fact, I'm the most open-minded. I understand you very well in this regard. If you need help, just let me know. I can help you hold his feet down if necessary." Lala Arya proudly shrugged her eyebrows and gave Dragon Emperor's father an unruly back view, plus a series of signature weird smiles. "Ooh-ho-ho-ho-ho!" Lala Arya launched a knowing blow. Augustus was completely defeated, 0/100. Chapter 1110. Augulus came to the Dark Moon, this time mainly to visit Lalaria and Oliphius. After hearing that his two daughters almost lost their lives when they went to the Dead Sea for treasure hunting, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. That treasure map was actually one of his collections. It was said to record the location of an ancient sea tribe kingdom's treasure, but its authenticity was unknown. Later, it was stolen by Lalaria, and she even took Oliphius to hunt for treasure. If it weren't for Chun Rue's timely arrival, he would have died in the terrifying abyss's main altar. Chinrue knew in his heart that it was not that this treasure map was deliberately left by the Abyss Lord. The treasure map should record the real treasure, but due to the long history, the Sea Tribe Kingdom happened to be turned into the main altar by the Abyss. Fortunately, he sensed that the link with Vasilna had disappeared. Otherwise, if he was a step late, the consequences would be unimaginable. Augulus seemed to think of something. "Chenrue, you just said that the woman is called Benhong?" "Yes, sir. Have you heard of her?" "It can't be her. Could it be the same name?" Augulus whispered to himself, and he suddenly realized, "By the way, she said before that she recovered to the intermediate stage of false god? It must be. I think your guess is correct." Chen Rue shrugged. Benhong's strength was originally at the peak of false god. Due to some circumstances, her strength temporarily regressed, and she is currently recovering step by step. It really is her. Augulus smiled bitterly. "When I left the Dragon Island to train, my father, Clusier, once warned me that there are a few people that I must not provoke. Among these names are Satan and Benhong. Unfortunately, I was young and arrogant at that time. After a promotion, I wanted to challenge Satan. In the end, I was easily defeated. If it weren't for Satan's old friendship with my grandfather, I'm afraid I would have already turned into ashes. It's not your grandfather, Seth, but your grandfather's grandfather, Milstow." Benhong's indifferent voice came. "What you met should just be Satan's clone, but that guy has never been a person who values friendship. At that time, his real body should be in a deep sleep to understand the power of the silver box. He didn't want to let additional factors affect himself. Otherwise, you would have long become the dust of history, little black dragon." "Humph." Aeogulus cast a glance at Benhong. According to their real age, Ben Hong and Satan should be experts of the same generation. Indeed, Ben Hong was much older than Aeogula's. However, when His Majesty the Dragon Emperor heard Ben Hong calling him Little Black Dragon, he still felt that it was very harsh. Not satisfied with my evaluation of the dragons, back then I said the same thing to Millstow. Ben Hong laughed coldly and said, "If you don't like it, we can fight again. Your pseudo-divinity has just been condensed successfully, and you haven't even fully integrated with the life of faith, so you're no match for me. Even if you have the eye of the dragon god, it will be useless. Moreover, your current eye of the dragon god is only a defective product. It has not been restored since it was damaged. When Augulus heard, 'I can fight you again,' he was about to lose his temper, but when he heard the latter part of the sentence, it calmed down. I became a pseudo-god because I merged with the dragon power essence of the Saint Dragon Rodriguez, which is actually a pseudo-divinity. But when it comes to merging with the life of faith, I have encountered all kinds of problems. I hope you can give me the corresponding advice." Augulus's words were actually directed at Chanrue. In his opinion, Chanrue had reached the middle stage of the pseudo-god level and should be able to give him the corresponding advice. Unfortunately, Chanrue's pseudo-god level was completely different from ordinary cultivators. He did not even have a pseudo-divinity, so of course he could not answer, so he could only look at Ben Hong. "You seem to have asked the wrong person. Little Black Dragon." Ben Hong glanced at Augulus with a faint smile. He can't remember anything now. "So I'll tell you." Augulus looked at Chanrue in surprise, knowing that Ben Hong was not lying. It seemed that this guy really did not know or could not remember. At once he bowed slightly to Ben Hong and said solemnly, "Please enlighten me." This attitude made Ben Hong nod. The most fundamental difference between a pseudo-god and a demigod is not the rise of ordinary laws to the level of the power of laws, but the integration of the kingdom, faith, and life. The demigod's true kingdom is merged into the soul step by step, forming the core of faith and life. As long as the soul is not destroyed, the core will not disappear. This is the pseudo-divinity. This was the first time Chanrue heard such a theory, so he asked, "How do you integrate a true kingdom into the soul?" "First, you need a true kingdom and many living beings who completely believe in you. These are in fact the foundation laid by the demigod level. And then there's a metaphor. It's like creating a space in the soul and integrating all the real things in the kingdom into it. This integration will cause a qualitative change in the laws, turning them into power, creating space." Chanrue vaguely thought of something. Is it equivalent to saying that the kingdom of a kingdomized master is a kingdom of energy structure, equivalent to a general framework from a qualitative change in the domain to a kingdom? The demigod master's kingdom is transformed from a fictitious kingdom of energy into a real entity. During battle, they can send out doppelgangers to assist them, but this kingdom is still separated from them. At the demigod level, the kingdom has already integrated into the pseudo-divinity and become a part of you? It was like the cultivation realm of some dharma. Kingdomization was equivalent to seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. At the demigod level, it was equivalent to seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. At the demigod level, it was equivalent to seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. However, compared to before, there was a completely different qualitative change. Of course, this is common sense. Don't tell me you've even forgotten this. Augulus curiously asked Chanrue, but he did not ask further. Instead, he turned to Ben Hong and said, "I've encountered some problems in the fused kingdom now." When Ben Hong heard Augulus talk about the difficulties he had encountered, he nodded slightly. "The reason is very simple. The power of faith of your kingdom is insufficient in both quality and quantity. Faith can be said to be the most important part of a kingdom. The purer and larger the faith, the more solid the pseudo-divinity, the more powerful it will be, and the larger the living space it can accommodate. To give a simple example, if the living space of your current pseudo-divinity is an island, then Satan, including me, is an ocean." Augulus was shocked. As Ben Hong's explanation went deeper, Many things that he did not understand or were difficult to understand were suddenly enlightened. The cultivation and understanding of the power of faith was not something that could be done overnight. It required a long time and a lot of energy. The most common state was to enter some kind of dormant state to minimize the consumption of the body and spirit. Only the soul would wander in the kingdom and understand the faith. Ben Hong explained some more about the use of the pseudo-divinity power of faith and the mysteries of dormancy. Augustus could not help but nod as he listened. Chen Rui, who was listening at the side, finally understood why pinnacle pseudo-divinity powerhouses, like the three supreme angels, Charlie, Satan, and Ben Hong, in the silver box, would often enter a long period of sleep without exception. Although the lifespan of a pseudo-divinity was very long, it was not endless. Not only could they comprehend and cultivate faith, but they could also expand and strengthen the pseudo-divinity kingdom while greatly reducing the consumption of life. Chinrui could not help but ask, "How's the condition of your pseudo-divinity now?" Because it was severely damaged at that time. Ben Hong was referring to the battle with Chenrui on the sacred mountain. But this body's almost absolutely pure soul fusion physique made the fusion of my soul quite perfect. It can accommodate the power of my kingdom very well. Coupled with the cultivation in that place before, overall, the recovery is good. At present, the beginner's pseudo-divinity is basically a short-term limit. If I want to quickly return to the pinnacle pseudo-divinity, I can only take some shortcuts. The shortcut you mentioned. Chinrui thought of what Ben Hong said in the battle between Augustus and Augustus. Is it to devour the kingdom of others? To be more precise, it's to devour pseudo-divinity. Not everyone has this ability. Pseudo-divinity possesses great power, and the slightest carelessness can lead to mutual destruction. But I happen to have this talent. Although the power I get is not as pure and powerful as the one I cultivate, and it takes a long time to digest and assimilate to achieve the desired effect, it is the only shortcut to quickly expand my strength. The higher the level of the opponent's pseudo-divinity, the more benefits I will get. For example, after devouring this little black dragon, I can try to recover or break through to the middle pseudo-divinity. Ben Hong looked at the little black dragon, who was immersed in enlightenment. At this moment, Augustus had completely entered a certain state and was unaware of anything else. Of course, Chinrui would not agree with Ben Hong. Is there any other way? Then let's change the person. You get Satan for me to devour, and I can directly return to the state of a pinnacle pseudo-divinity. If I have time to fully digest, my strength will be even stronger than before. That's too difficult. Chinrui smiled bitterly. I want to rely on you to quickly recover your strength to deal with him. How about this? I'll give you that special world of star strengthening to try. Judging from the situation of my friends before, the effect is quite good. Okay, however, take the example that I and the little black dragon used before. Even if you recover to the pinnacle pseudo-divinity, the kingdom is just an ocean. So what if it includes the whole world? The legendary kingdom of the gods is as vast as the galaxy in the sky, and there are countless lives in it. That is the real quintessence. As he said this, Ben Hong looked at Chinrui with a more profound gaze. Generally speaking, even those who have the bloodline of the gods or quintessence fragments, that is, those who are demigods in the true sense, can't reach the bottleneck to become a real god. However, there may be some amazing people who can touch the height that others can't reach, and thus embark on the real road to godhood. Chinrui sighed. Well, anyway, the more I try to explain, the worse it gets. I might as well be a certain someone. After the broken pot, a certain someone's mind became clearer. I understand now. The reason why Michael and the others steal faith is that they want to use the power of faith of countless believers of light to continuously expand their kingdom. They want to use quantitative change to induce a real, qualitative change in the pseudo-divinity, so as to covet the path to godhood. And the understanding of the origin of creation and origin of destruction that you once proposed is a different path. It directly starts from the perspective of qualitative change, because creation and destruction are the most basic laws of the universe. Actually, I didn't come up with this theory. Ben Hong looked straight into Chen Rui's eyes. And it's not just a theory. Someone has personally put this path into practice. It can be said that he almost touched the final domain at that time. And now, I can't be sure whether he succeeded or failed. Chen Rui recalled that when he said he told this theory to Satan, Satan's reaction was that he had an old friend behind him. It seemed that this old friend, in Satan's view, was not necessarily Ben Hong, but the person that Chen Rui had always been mistaken for. I don't want to explain any misunderstanding anymore. Chen Rui shook his head. If you try to make someone remember something, obviously you will fail, because this is simply playing the lute to a cow. You can understand this term as playing a musical instrument to a lowest-level demonic beast in an attempt to make it understand the music theory. Do you understand? Understood. Ben Hong was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he showed a rare smile and nodded. The lowest-level demonic beast. Chen Rui. Chapter 11:11. In the following time, life returned to its original stability. Chen Rui stayed in the Dark Moon Palace to accompany Athena, who was pregnant. Duo was naturally a firm follower of her father. Kia still served as Athena's right-hand man, and Samuel continued to take over as the Dark Moon's Legion leader. Isabella returned to her small courtyard. Rala returned to the Rainbow Valley along with Garadam and Ben Hong. Garadam had merged into a strange wandering soul, which interested Rala. The corpse necromancer also wanted to study it, so they hit off. Ben Hong returned to the Rainbow Valley because the silver box was in the Rainbow Valley. She now had a real entity, so she wanted to use the silver box to try to restore part of her strength. Lomont's family, Paglio's family, Dragon Emperor's father and daughter, Adeline and Dodo returned to the house. Garrus stayed in the Dark Moon for the time being because he felt that he had benefited a lot from Ben Hong's words. The Dragon Sovereign planned to stay here for a while and learn more about the mysteries of the fake gods. Then he would return to the Dragon Island and try to sleep and cultivate. Due to the streaking incident, Paglio became famous. However, this guy's face was so thick that it was shocking. After the incident, he actually talked and laughed as if nothing had happened. He even quoted a strange sentence from a human. The great nerve can kill at the critical moment. As the saying goes, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Even Dragon Emperor Audra couldn't do anything to this guy. On the surface, daily life was the same as before, but everyone knew very well what was brewing behind this peace and tranquility. Isabella would boil water and make tea in the small courtyard every day. For her, this was not just waiting, but a kind of soul training. Rala had now encountered a real bottleneck. Fairy Miss Long was extremely talented. The Sixth Element Kingdom and the Rainbow Goddess Kingdom were extremely powerful kingdom power, which made her almost unrivaled at the peak demigod level. Even Catherine was slightly inferior to her in terms of real combat power, but this also doubled the difficulty of her realm promotion. According to Ben Hong's judgment, excluding some unreasonable factors that the inheritance world might bring, it would take at least 2,000 years for Rala to become a false god. 2,000 years was definitely an amazing genius speed for ordinary demigod powerhouses, especially dragons, as long as they had enough lifespan, but it was still too long for Rala. Because 3 years later, Chen Rui would face terrifying enemies like the 3 supreme angels. 10 years later, there was Satan. She must promote to the false god as soon as possible to be able to fight side by side with her beloved man and become his real help. Therefore, Rala, who had reached the peak of demigod, was not proud. On the contrary, she was even more eager to train hard. She would go to the training ground of the law of time every day. Most of the others were the same. Everyone wanted to understand the power of 2-star evolution as soon as possible. After Rala and Catherine, they would become the god of the inheritance world. It was also equivalent to becoming a part of Chun Rue's real combat power to get through the difficulties 3 years later. For some reason, even Paglio, who was promoted to demigod, could not succeed. It could be seen that the demigod level was not the standard for understanding two-star evolution. Catherine first understood two-star evolution before breaking through to demigod. Relatively speaking, Garadam was the one with the least sense of belonging, or the most passive. His loyalty to Chinrue was more due to the restrictions of the contract and the special coercion of the sealed star. However, the achievements of the corpse necromancer could not be underestimated. Not only did he advance to the middle stage of the kingdom, but he actually became a wandering soul. Not only could he be like a fish in water in the experiment, but he also made amazing progress in a certain field of research, which was rule energy. Rule energy was the basic energy for the super evolution of the City of Stars, superweapons, and alchemy creatures. Generally, it could only be transformed by the law fragments or law crystal balls that were dropped by the wandering souls. Although a lot of fragments were obtained in the trial in this short period of time, which greatly supplemented the needs of the City of Stars, it would eventually be used up. After Garadam devoured a king-level wandering soul with a fragment, he sensed the particularity of that power and developed a strong interest. He tried to separate from the wandering soul itself to create similar energy. If the research of the corpse necromancer could be successful, then it would become a key point for the overall strength possessed by Chinrue. Compared with Garadam, Dodo's loyalty was unquestionable, mainly because he was used to guarding his long-term meal ticket, but the slime's laziness was also unquestionable. In terms of talent and ability, the slime was firmly ranked in the top 3 among the group of relatives and friends, but in terms of diligence, he was recognized as the last. As a matter of fact, he was lured by Alice to be a study companion at the Royal Academy with delicious food and drinks as soon as he came back. According to Ben Hong's training plan, the previous high-pressure training in the UFO land was the first stage. What was needed now was to digest and comprehend the gains in the UFO land. The second stage would begin about a year later, so everyone seemed calm on the surface, but they were secretly working hard in their own ways. Fallen Angel Royal Academy, at the entrance of the grove. Princess Alice, today is your birthday. Please be sure to accept this gift that I carefully prepared, a rainbow-winged bird. A young man gracefully bowed to Alice and handed her a colorful bird in a cage. Tumin, there are many of these birds on the market. Don't make a fool of yourself. Another luxuriously dressed young man glanced at Tumin disdainfully. Your Highness Alice, this string of sulfur fire crystal beads is different. It's the most precious fire treasure. Silver, how can that broken bead be worthy of the word most precious? Tumin sneered unwillingly. You really don't know what's good for you. My bird is not an ordinary rainbow-winged bird, but a rare variant with the bloodline of dragons. Not only its singing is quite beautiful, but it can also protect the owner's safety. Isn't it just a mutated bird? My sulfur fire crystal bead can greatly improve spirit training, and it can also release the power of flame for self-protection. The most special thing is that it has the characteristic of unparalleled. Any fire treasure will be overshadowed in front of it. It is in line with the noble identity of Princess Royal Highness. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. Alice nodded politely, but she did not accept the gift. She grabbed the onion that was drooling over the sulfur fire crystal bead and continued to walk forward. How could the two of them give up? They continued to follow behind and repeatedly persuaded Alice to accept their gift. Alice's sister, Jia, was the current empress who firmly controlled the fallen angel empire. If they could marry Her Majesty Jia's only sister, Alice, as a wife, the benefits for the family and the individual could be imagined. Coupled with Alice's pure and pleasant beauty, there were many pursuers in the academy. Suver and Tumin were the representatives. Both of them were from the elder families. Suver was the heir of the Leaf family, Tumin was the young talent of the Bowl family. His uncle was the deputy dean of the Royal Academy, Chiaro. His background was strong. Unfortunately, the two of them, like many pursuers, not only did they not get the favor of Her Highness Alice, but they were also half dead because of some of the tricks of the black-bellied princess. However, the two of them did not give up. This time, knowing that it was Alice's birthday, they specially prepared a gift early in the morning to present it. Before this, the two of them also threatened and lured away many other competitors. Alice was already a little depressed. She only felt that the two of them were like flies buzzing annoyingly. Just as she was about to get angry, her nose suddenly sniffed, and she seemed to have discovered something. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Suver and Tumin saw Alice smile and thought that she was moved by them. However, they saw Alice throw the onion in her hand and run forward quickly. She actually flew up and pounced on a figure. "Brother!" Alice called out cheerfully and hugged the person's neck tightly. She revealed an extremely excited smile, which was completely different from her previous sullen look. "Brother? No. Didn't Alice only have an elder sister?" Tumin and Suver frowned at the same time. Chinrue smiled bitterly and patted Alice's back. He didn't expect that the disguise technique could not resist the little princess's nose. To be more precise, it should be some kind of intuition. This kind of super intuition and powerful Sherlock Holmes, like reasoning, should be Alice's strongest talent. The haze on Alice's face was swept away, and she shouted happily to Chinrue, "Today is my birthday. Quickly hand over the gift." Tumin and Suver's expressions became even uglier. Just now, when they took the initiative to give gifts, Alice did not even look at them. But now she took the initiative to ask this person for a gift. The two of them looked at each other. This was their biggest enemy, and they had to deal with it first. When Chinrue heard the birthday gift, he said, this? Humph. It seems that you can't even remember Princess Alice's birthday," Tumin said in a strange voice. Suver also added, "This kind of person doesn't deserve to appear in front of Her Highness today, and even less in the future." Alice was furious, but before she could say anything, a familiar voice came from behind. "Sister Alice." A little girl broke free from the arms of the old man behind her and flew toward Alice. It was Duo. Seeing Alice hugging her father's neck, Duo turned in the air and simply rode on her father's head, each occupying their own territory. Duo, I told you many times to call me Auntie." Alice tiptoed and kissed Duo on the cheek. She also kissed Chinrue on the cheek. This scene left Suver and Tumin dumbfounded. Princess Alice, who usually didn't care about anyone, actually liked a guy with a daughter. Tumin hurriedly shouted, "Your Highness Alice, don't be fooled by this unknown guy." Before Chinrue could say anything, Alice snorted coldly, "Shut up! I like to be fooled by him. What's so great about your colorful winged bird?" "Dodo." The onion responded cleverly and instantly turned into a colorful winged bird that looked exactly the same. A moving song came out of its mouth. It was actually the most popular song city in the sky in the Demon Realms concerts that had been broadcasted countless times on the magic television. It was exactly the same voice of the original singer, Helen. Not only that, the song also carried a trace of Dragon's demeanor, scaring the so-called colorful winged bird with the blood of dragons. After a while, it was so scared that it peed its pants and fainted. Alice looked at Suver. "And you Wushuang's sulfur fire crystal bead, right? Give it." Suver hurriedly offered the sulfur fire crystal bead. Alice waved her hand, and the fiery red sulfur fire crystal bead flew to Duo. Duo, I'll give you something good to eat." The black-bellied princess deliberately lowered her voice in the latter sentence. Duo caught the sulfur fire crystal bead and felt the power of fire. When she heard Alice said she could eat, she immediately showed a happy expression and fiddled with the bead with her little hand. Then, an incredible scene happened to Suver. The sulfur fire crystal bead, which was claimed to be able to make fire treasures dim, weakened bit by bit in the little girl's hands, and finally became transparent. You actually gave this fake to me as a birthday gift. Humph. I think you're the one who was fooled. Alice threw the sulfur fire crystal bead that had become completely transparent to Silver again. Silver thought he saw it wrong. He rubbed his eyes with a look of disbelief. What happened? The sulfur fire crystal bead actually lost its power completely. The black-bellied princess, Royal Highness, handed a handful of candy beans to Duo and deliberately asked, "Delicious, Duo, right?" Duo didn't know this. She just thought she was talking about the previous sulfur fire crystal bead and nodded. "It's delicious. Sister is so nice." "Yes, Ani." Silver looked at the bead string in his hand that had become useless, and Tumin was holding the birdcage. The two friends were stunned for a while. Chapter 11-12. Chinrue saw all of this and naturally understood that Alice was deliberately making a fool out of them. He shook his head inwardly. At this moment, a voice came from the side. "What are you doing here?" Alice turned her head to look and didn't lose her manners. She loosened her grip on Chinrue's arm and bowed to the bearded middle-aged man, Dean Xiaoro. "Your Highness Alice." The Vice Dean of the Royal Academy looked at Alice, and then his eyes fell on the little girl riding on Chinrue's neck. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Uncle." Seeing the arrival of their backer, Tumin's spirits were instantly lifted. He pointed at Chinrue. "Hurry up and get rid of this unknown slap." Before Tumin could finish, Xiaoro slapped him hard across the face, and the rest of his words were slapped back into his throat. Xiaoro bowed deeply to Chinrue. "Your Highness Alice, Your Excellency, I'm sorry. Everything is because of these two good-for-nothings. Please forgive us for our rudeness." Chinrue smiled slightly and said, "It's just a small matter. Alice, let's go." Alice nodded to Xiaoro and held Chinrue's hand. "Brother, you don't come to the academy often, right? Let me show you around." "Okay." Seeing Alice walk away with that person, Tumin couldn't help but be a little anxious. "Uncle, that guy and Princess Alice, you blind thing. If Her Highness Alice really likes that person, then the two of you and the others can forget about some of your fantasies. You have no hope at all." Tumin said unhappily, "Princess Alice isn't married yet, so everyone has hope. Besides, that guy just now is basically a shut up. If you want your entire family to perish, then go ahead and provoke that person." Xiaoro glared fiercely at his nephew. "Family perish?" The weight of this sentence scared Tumin silly. "Who is that person?" Silver interjected smartly, I remember now. "That old man seems to be His Majesty's close minister, Old Gauss. Old Gauss has been following His Majesty since the Dark Moon Estate. Could this person be Old Gauss's nephew? Even so, are all the Bowl family idiots like you? You still have the face to pursue Princess Alice. How could a nephew be so respectful? Although I don't know him, I have some impression of the little girl he was carrying." Suval reprimanded him rudely. "Little girl?" Tumin and Silver spoke in unison. The dignified dean of the Royal Academy was actually frightened by a little girl? Who is this little girl? Is she the daughter of Her Majesty Jia? Humph! Have you forgotten the finals of the Demon Realm Martial Arts Conference held in the Bloody Empire back then? That finals was famous in the Demon Realm. Who doesn't know the top powerhouse, Royal Highness Aguile and Empress Catherine? Tumin finally remembered, and his voice suddenly became stuttering. That little girl," Suval said with difficulty. She seems to have called the person just now Dad. Both of them understood. It's not the daughter of Her Majesty Jia, but the daughter of another Majesty. This little girl's father is more powerful and dazzling than her mother, the man who is known by everyone in the demon realm. She actually provoked him just now. Tumin and Suval, who came to their senses, almost peed their pants. Suval and Tumin were just insignificant people, so Chinrue didn't take it to heart. He let Alice hold his hand and stroll around the campus, attracting the attention of countless people. When everyone saw Princess Alice, who had always rejected all men, actually took the initiative to hold a man's hand and talk and laugh, they couldn't help but be surprised. The strange thing was that the man was not a dashing and handsome person, but his appearance was extremely ordinary. Incredibly, Alice's expression was unprecedentedly beaming with joy. Although the Royal Academy was built not long ago, Jia attached great importance to this aspect. Whether it was the area or the facilities, it was not inferior to the most famous Starlight Academy in the human world. It was full of style. Duo was also very interested in this novel place. She asked many questions. Qinrui had the intention to let his daughter experience a good learning atmosphere in advance, so he answered them carefully one by one. Alice interjected from time to time. The lowly princess had the intention to save the country, so she simply let go of Qinrui's hand and wandered around with Duo in her arms. However, due to their figures, they looked more like a pair of little sisters. Sister Alice, what clothes are those? That's a tiger costume. It's for performance. There is a campus stage play recently and they are rehearsing. Tiger costume? That's interesting. I'll get one for you. Alice rolled her eyes. But you have to call me Mom. Okay, sister. But Mom is taller than you and... Duo looked at Alice's relatively barren chest in confusion. Compared with Catherine, the princess could only be regarded as an airport. The princess secretly burst into tears. Is this what I want? Just call her aunt. Okay, sister. The big and small Lolis approached the rehearsing girls. Duo's cute appearance made the girls surround her. Princess Alice, who is this little girl? Cute little sister. What's your name? This. Alice blinked her purple eyes and said proudly, This is my daughter. This sentence caused an uproar. When did Princess Alice, who was pursued by many boys, have such a big daughter? At this time, Duo revealed the secret with a sentence. Sister Alice, I want a tiger costume. It turns out to be a sister. The girls laughed. A girl brought a tiger costume and let Duo wear it. This costume was made of magic material and could automatically adapt to size. Wow, what a cute little tiger. Seeing Duo put on the tiger costume, the girl's eyes sparkled with little stars. Sister Alice, why aren't you a tiger? Alice quickly put on a tiger costume. Oh, she held Duo's hand and asked the girls around her with anticipation. Do I look like a mother and daughter tiger? It's the Tiger Sisters. Haha, so cute. The girls giggled. Humph, no taste. Alice pouted with dissatisfaction. Dragging a small tail, she left the performance venue with Duo. Duo, you call me Mom secretly. I'll take you to drink the college's unique Suruan juice, okay? It's delicious. Okay, sister. Looking at the two cute little tigers, Qinrui smiled knowingly. Old Gauss at the back said, I can see that Her Royal Highness Alice is very happy. I haven't seen her smile like this for a while. Really? Your Royal Highness should understand the little princess's feelings for you. Princess Royal, Her Majesty is also very clear about this. Although Jia had been on the throne for a long time, the elders who watched Jia grow up would still habitually call Her Majesty Empress Princess Royal. This title also made Qinrui reminisce in his heart. Then he shook his head. I know, but I'm going to hold a wedding with the two empresses, Dark Shadow and Bloody Empire. Old Gauss nodded. The little princess is actually one of the first people to know this news. When the messenger reported, she happened to be by Her Majesty's side. At that time, the little princess must be inevitably depressed, but she is still very happy now. That kind of happiness is not fake. Does your Royal Highness know why? Before Qinrui answered, Old Gauss had already said the answer himself. Trust. It's not so much confidence, but more of trust in you. Qinrui stared at the medium-sized tiger that walked briskly, and he was silent for a while. I have a son and a daughter. My daughter died of illness not long after. My son went to war with the Lord of Midnight Sun and never returned. I watched Princess Royal and the little princess grow up. To put it bluntly, in my heart, they are like my daughters." Old Gauss's eyes showed kindness. Chinrue nodded. He was well aware of the old Lich's loyalty to Jia. Even at the most critical time back then, he didn't leave Jia. Not only loyalty, but also another kind of love. "Your Royal Highness, please forgive me for being blunt. As far as I know, you have a lot of women, including the 3 empresses. Each of them can be described as unparalleled excellence. However, whether it is the human world or the demon realm, the number of women you have can only be regarded as pitiful compared with those aristocrats who have a lot of wives and concubines. Princess Royal, Her Majesty lost her mother when she was young, and she completely changed herself under the pressure of grim Royal Highness. However, she is very happy now, not only because she completed grim Royal Highness' last wish and regained control of the Empire, but also because she is with you. It can be said that meeting you in the Dark Moon was the biggest turning point in her life, and it was also the luckiest turning point. As for Princess Royal Highness, I know you may have your own arrangements, but in any case, please give the little princess happiness." As old Gauss said, he bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for listening to an old guy's nagging for so long. Speaking of which, I'm not qualified to say this to Your Royal Highness, but you're wrong. As an elder who loves Jia and Alice, you are fully qualified." Chinrue used the honorifics of another world, even though in this world, they were all collectively referred to as you. "I will not let down my relatives who trust me, including Alice." Old Gauss didn't notice the difference in address, but when he heard Chinrue's last sentence, his eyes lit up and he nodded. "Thank you, Your Royal Highness. As a relative of Jia and Alice, you don't have to thank me. Let's not talk about anything else first." "My life was saved by you," old Gauss smiled. "There have been too many changes in these years. Take this royal school, for example. Although it was established not long ago, it was highly valued by His Majesty. Not long ago, it won 3 championships in the inter-school competition between the 3 empires. There are many outstanding talents in each department. The status and weight of the academy are also increasing day by day. It has become an important base for the empire's talent reserve and cultivation. After the establishment of the royal academies of the 3 empires, a corresponding competition would be held every year. Not only the rewards were generous, but the winner would also be noticed by the empire's higher-ups with a promising future. Compared with the famous academies in the human world, the facilities and scale of the 3 royal academies of the demon realm were not inferior, but there was still a big difference in terms of teachers and students. However, I believe that with the passage of time, it will eventually become an existence that is not inferior. Looking back now, it's like a dream. When I was struggling to survive in the dilapidated Dark Moon estate, I never thought that there would be such a situation today. It's not flattery or exaggeration, but I must say that the Dark Moon, the fallen angel empire, and the entire demon realm today are all thanks to Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness' extraordinary ability is not inferior to the powerful combat power you have. It is even more powerful. You are worthy of being the best in the demon realm." Chinrue shook his head slowly. "No, this is not my credit alone. Even without me, sooner or later, it will naturally develop to this point. And now it's not enough. To fight against the abyss that may come in the future, these were indeed not enough, far from enough. Although the 3 main altars were destroyed, it did not mean that the crisis of the abyss was completely resolved. It could only be said that it was delayed. The clones of the 3 rulers of the abyss all showed strong self-confidence before they were destroyed and disappeared, as if it was only a matter of time before they came to this world. And this time would not be too long. Whether it was a bluff or not, we must not relax our vigilance. Regardless of whether or not he would still exist when the chaos abyss descended, What was certain was that the economy needed to develop at a faster rate, the military needed to become even more powerful, and the magic game needed to allow more people to become stronger so that they could better adapt to the characteristics of the chaos abyss. Not enough. These two words made old Gauss very surprised. Using the dark moon as the foundation, overthrowing Obsidian in one fell swoop, helping Jia to ascend the throne, making the military and economy of the fallen angel empire enter an unprecedented period of rapid development, establishing a three-empire alliance, unifying the demon realm, and ushering in true peace. Even if these are not no one in the future, they are unprecedented great achievements. Is this not enough? Qinrui didn't explain. He just looked at the two white moons in the sky. Back then, when he first came to this world, he also faced these two moons. His mood was indescribable loneliness, despair, and fear. He even cursed everything he had encountered. But now, the smiling faces reflected in the moon made him feel hope. Because of these people, the whole world was full of hope. Dad, this Suruan juice is so delicious, come on. A voice like the sound of nature, just like an angel, not the so-called angel of this world, but the most beautiful and purest angel in his heart. Qinrui smiled, called old Gauss, and strode forward. No matter what the purpose of the abyss destroying the world was, no matter whether he would face the real abyss in his lifetime, no matter what enemies there were in the future, even gods. In order to protect this voice, in order to protect all hope, he would burn everything to fight. Chapter 11:13. On this day, everyone was talking about a grand event. Wedding. This wedding had actually been planned for a long time, and the demon realm had been looking forward to it for a long time. It had been announced in various media in the three empires and became the hottest topic in the demon realm. The wedding of Aguile, the husband of the fallen angel empire, and Catherine, the empress of the shadow empire, and Tiffany of the bloody empire. Unlike the kingdoms and empires in the human world, there were only three empires in the demon realm. The three empresses symbolized the supreme ruler. The demon realm paid more attention to strength and ability, which was different from the human world's patriarchal preference. There were many empresses in history, but it was the first time that all the empires were ruled by women. Generally speaking, the husband of the empress was just a symbolic position which was equivalent to a vassal. Just like the male emperor, the empress could also have a huge harem. However, in the current demon realm, the three empresses only had one husband, the same man. As the husband of the empress, the achievements of Aguile could only be said to be unprecedented. However, everyone knew that Aguile could have such achievements not only because of luck, but also because of talent and strength. In the finals of the Bloody Empire's Demon Realm Martial Arts Conference, Empress Catherine, the Dark Shadow Empire's empress, revealed a shocking truth. Aguile was the one who promoted the rapid economic and military development of the fallen angel empire. Moreover, the powerful ancient legion that appeared in the fallen angel empire's military exercise that shocked the demon realm were all his servants. He also had incredible tactics, economic warfare. The financial crisis of the bank destroyed the Bloody Empire and the Shadow Empire almost without any bloodshed. It could be said that this husband of the king, who seemed to be just a vassal of Empress Jia the Great, was the king who truly controlled the fate of the demon realm. He was fully capable of destroying the Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire and unifying the demon realm. In the Demon Realm Martial Arts Conference, Aguile also showed powerful personal strength. The original top powerhouse, the Bloody Empire's Raisin, was unexpectedly easily eliminated by the terrifying Lilia in the quarterfinals. Aguile actually defeated Lilia and finally joined forces with Catherine in the finals. There was no real battle in the finals, but it was more memorable than the actual battle. Aguile gave up the war and ambition for Catherine, and Catherine finally confessed her feelings to Aguile. It turned out that the two of them had a daughter long ago. The touching scene of the last reunion of the family of three was still engraved in people's hearts. This became the key point to promote peace in the demon realm. After many consultations, the three countries established the Confederation Alliance. Not long ago, Raisin the Great abdicated to his daughter Tiffany and announced the marriage between Tiffany and Aguail. There was no doubt that this was a political marriage. What the people were more concerned about was not the marriage itself, but the profound meaning brought by the marriage. This meant that the three empires returned to the original equal relationship in the alliance. An alliance would be more stable. This was a unification in another sense, and it was also the beginning of real peace. After Tiffany accepted Raisin's abdication and took over as the empress, she immediately showed unimaginable, ruthless means. She eradicated the dissidents who opposed her with lightning speed, deposed many old ministers of Raisin, supported a group of new forces who obeyed her to power, and followed the example of the fallen Angel Empire and the Shadow Empire to carry out a series of reforms. She paid special attention to the development of the Royal Academy and the economic development. The results were remarkable, and she won the unanimous praise of the people. There was naturally Raisin's calculation and support in this. As early as before deciding to let Tiffany ascend the throne, Raisin deliberately left many blanks. Now, after Tiffany ascended the throne, she filled them one by one. It seemed that her political achievements were remarkable, and it could show the talent of the new emperor. Chinrue learned this through the intelligence department and nodded secretly. Raisin's move was like the Tang dynasty in the previous life. Li Shimin deliberately demoted the famous minister Li Ji to a foreign place before his death. After Li Ji ascended the throne, he put Li Ji in an important position again, making him grateful. In fact, it was equivalent to being a pawn played by politics. Tiffany's ascension to the throne was much easier than Jia's. Whether it was economic reform or personnel reform, including the elimination of dissidents, she had Raisin, the great god, behind her. Even if there were any waves, it wouldn't cause any waves. Soon, she basically consolidated her ruling position. This time, the wedding that attracted all the attention of the demon realm was held with the two empresses. The location was the Frost Arrival City at the junction of the three countries. The Frost Arrival City was originally just a remote border, mountainous area. It was not even a small town. After the martial arts tournament, the three countries unified the intention of cooperation. They jointly paved the road and built a city here, symbolizing the eternal peace of the three empires. Now, this city had become a bustling commercial center under the rapid development. It had a very special significance to hold the wedding with the two empresses here. Almost all the celebrities of the demon realm gathered in the Frost Arrival City. The fallen angel Empress Jia, who had married Aguail, served as the witness of the two empresses' wedding. Naturally, all the relatives and friends were present. Among them, the one with the greatest resentment was Aguila's. His son-in-law actually held a sensational wedding with another woman and his two daughters. But looking at his two daughters, one seemed excited because there was a sumptuous free meal at the wedding, and the other was far more interested in the bride than the groom. Sir Dragon Emperor could only cry. Fortunately, there was a cute baby duo by his side. She kept calling him Grandpa Aguilas, which made Aguilas feel much better. The Dragon Emperor especially liked this little girl. From the Dark Moon to the Frost Arrival City, he had been taking duo with him and gave her many small gifts. Everything that could be taken out by the Dragon Emperor were all valuable treasures. This made the slime particularly jealous. It was not that the slime had not used the wisdom of a nobody, but unfortunately the little master duo that he transformed into could not hide from the pseudo-god eyesight of His Majesty Dragon Emperor. Not only did he not get the treasure, but he was also beaten up, so he could only put away his little thoughts. Athena and Kia originally had a little resentment in their hearts. Rala and Isabella were married in the human world, Ryuzaku. Jia was married in the fallen angel empire. Now Catherine and Tiffany were married in the demon realm. Athena and Kia, who knew each other first, were left behind. However, the little dissatisfaction of the two women disappeared immediately because before the wedding, Chinrue held a grand wedding for the two women in the capital of stars in the Blue Lake mountain range. Jia and General George presided over the wedding. Even Catherine and Tiffany specially came to attend. General George also recognized Kia as his daughter. The ceremonial team, formed by the huge group of alchemy creatures, was no less powerful than an empire. The wedding ceremony with the two empresses was naturally unprecedentedly grand. This kind of wedding had the highest status and grade. The whole ceremony did not take long, and the whole process was broadcast live to the demon realm. The preparation work before was extremely complicated, and the time was several times that of the official ceremony. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the wedding ceremony witnessed by the fallen angel Empress Jia was finally completed. When Chen Rue held the hands of the two empresses of the Bloody Empire and the Dark Shadow Empire on the magic television and gestured to everyone below the castle, the audience at the scene and in front of the TV were excited. People witnessed a miracle in the history of the demon realm, a husband who had 3 empresses. Similarly, they also witnessed the advent of a long and stable era of peace. After the ceremony, there was a large banquet and a city-wide grand ball. All the people received the relevant gifts, and people celebrated jubilantly as if it was a festival. Phew, I can finally rest for a while. Chinrue threw away his coat and laid straight on the sofa. Pay attention to your appearance, Royal Highness husband. You will go out to speak publicly in a while. Catherine smiled slightly and glanced at Tiffany, but I'm really a little tired today. Let's take a break while we still have time, Your Majesty Tiffany. Okay. Tiffany's face looked a little indifferent. She sat opposite Chinrue with Catherine. Her movements seemed meticulous. Just a little tired? Chinrue wiped the sweat on his head. It seems that your combat power is much stronger than mine. Hey, Tiffany, don't be so formal. Relax. There are only 3 of us here. Got it, Your Highness. Tiffany nodded, but her body was still tense. Chinrue shrugged. Okay, do as you please. Catherine got up gracefully. I'm going to the next room to touch up my makeup. It will take about half an hour. Half an hour is so long? Don't think women are troublesome, Your Royal Highness husband. You should be considered experienced. Catherine winked at Chinrue. Your Majesty Tiffany, excuse me. Your Majesty Catherine, please go ahead. If you don't mind, just call me Catherine or Sister Catherine in such a private occasion. Catherine smiled slightly. Tiffany? Okay, Sister Catherine. Chinrue could hear that Tiffany's tone was still stiff. She was obviously very nervous. He and Catherine were an old couple. He knew very well that the purpose of the child's mother touching up her makeup was to leave some space for him and Tiffany to ease the atmosphere. Catherine closed the door and Chinrue said, Tiffany, They couldn't find a topic to talk about, and the awkwardness continued. Okay. Chinrue stood up and reached out his hand. Tiffany looked at him with some surprise. Come with me. This sentence made Tiffany tremble slightly. In the mysterious place in the holy mountain of light, it was this sentence. It gave her hope in life again. While she was lost in thought, her hand had involuntarily reached out and was held in the warmth. It was just like the warmth in the past. Even this indifferent personality couldn't isolate that special feeling. Take off the outer dress first. We only have half an hour. Take off the clothes? Half an hour? Tiffany felt her face instantly become hot, and her heart was beating fast. She looked at the sofa and asked, You mean here? The ceremony wasn't over yet, right? The location wasn't right. It should be after the end, in the special bedroom in the castle, yes. Chinrue saw that Tiffany's face was so red that it was about to emit smoke. He suddenly came to a realization and patted his head. Let's change clothes and sneak out. Tiffany realized that she had misunderstood. Her face became redder, and then she was taken aback. Sneak out? How can that be? Chapter 11:14. In the night sky, the 2 moons emitted a faint purple light. In the Frost City, There were singing and dancing carnivals everywhere. All the taverns and restaurants had launched special promotions, and some were even giving out free drinks. The only ones who remained calm were the guards. The number of guards was 10 times greater than usual. On a special day like today, they could not afford to make any mistakes. On the street, a man and a woman appeared. The man looked ordinary. The woman was wearing a cloak and a veil. She was dressed like a woman of the Shadow Empire. The appearance of the man and woman did not attract any extra attention. Everyone was having a good time. This was just a simple disguise. No one could think that the king's husband, Aguile, and Her Majesty Blood Empress in the castle would appear in this place at this time. Although they were holding hands, there always seemed to be a sense of distance. The two of them could also perceive this sense of distance. "I'm sorry, Tiffany." "Why do you say that?" "It's the first time I've gone shopping with you in such a long time." Actually, what I'm really sorry about is..." Chinrue shook his head. "This political marriage..." Tiffany lowered her head and remained silent. The two continued to walk forward until they reached the door of a pub on the street. Tiffany suddenly stopped. "You are a good person." Chinrue wiped the sweat on his forehead. Although there was no emotional foundation before, now that the wedding was completed, Tiffany was considered a legitimate wife. She actually gave me a good person card. This. Chinrue scratched his head. "In my hometown, girls usually say this to boys. It means that you are a good person, but we can only be ordinary friends or something like that." The corners of Tiffany's mouth behind the veil moved, and her tense face seemed to melt a lot. She nodded. "You are a good person." "Okay." Chinrue sighed. "I admit it." "You said," Tiffany raised her head, "even without that person's commission, you would do that in Holy Mountain of Light." Chinrue knew that that person referred to Raisin, and he nodded. "Yes, I also said that I'm not doing it for the so-called justice. I just do what I want to do." "I see." Tiffany looked into his eyes and blushed. "You don't have to apologize." Since it is an inevitable political marriage." Tiffany took a deep breath and seemed to have plucked up her courage. "If the other party is you, it is not unacceptable." This sentence was straightforward enough. Chinrue was stunned for a moment, but then he saw Tiffany's resolute gaze. She seemed to have made up her mind. From that gaze, Chinrue saw a sentence in his heart. "Anything that doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. Any pain and sorrow you suffer now will become your most solid strength in the future." This sentence was given to Tiffany. However, it seems a bit inappropriate to use this sentence on this occasion. This determination disappeared in less than a minute. Tiffany was slightly shocked. Her gaze became soft and shy. Her cheeks were as red as fire. Even if she was wearing a veil, it could be felt that Chinrue, someone else, changed. Chinrue felt the change in Tiffany's temperament. She clearly changed from the indifferent personality to the weak personality. Well, in fact, the combat power of that personality is just like that. "Needless to say, I understand." Chinrue shook her hand. "Although the order is a bit reversed, marriage first, then love. In any case, let's try to give each other a chance." And Tiffany lowered her head shyly and leaned closer. This undoubtedly narrowed the distance between the two. This narrowing was not only superficial. It seemed that this weak personality was braver than the other in some aspects. Tiffany's current strength was the peak stage of the demon overlord. Because Saintess Eudora used Eliza's talent to seize part of her strength, Tiffany's strength weakened. Before Chinrue sent her back to the Bloody Empire, he gave her the strength of 1-star strengthening. Tiffany was originally Satan's disciple. Satan's purpose was to train her to become the key to open the mysterious place. This key must reach a certain strength, so he still taught her some real skills. Now that her foundation was reshaped under the effect of 1-star strengthening, her strength quickly returned to its original level. However, most of Tiffany's energy was on state affairs, so she had relatively little time to train. Otherwise, with the powerful characteristic of 1-star strengthening and her original foundation, she was likely to have broken through to the state level. The noise on the side was getting louder and louder. There seemed to be some conflict between those people. Because there were too many people in the tavern, a lot of tables were added outside the shop. At the outermost table, 2 groups of people were arguing. Everyone knows that Her Majesty Catherine is the first beauty of the demon realm. Of course, Her Majesty Catherine is more beautiful. The person who spoke loudly was a handsome man, and there were 2 beautiful women wearing veils beside him. They should be residents of the Shadow Empire. I admit that Her Majesty Catherine is beautiful, but our Her Majesty Tiffany is also not inferior. The man who argued was obviously from the Bloody Empire. Her Majesty Tiffany not only has beauty, but also ability and wisdom. In a short period of time, she has stabilized the situation of the Bloody Empire, allowing the empire to embark on a path of rapid development that is not inferior to the other 2 empires. In the hearts of all the people of the Bloody Empire, she is the first beauty. Her Majesty Catherine is still the wisest person. Someone next to him began to support Catherine. Her Majesty Tiffany. Her Majesty Catherine. Chinrue then knew that it was a debate about which of the 2 brides was the most beautiful today. Although it was a bit boring, for the people, this was indeed a topic that they could entertain after a meal, especially today. Although the fans on both sides were arguing fiercely, they did not belittle the 2 empresses at all. Speaking of which, Catherine had been famous for a long time after all, so the fans had the upper hand. Tiffany's eyes widened when she heard others commenting that her appearance could actually be comparable to Catherine's. Chinrue was watching on the side with interest. The man from the Shadow Empire walked up to him with a wine bottle, handed over a glass of wine, and said, "Brother, Her Majesty Catherine of the Shadow Empire is the most beautiful. Don't you think so?" This man saw that Chun Rue's woman's attire looked like a person from the Shadow Empire, so he wanted to come over to get reinforcements to achieve an overwhelming victory. However, these people didn't expect that the one who looked like a woman from the Shadow Empire was actually the Bloody Empire Empress herself. Chinrue had already reacted. He took the glass of wine, drank it, and said with a smile, "Actually, the beauty of the 2 empresses has their own merits. It's always too difficult to judge who is superior. In my heart, Her Majesty Tiffany and Her Majesty Catherine are unique existences." Tiffany was pleased to hear His Royal Highness words, but the fans in the tavern didn't buy it. "TSK, two-faced. I know, this guy is from the Fallen Angel Empire." "This isn't straightforward at all," Tiffany said timidly. "Actually, I think Her Majesty Catherine is more beautiful." In Tiffany's heart, at least in the heart of this personality, she really couldn't be compared with the sister, who was full of confidence and wisdom. This guy's woman is more straightforward. As expected of the beauty of our Shadow Empire. If this guy dares to treat you badly, tell me. I'll help you teach him a lesson. That's right. Haha. Chinrue could hear that these were good-natured jokes, but he didn't care. He deliberately asked, after talking about beauties for a long time, "Does anyone think that Royal Highness Prince Consort is actually quite handsome?" As soon as this sentence came out, the noise of the fans suddenly quieted down. The strange gazes around made Chinrue feel a little creeped out. Finally, someone spoke. "Royal Highness Prince Consort's appearance. I heard that's not his true face." "Even if it's not his true face, he still looks like that. Let's talk about strength." "Yes, his strength is still worthy of the 2 Her Majesties. His ability is also not bad." Seeing Chinrue rolling his eyes, Tiffany couldn't help but smile. She left the tavern with Royal Highness Prince Consort, who only talked about strength. Tiffany changed from holding hands to holding Chinrue's arm, strolling on the street. The magic fireworks that rose from time to time in the sky illuminated the 2 approaching shadows again and again. Compared to the noise outside, Tiffany's heart was completely different. She didn't have this kind of feeling even when she was on that throne. She only had this feeling in that warm courtyard of the house. There were many men in this world, but only this person could truly touch her heart and walk into her heart. It had nothing to do with ability or appearance. This political marriage was actually, it's almost half an hour. We should go back. The man's voice made Tiffany's heart slightly tense. So fast? Chinrue saw through Tiffany's thoughts. Don't worry, we still have a lot of time in the future, and Tiffany nodded lightly. That kind of peace and tranquility in the future should always be there. At this moment, Chinrue suddenly looked up at the sky. There were two spots of light that were passing through the distant sky like lightning. They weren't particularly conspicuous in the dazzling magic fireworks in the sky, but Chinrue faintly sensed a terrifying aura from his spirit. Even with his current realm, he still felt a kind of creepy feeling. He immediately concentrated his vision and looked over. In the blink of an eye, the two spots of light had already intertwined, and one of the lights fell rapidly. Chinrue suddenly shook and disappeared from where he was, because he had already clearly seen the shape of the falling light, a giant dragon and a black dragon, Dragon Emperor Augustus. Chapter 11:15. Judging from the way Aeolus was falling, it seemed that he had completely lost the ability to control his body's balance. It seemed that the collision of the two beams of light had caused him unimaginable damage. Under Ben Hong's guidance, Aeolus had a deeper understanding of the pseudo-divinity, and his strength had improved greatly. Moreover, he had the dragon's divine artifact, the Eye of the Dragon God. An enemy who could defeat him in such a way was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Chinrue did not dare to be negligent. In an instant, he had already cast the purple polar transformation and activated the power of Gale. He appeared below Aeolus like a bolt of lightning, and a force supported the huge figure. Aeolus' condition was worse than expected. His huge body, which was equipped with the armor of faith, was covered with cracks, and the cracks were full of blood and terrible wounds. His vertical pupils were also cracked, and the strength of his body was on the verge of collapse. Chinrue was about to rescue him, but Aeolus' next words made his expression change. Don't worry about me. Duo. That's right. Duo was always by Aeolus' side. Chinrue was shocked. He instantly turned into a purple electric light and chased after the white light that had almost disappeared into the night sky. The white light was extremely fast. Under the state of the purple polar transformation, Chinrue could only barely keep up with the white light after activating the power of Gale and the breeze shadow boots, wind disassembly. He could not catch up with it for a while. Without thinking, Chinrue activated the breeze shadow boots flash skill, which increased his speed by 3 times and finally closed the distance between them. He could only see a vague figure in the white light, but there was no trace of Duo. However, Chinrue knew that Duo must be under this person's control. At this time, both sides were moving too fast and the distance was too far, so he could not use the power of time. With a loud shout, a powerful force of destruction instantly condensed in his right fist. A dark red light shot straight at the figure in the white light, and the night sky seemed to be split in half by this light. True red annihilation. The figure in the white light felt the power of this attack, but he did not turn back. He only casually waved his hand behind him, and the true red extermination light was like snowflakes near a flame, instantly dispersing. Chinrue only felt a majestic force coming at him like a sharp sword. After slicing apart the powerful attack of true red annihilation, it didn't lose any momentum and came straight at him. This energy was incomparably terrifying. Chinrue could clearly feel that as long as he was touched by it, his entire body would be completely shattered like the true red annihilation. Mirror body? Fly transformation. No, the other party's movement speed was too fast. If he slowed down even a little, the distance between them would widen. Furthermore, flash. only lasted for a minute. Under such circumstances, he could only use star diversion. Chen Rui's hands immediately glowed with a faint brilliance, and he quickly swung them. The sharp sword-like power was diverted to the left and right, but because that person's speed was too fast, he couldn't divert it back. Then several high-speed lights crisscrossed and came at him. Chenrue had the experience of fighting speed with Gabriel, so this time he was on full alert. He tried his best to activate Flash and weave through the crisscrossing lights, making them all miss. Even so, cracks appeared on the star armor that was swept by the aftershocks of the light. What a terrifying power! The person in the white light was slightly surprised that none of the attacks hit. Chenrue was already slowly approaching. The person suddenly turned back, and Chenrue felt that the entire night sky that was illuminated by the colorful fireworks suddenly darkened, leaving only 2 purple moons in the sky. No, not moons, but eyes. 2 huge eyes. These 2 eyes looked quiet and peaceful, but at this moment, Chenrue's hair stood up. He had already felt that extremely dangerous atmosphere, and this was not the first time he had seen such eyes. He finally understood who this enemy was. In the next second, Chenrue felt that, except for the white light in the distance, everything around him had stopped. This was not a change in the flow of time, but space. Space was solidified. From afar, he heard 2 words coming from the white light in the distance. Misfortune! As soon as the 2 words were spoken, the 2 eye-like moons immediately turned blood red. A strange atmosphere instantly filled the entire space. This was not an ordinary binding power, but the power of a special force that imprisoned the body and soul at the same time. Intuition told Chenrue that the force was connected to his soul with a special invisible rule, like the threads of fate. If he maintained the original state, his soul would constantly be eroded and destroyed, and a slight movement would trigger a chain reaction like a butterfly effect. The power that erupted from this reaction would be extremely terrifying. If he wanted to break through the shackles of these threads further, then even his soul would be shattered. This was the power of misfortune. He couldn't move, couldn't use mirror body, and couldn't use demonic flies. He could only use methods like star devouring to slowly offset this strange force. Chenrue had seen that person use this power to fight against Satan. Now that he experienced it personally, he knew how terrifying this power was. This was not even that person's strongest 7 chapters of calamity. That figure was already only a light spot left. Every second he delayed, the hope of catching up would be smaller. Duo was still in the hands of the other party. Chenrue couldn't bear it anymore. He made up his mind and burst out all his strength, fully exerting the power of Flash, and rushed forward. In an instant, Chenrue felt a violent shock in his soul. The entire solidified space was like an explosive that had its fuse ignited, completely annihilated and shattered. His consciousness suddenly blurred. His power was quickly draining away, and his body kept falling down, along with his shattered soul. He wanted to fly up, but it was like he was trapped in an endless quagmire, unable to gather strength. His eyelids became heavier and heavier. He knew that if this went on, the world would spin, and his vision gradually fell into darkness. He would never wake up. No. How could he fall here? Wake up! Duo, his daughter's name, rekindled Chenrue's strong fighting spirit. The quagmire suddenly emitted a strong light, and Chenrue struggled to open his eyes. Duo! There was no night sky, no white figure, only a beautiful face with concern in his eyes. Catherine, not only Catherine, but also Tiffany and Kia. As soon as Kia saw that he woke up, she quickly trotted out. It seemed that she was going to call the others. Chenrue felt a burst of tearing pain from his soul, and his body almost fell apart. It was not a dream just now, but a real reality. Where's Duo? Let's heal first. You have been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Catherine's eyes suddenly dimmed. His Majesty Augustus's injury is more serious, and he is still in a coma. Who took Duo? The one who spoke was Tiffany, who had always been silent. She was the one who saved Chenrue and Augustus. However, when she arrived, she only saw the two of them lying on the ground. The white light in the air had disappeared without a trace. Duo also had special feelings for Tiffany. When she isolated herself from the world, it was the innocent Duo who accepted her without any grudge. Although there were only a few pitiful lines in a play at the time, and she even said it wrong, it was that time that made her return to the world with hope. When leaving the dark moon, Tiffany, who had always seemed indifferent, hugged Duo and cried in front of everyone. For Tiffany, Duo was a warm sunshine in the cold world in her heart, and so was Chenrue. Sha-li. Chenrue gritted his teeth and uttered a name. Although he didn't see the person's appearance clearly, judging from that ability, it was the old acquaintance, Charlie. Charlie used the power of the evil eye to control Chenrue back then. Later, he fought fiercely with Satan for the silver box, and was eventually defeated. It's really Charlie. From the looks of it, you've been hit by the power of his moon soul. This kind of power is very strange. It's fine if your body is injured, but it will also cause your soul and consciousness to continuously collapse on their own. I didn't expect that with your current level of strength, you can actually break free from the power of the moon soul by your own willpower. In terms of strength, Charlie and Satan were almost on par. Even if he was slightly inferior, the difference was extremely limited. When Satan defeated Charlie in the Battle of the Silver Box, it had taken him a lot of scheming and effort. Therefore, when Chenrue was chasing this time, it was not surprising that he was easily defeated in a hurry. In other words, he was lucky. In this kind of head-on battle, Chenrue was indeed far from his opponent with his current strength. Catherine heard Chenrue talk about Charlie, and she knew that he was a peak pseudo-god at the same level as Satan. She frowned at once. Why did Charlie capture Duo? Chenrue shook his head. Although the name Aguile was on Charlie's list, the name Aguile was very ordinary, and no one in the outside world knew the true face of King's husband Aguile. Chenrue had already communicated with Raisin, who invited him to the library. The most important thing was that Charlie had seen Aguile being killed by Satan with his own eyes. With Satan's level of strength, destroying Aguile at that time was a piece of cake, so it shouldn't arouse suspicion. In fact, when Chenrue tried to appear in the demon realm as Aguile again, there were no disturbances. However, Chenrue did not relax his vigilance. Even during the wedding, he maintained considerable caution. But I didn't expect that Charlie didn't look for me. But he captured Duo. Could it be that he saw through my identity and deliberately captured my daughter? With Charlie's strength, he can totally kill them. There is no need to make such an unnecessary move. I think I know the reason. Ben Hong said. What is it? Bloodline. Dwyd was bloodline. Dwyd was bloodline? Ben Hong's answer surprised Chenrue and Catherine. They both remembered the special bloodline that the three Lords of Light emphasized when they were in the human world. You can't even remember this? Ben Hong's eyes were a little strange. She is your daughter. I don't have the patience to explain anything now. Chenrue looked straight into Ben Hong's eyes. Get to the point. It seems that you really don't understand. Ben Hong did not avoid Chenrue's compelling gaze, and he said the two words that shocked everyone in the room. God's descendant. Chapter 11:16. As soon as these two words came out, everyone was taken aback. God's descendant? Descendant of the gods. Chenrue recalled the strange attitude of the three kings of light at the beginning, and even repeatedly asked if Duo was his biological daughter, and he finally came to a realization. Duo is a god's descendant? Then, Catherine also understood and looked at Chenrue in disbelief. Don't look at me like that. I can be sure that I'm definitely not a god. Chenrue smiled bitterly, or as the three kings of light said, it's Dwydwa's own bloodline. Before he finished explaining, he was interrupted by Ben Hong. Even the children born directly from a god and a non-god creature may not necessarily have the real bloodline of a god. But there is no doubt that the bloodline of a god is powerful beyond imagination. Even if it is only a trace, it is enough to make people with this bloodline far superior to their peers. They are destined to be superior from the start, and their potential is unlimited. They will also get twice the result with half the effort in cultivation. People with this kind of bloodline are generally called demigod. This is not the demigod stage of cultivation, but the demigod with the bloodline of a god in the true sense. However, the god's descendant I mentioned may also be a descendant of the intergenerational inheritance, or the descendant of a demigod. The descendants of such demigods may still have a thinner bloodline of a god, and their power is relatively weaker, but compared to ordinary people, they are still powerful. Duo should be in this situation. Shinrue thought of the myths and legends on Earth, especially the Western myths, where Perseus, Hercules, and other half-human, half-god existences, and nodded. According to what you said, Duo may be a god's descendant of the intergenerational inheritance. That is to say, her parents are not necessarily gods, but definitely demigods. Wait, do you think I am demigod? Catherine asked directly with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Not long ago, she and Shinrue took Duo to the human world to seek medical treatment. She learned from the three kings of light that Duo had a special bloodline, and she also received great benefits because of this bloodline. Only now did she know that the bloodline actually had a trace of the power of a god. No wonder the effect was so amazing. The elemental king had already said that Duodwa's phoenix body had no direct connection with that bloodline, so there were only two possibilities. The first was that Duo herself had a god's descendant bloodline, and the second was that Duodwa's father. Catherine thought of the little universe similar to the kingdom of God that Shinrue possessed, and thought of the power and life power when she was the god of the world. Could it? Catherine, why are you showing that kind of look? Shinrue knew very well that he was by no means the so-called god's descendant, but a soul transmigrator. Before transmigrating, he was a genuine loser on Earth. It was impossible for him to be the descendant of any god at all. The kingdom of God, similar to the universe, was just a super-system benefit for transmigrating. Although it may be an illusion, I do have a feeling that an amazing mystery is slowly being revealed. But what I want to know more is how to get Duo back safely. Catherine sighed. Yes, now is not the time to explore these things. Shinrue clenched his fists. The focus is how to rescue Duo. I'm afraid it's difficult. Charlie should have come here by chance and found that Duodwa's bloodline is different. Although the power of Duodwa's bloodline has not been fully awakened, it can't be hidden from some talented super powerhouses. With Charlie's evil eye ability, he must have seen through the secret of Duo being a god's descendant. So he injured Augustus and captured Duo. Shinrue nodded. Then Ben Hong raised his hand and pointed a finger. According to my speculation, Charlie only has one purpose to do this, which is to devour the bloodline. The last 4 words shocked everyone, including Jia and others who entered the room later. In this case, isn't Duo in extreme danger? Because people who have the bloodline of God, even if there is only a trace of it, will have a much higher chance for the top powerhouse on the road to God. Charlie will never miss such an opportunity. No, I have to go to the Bloody Empire immediately and rescue Duo. Shinrue struggled to get up from the bed, but he felt that the bones that supported his whole body seemed to be broken. He couldn't stand still. If Catherine hadn't held him quickly, he would have fallen to the ground. Bloody Empire? Tiffany was shocked. Charlie is there. The 4th floor of the library is Charlie's kingdom, Shinrue said while gritting his teeth. The crown of thorns had already appeared on his head, and he cast the divine healing spell on himself. The power of Charlie's moon soul was not trivial. Although he got rid of the disintegrating power of the soul, his body and soul were both severely injured. Even with the extraordinary effect of the divine healing spell, he couldn't recover in a short time. So, in this case, the power of the key that I received last time was Charlie's doing. Tiffany finally remembered that she was instructed by Satan to go to the 4th floor of the library to accept the power of a giant eye and turn the body of light and darkness into the key to open the mysterious place. At that time, it was thanks to Chinrue's help. Otherwise, she would have completely lost her consciousness and become the real key. Satan didn't explain too much about the origin of the giant eye, and he just gave her an order. Only now did she know that the giant eye was Charlie himself. That should be his subkingdom. Ben Hong's voice sounded. I once said that the pseudo-god kingdoms are integrated into the pseudo-divinity, but the pseudo-divinity is not nearly endless like the real divinity. Its capacity is relatively limited, and it can't accommodate too much faith and life. The stronger the strength, the more powerful the pseudo-divinity. Under normal circumstances, the pseudo-gods will transfer the excess believers to a fixed place. When the power of the pseudo-divinity increases, they will integrate it. In other words, after the believers disappear or are annihilated, the subkingdom can be replenished at any time. The subkingdom is equivalent to the foundation of the pseudo-gods. Of course, this phenomenon does not exist in a real holy kingdom. It is a cosmic galaxy with infinite potential and cyclic life. Devout believers and faith power were very precious to the pseudo-gods. The subkingdom was like a base. As long as the power of the pseudo-divinity allowed or reached the corresponding level, or the believers needed to be replaced, it could allow the 2nd echelon and 3rd echelon of the base to continue to integrate and further enhance their strength. Satan's mountain sacred, Gabriel's black prison desert, Charlie's library, including the 3 angels' holy mountain of light. Only Ben Hong was an exception. In order to take away the silver box, she completely abandoned her body and subkingdom, leaving only her soul to cultivate and comprehend in the silver box. That's right. I will definitely find Charlie in the library and rescue Duo. Chinrue gritted his teeth and stood up again with Catherine's strength. I'm not sure if you can save that little girl if you go like this. The only thing I can be sure of is that you will definitely die. Ben Hong sneered, and his words were not polite. I advise you to think clearly before you go to die. Even if I die, I will save Duo. Chinrue roared furiously. When he thought that Duo might be devoured by Charlie at any time, he couldn't help but be anxious. Every minute he delayed, Duo would be in more danger. Although he knew that Ben Hong was right, as a father, the anger and anxiety that could burn any rationality when his most beloved child was taken away was simply uncontrollable. I don't know when you became so bold but not astute. Where's your wisdom? Where's your calmness? Ben Hong said coldly, if it's a head-on battle, everyone here together won't be Charlie's opponent. She's right. It was Catherine who spoke. After learning about her daughter's situation, Her Majesty the Empress nails had already pierced deep into her flesh, but her face still maintained a cold firmness. You can't go like this. You absolutely can't. Catherine's firmness finally made Chinrue sober up a little. He tried his best to stabilize his emotions. Ben Hong, I want to hear your suggestion first. Ben Hong continued to say, the bloodline of God is not trivial. It can't be absorbed by ordinary means. Even Charlie can't absorb it so quickly. Before that, Duo is safe. So, we still have some time, at least half a month. How are you sure there's still half a month? Tiffany asked. In this situation, the indifferent Tiffany returned to her calm empress. Because Ben Hong revealed an evil smile. When I found out that she has the bloodline of God, my first reaction was no different from Charlie's. After all, this kind of bloodline is simply an unparalleled rare treasure in this era. Tiffany didn't expect Ben Hong to have such an answer. Devour Duo. Everyone's gaze towards Ben Hong suddenly became unfriendly. Don't be nervous. If I really want to devour, there might be a better candidate. Ben Hong glanced at Chinrue, then immediately changed the topic. It's not easy to obtain the bloodline transfer by devouring. It requires a special ritual, power, and secret skill. With my talent and secret skill, it will take at least 20 days to devour the bloodline at my peak. Although Charlie has the unique power of the evil eye, his secret skill in this aspect is inferior to mine, even if he has the power of the sub-kingdom. Giving him another half a month is already overestimating him. However, in order to avoid any accidents, you only have this half a month to recover and prepare. Then we have at least half a month. Catherine had regained her composure. She didn't care about some of Ben Hong's remarks, but instead grasped the key point. Just now, Ben Hong said that our power is inferior to the opponent. Outsmarting him should be the most suitable method. But we also have to be prepared to face him head-on. Qinrui, you can't be impatient. You have to heal your injuries first. That's right. Ben Hong's voice was still cold. Charlie's power is comparable to Satan's. I haven't recovered my power yet, so the only one who can fight him head-on is you. If you don't want to die impulsively, but really want to save your daughter, you must face the terrifying enemy in your peak state. Your biggest test is no longer 3 years later or 10 years later, but half a month later. Understood. Qinrui took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Ben Hong glanced at him and walked straight out of the room. Jia and the others also walked out, leaving only Catherine and Qinrui in the room. Catherine! Qinrui hugged Catherine tightly. Our daughter will come back safely. I swear on my life. Catherine's long-suppressed tears finally gushed out, and she let him hug her trembling body tightly. You must all be safe. Chapter 11:17. Bloody Empire. In the Mechanic Association building, there were various construction tools and structures. Half a month ago, the Mechanic Association announced that the facilities and magic circles of the building would be refurbished. At present, the association was temporarily relocated to a mansion in the east of the city, and the most important library was temporarily closed. This was a secret order issued by Empress Tiffany, but only the president, Master Turia, and Master Mavina knew that the time was actually when Her Majesty Empress got married in Winterfrost City. In fact, this was exactly the problem faced by the Mechanic Association itself. Master Turia submitted a maintenance and renovation report last month. At that time, Tiffany's reply was that construction would start in the second half of the year. Unexpectedly, it was approved at this time, although the content and time of the secret order were somewhat inconceivable. Turia still faithfully executed the order. Due to the involvement of magic circles, an isolation area was established near the building to ensure safety. Originally, the Mechanic Association was located on the edge of the city due to its particularity. There were no ordinary residential houses around. After the isolation, it suddenly became very deserted. Only the sound of digging and construction could be heard. These were naturally just superficial cover-ups. Just like the two empires were still celebrating the marriage on the surface, no one could imagine what was happening behind the scenes. Sir Augustus, one last word. Qinrui stared at the library in the distance. You should know what kind of enemy we will face this time. Actually, you. Duo was lost in my hands. I failed to protect her. Augustus said resolutely, Don't talk nonsense. Qinrui was silent for a moment, then he nodded. He could see that perhaps it was some blankness left by Oliphius and Lala Arya, or perhaps it was Duoduo's super lethality. Augustus really had a father-daughter relationship with Duo. This kind of seniority was a bit messy, but it was indeed so. After Dragon Emperor woke up, he had been in the torment of self-blame. On that day, he also desperately protected Duo, but he was still no match for Charlie's terrifying power. If it weren't for the protection of the eyes of the dragon god, he would have been smashed into pieces. However, the eye of the dragon god was also severely damaged because of this. Until now, it could no longer be used. In other words, Ao Gulas almost had no chance to come to the Bloody Empire this time. Even so, Augulus, who had just recovered from his injuries, insisted on coming. Qinrui didn't try to persuade him any further. He went straight to the library, and Augustus followed him silently. This time, there were only 2 people in the building. The library was temporarily sealed, and the books on the first 3 floors had basically been moved. The 2 of them did not stop and went straight to the 4th floor. The first thing he saw was a heavy door that sealed the entrance. The door was painted with simple and unadorned patterns, and there was no keyhole. This was not the first time that Chenrue had come to this mysterious library. He gathered the power of his demigod kingdom and drew out the ancient runes to open the door. With a rumbling sound, the door slowly opened, and in the middle of the floor was a circle of light that gave off a blue light. Chenrue inlaid the prepared materials into the corresponding positions, and a light door appeared. The opening that took a lot of effort before could be easily solved now. However, this time, what Chenrue was going to face was not a kingdom or a clone, but the real Charlie, the most powerful Charlie. In the light door, this was the real entrance to the 4th floor of the library, which was also the subkingdom of Charlie. Ordinary people needed to wear a special cloak and glasses to enter this place so that they could read the knowledge and power of the 4th floor's world. Moreover, there was a strict time limit. Once the time limit was exceeded, they would turn into ashes. This was one of the wonders of the Charlie Kingdom. Equipment such as glasses was likely to be used to select believers, and turning into ashes did not necessarily mean real death. Instead, one would become a believer or part of the energy of this kingdom. Chenrue and Augulus did not wear the cloak and glasses. With the power that they possessed now, they could already look directly at the true origin of this kingdom. The sky was filled with constantly changing ancient runes, forming a complete and coherent epic. After experiencing battles with opponents, including the peak of False God, Chenrue's knowledge and power were no longer the same as before. In the deep analytical eyes, these ancient runes were like a maze full of dangerous traps. If he wore glasses and cloak, he could automatically avoid these traps, but he would never be able to touch the essence of this maze. This maze was actually not a real kingdom, but a peripheral protection. In other words, the so-called world on the 4th floor of the library was just the periphery of the real subkingdom of Charlie. If he wanted to enter the real core, it was far from enough to avoid danger, but he had to break through this maze. Sir Augustus! Chenrue drew a mysterious light mark in his hand and said, "I can't use too much power for the time being. Please instill pseudo-god power into the ancient runes I engraved to break the maze composed of these ancient runes." Understood. Augustus knew that the strength of this son-in-law was now far superior to him, and he was the key to rescuing Duo this time. Besides, even he, the Dragon Emperor, only knew a little about these ancient runes. Therefore, he immediately followed Augustus' instructions and quickly instilled power into those light marks. The light marks turned into symbols and merged into the runes all over the sky. One rune began to shine with a different light, followed by the second, the third. It spread quickly. These glowing symbols were connected into a string of sentences, which were incompatible with the surrounding runes world, as if they were a game of their own. Soon, the runes world began to become chaotic, and the scene changed again. Without wearing the special glasses, it turned into a world of various sizes. The space of these worlds became extremely chaotic, as if it could explode at any time. Only the runes that formed a game of their own turned into 10 golden stairs. Chenrue nodded to Augustus, and the 2 of them stepped on the stairs together. With every step they took, the stairs behind them began to disappear, and the stairs in front of them began to extend, spreading step by step into the void. About 10 minutes later, the 2 of them felt that their vision had changed, and they had entered a special place. This was a relatively independent space, somewhat similar to the nature of the Rainbow Valley, but the area was much larger. There were 2 moons in the sky, mountains, soil, rivers, and there was even smoke coming from afar. Presumably, there were humans here. The whole thing was a real kingdom, or rather a kingdom. They could feel a strong breath of life, as if every blade of grass and tree had pure life energy and faith. Not only this, but Chenrue and Augustus also felt a special force in this kingdom at the same time. It seemed to reject outsiders without faith, and their strength was suppressed to a certain extent. This was the power of the kingdom. Chenrue had also felt it when he was at the main altar of despair, but the repression there was far greater than this subkingdom. Chenrue and Augustus moved, and they had moved to the place where the smoke was. This was a small town. There were many people in the town, and they were shuttling back and forth. There was a huge sculpture in the small square in the center, which was a giant eye. The residents of the town were wearing various eye-shaped ornaments. They were obviously the most devout believers. Chenrue's cosmic kingdom with the super system was very sensitive to believers and faith power. He immediately discovered something strange. The faith power emitted by those residents was very strong individually, which was equivalent to the level of fanatics. However, there was a special dullness in the eyes of these people, which was a bit like the puppets controlled by the god-eating mask. Chenrue frowned. These believers seemed to be in a state of blurred consciousness, which meant that they had lost their sense of self and independent personality. According to Ben Hong, life and faith were the two most important elements of a kingdom. At the same time, they were also a kind of wind vane for growth and development. The two were directly related to the nature and power of the kingdom. Generally speaking, powerhouses would choose the balance of the two according to their own situation, or develop equally or focus on one alone. Those who could enter the fake God kingdom or subkingdom were the most devout believers. Generally speaking, apart from faith, they were no different from ordinary people. Those who lost their faith or were not devout would be expelled from the kingdom. However, there were also some fake gods who did not hesitate to forcibly deprive the believers of their consciousness in order to strengthen the kingdom's power, turning them into a walking corpse. This way, they could maintain absolute loyalty and faith. The faith power would be more pure and powerful, but the spirituality of life would be reduced a lot. This situation in the kingdom should be deliberately chosen by Charlie. His moon, soul constitution was already strong enough. It was likely that he wanted to focus on the direction of faith and use it to understand a higher realm. The spatial fluctuations in front suddenly changed, and several figures appeared in front of the two. Who are you people? How dare you trespass into this great moon kingdom? Chenrue could see that these people had reached the kingdom level. The leader was a middle-stage demigod, and it seemed that he was the guardian of this sub-kingdom. With such strength, Chenrue naturally did not take them seriously. "We have specially come to pay a visit to Lord Charlie," Chenrue said. "How dare you address Lord Charlie as Lord?" The demigod leader flew into a rage. "Let me, Liz, take your life and offer it as a sacrifice to the highest ruler of the Moon Kingdom." Ao Gules snorted coldly, and the demigod immediately felt a terrifying aura coming towards him. The power he had gathered was shattered by this simple sound, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Under this terrifying pressure, he was unable to exert even the slightest bit of strength. Although he had just recovered from his injuries, the eye of the dragon god was severely damaged, and there was a special pressure here. Augules's strength was still at the fake god level. It was far from what this kind of person could shake. The others were also unable to move under Augules's draconic might. At this moment, the light in the sky suddenly dimmed, and the two moons turned into two huge eyes. As soon as these eyes appeared, the people who were shocked by the draconic might immediately felt the pressure lessen, and they recovered. When the residents below saw these eyes, they all knelt on the ground, including Liz and the others. Their faces showed expressions of devotion and fanaticism. The two giant eyes did not pay any attention to the believers. Instead, they focused on Augulus. Augulus suddenly felt a terrible pressure. He felt like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake. He could become food in the next second. Cold, sweat broke out on his forehead. Evil Eye. Charlie had finally appeared. Chapter 1118. You must be Lord Charlie. We've met before. A calm voice rang out. Giant pupils' gaze slowly shifted to the person behind Ao Gulas. It was the peak-level demigod expert. He looked like a follower of the dragons, but the calmness in his eyes far surpassed that of the demigod expert Ao Gulas. It was as if he was the real leader. This person, I've met him before? Although Charlie's gaze made him feel an astonishing amount of pressure, Chenrue was no longer a novice. After facing the peak powerhouses such as Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Satan, and the Abyss Master, Charlie's pressure could no longer make him feel fear or waver. Most importantly, he had come here today to win and not lose. Chenrue smiled faintly. My name is Aguile. The giant eye flickered slightly, and its gaze became sharper. This is a very common name. Even now, there are thousands of people with this name in the Devil Realm, let alone in history. Chenrue said calmly. Lord Charlie, you seem very surprised? It's just the same name as someone I remember. Charlie finally spoke. His voice seemed to penetrate the soul and reverberated in the space. It doesn't matter if it's the same person or not. They're both insignificant ants. Chenrue did not seem to hear the disdain in Charlie's tone. He looked straight into Charlie's evil eye. I want to emphasize that this is a father's name. Half a month ago, you took my daughter from the hands of this dragons. She is your daughter? Charlie's pupils shrank, and then he smiled contemptuously. Ridiculous. I don't think it's ridiculous at all. I'm here today to bring my daughter back. Foolish and ignorant ant. Since you know my name, how dare you speak so shamelessly? Turn into ashes under the power of the soul of the moon. The giant eye emitted a powerful aura. A silver ray shot out from the giant eye on the left and rushed towards Chenrue like lightning. The space along the way seemed to be cut open. The attributes of this attack were similar to true red annihilation, but its power was far above true red annihilation. The purple starlight instantly shone, and the silver light suddenly slowed down. The entire kingdom froze, and in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. A huge, bottomless hole appeared on the ground, obviously caused by the giant eye's attack. However, the figure that shone with purple starlight appeared in another direction. So it's you. We've met before. Charlie snorted coldly. He had already recognized Chenrue as the false divinity who tried to snatch the little girl from him that day at the dragon race. Chenrue's strength was above that of the dragon race. He seemed to be a mid-tier false divinity. He possessed speed abilities, but his overall strength was still far from Charlie's. The difference in strength between this Aguile and the servant who was killed by Satan was like heaven and earth. They were definitely two different people. In fact, it was impossible. Who was Satan? How could the attack miss? Furthermore, he had witnessed the servant's death with his own eyes. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly after being hit by my power of the moon soul. Charlie narrowed his huge eyes. Not only do you have the power of speed, but you also have the power of time? What's your relationship with Seagorid Mountain? Not everyone who possesses time power is directly related to Satan. Chenrue shook his head. It seems that you're no stranger to peak experts like me and Satan. Otherwise, you wouldn't have found this kingdom directly. That little black dragon has an incomplete eye of the dragon god. He should be from the Dragon Island or the current Dragon Emperor, and your strength is far above him. In this era, people with strength like yours are rare. I'm just a little curious that I've never heard of your name. A name is just a code. Chenrue was not surprised to see that Charlie easily saw through Aguilas's identity. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The giant eye sneered. Since you're a discerning person, don't deceive yourself. I already know the secret of that little girl. I can understand your feelings when the prey that you could enjoy was taken away. But this is a world where the strong are respected. I'm stronger than you, so I'm the master of the bloodline of God. Charlie judged others by himself. He thought that Chinrue also coveted Duodwa's bloodline, so he adopted this little girl and lied that she was his daughter. Chinrue did not explain, because this topic was meaningless. Even if he could prove that he was Duodwa's father, Charlie would not let her go. Where is she now? In my real kingdom, of course. One of the giant eyes in the sky turned into a mirror. In the mirror, a little girl curled up in a light blue sphere with her eyes closed. It was Duo. Duodwa's body faintly glowed red, and something strange could be seen on her back. It seemed to be the prototype of some kind of wings. She seems to have gone through some special baptism. With the protection of my kingdom's power, her bloodline will be perfectly awakened. That moment will be the moment I reap my harvest. Chinrue stared at Duo in the sphere. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. However, he knew that this was just a mirror image of Duo. Her real body was in Charlie's pseudo-divinity core kingdom, so he quickly calmed down. Since you have the courage to enter my kingdom, you should have the corresponding awareness. Now, there are only two paths in front of you. Become my believers, or be annihilated. With your strength, I will give you the highest authority and trust. Especially you, I recognize your strength. Even if I devour the demigods and reach a higher level in the future, you can still become my right-hand man, and under my guidance, you will be able to improve further. Otherwise, you will be faced with the worst and final choice of your life, death or submission. Chinrue calmly shook his head. I believe His Excellency Charlie has made such choices countless times in his cultivation. Don't you think it's a little too cliché? Moreover, you should be able to tell that we've already disregarded life and death since we've come here. We naturally don't care about threats to our lives. We're all smart people, so there's no need to say anything. Let's talk about the third choice and exchange. Huh? Charlie's cold laughter turned into loud mockery. Do you think there's anything in this world more important to me than the divine bloodline? Her divine bloodline is actually very thin. Even if your devouring succeeds, it would only have a limited effect. Of course, for champions who are already at the pinnacle, every small step forward is extremely difficult. If you can achieve a certain level of breakthrough or even smoothen your path in the future, it would be an extremely rare opportunity. However, such devouring also carries certain risks and chances of failure. If you fail, not only would all your previous efforts be wasted, there would also be a backlash that hinders your power. Even His Excellency, Charlie, can't have 100% chance of success. This was all knowledge he had learned from Ben Hong. As a former champion of the same level as him, Chinrue spoke tirelessly. Charlie's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Not bad. Your knowledge seems to be more commendable than your strength. However, I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. What can you bring out that can actually be compared to the divine bloodline? This thing definitely has such a value. In fact, it's even more valuable, Chinrue said calmly. First of all, please allow me to be rude and show you a little spatial trick. A door of light appeared in front of him. He walked into it and disappeared. Only Augustus was left on the scene. A strange glint flashed past Charlie's huge eyes. This spatial door actually appeared despite the power of his kingdom. Moreover, it seemed to be unaffected by any interference. Even if he secretly used his power, he couldn't track the location of Aguile. When his kingdom's power came into contact with the door of light, it could only pass through it as if the door of light was just a transparent illusion. However, Charlie could clearly feel that Aguile had indeed entered the door of light and disappeared. In that case, this door would reject any power other than its master, even if it was an existence stronger than its master. It should be some kind of special talent, and it was also what the other party was relying on. However, it was indeed a troublesome talent. Aguile's figure soon walked out of the door of light again, holding a square package in his hand. This is it. Are you sure you can use this to exchange for that little girl? I'm very sure. because this thing is something that not only His Excellency Charlie, but even Satan covets. Chenrue slowly opened the package. Humph, it's just... Before Charlie could finish, his pupils suddenly shrank because he saw the thing in the package. A box. A silver box. Could it be a seventh of something is also a half? It sounds a bit contradictory, but for His Excellency Charlie, there's no need for me to explain any further. Chenrue slowly opened the silver box a crack, and the entire space was instantly filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. This aura instantly disappeared because Chenrue had closed the box. Before Charlie could react, Chenrue immediately disappeared into the door of light. When he reappeared, the silver box was no longer with him. I wonder if this thing is enough to exchange for my daughter. You actually have this thing. Charlie's voice became excited. He never expected that the other party would actually use the Book of Destruction as a bargaining chip. In the past, he had racked his brains to fight against Satan, Ben-Hong, and the others for the Book of Destruction. The first time, Ben-Hong did not hesitate to sacrifice his body and escape with the silver box. The second time, because of a miscalculation, Satan took advantage of him and snatched the silver box that was almost in his hands. Charlie viewed these two defeats as the greatest setbacks in his life. But this time, someone actually delivered the silver box to his doorstep. Satan had already obtained 2 silver boxes, and there was no way Satan would use the silver box to exchange for a descendant of God. This silver box must be the one that Ben-Hong had snatched, and it had passed through many hands and ended up in this person's hands. This was the last part of the Book of Destruction. As long as he obtained it, he would have the power to fight against Satan. Not only would he have the powerful power of destruction, but if possible, he could also cooperate with Satan and use the complete Book of Destruction to steal the faith of gods for his own use, and thus covet a higher realm. There were no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. Charlie knew very well that this sentence was effective on Satan as well. Your Excellency, Charlie, can we give up on some pointless choices and have a proper discussion? Chenrue's voice quickly brought Charlie back to his senses. That's right, in terms of value, compared to the bloodline of a descendant of God, which was likely to backfire if he failed, the Book of Destruction was a more stable and long-term item. The 2 moons gradually merged into a human figure with curly blonde hair and blurry facial features. He was dressed in a long robe. It was Charlie's true form. Of course, Charlie smiled. This was a rare opportunity. It was very likely that he would use this opportunity to truly step onto the highest path and become a new god after the gods fell silent. The Book of Destruction was not the only thing that could pave this path for him, but also the bloodline of a descendant of God. Chapter 1119. Race. Fallen Angel Overall Strength Assessment. SSSS plus Physique. SSSS plus Strength. SSSS plus Spirit. SSSS plus Speed. SSSS plus Analysis. Lunar Soul Constitution. Power of Misfortune. Evil Eye Imprisonment. Sealing Contract Danger Level. Extremely Dangerous Sealing Contract? Chenrue frowned inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged as he bowed. Nice to meet you, Your Excellency Charlie. My apologies, but my strength is far inferior to Your Excellency's. In order to ensure the safety of the transaction, I had to resort to some tricks. Humph. Charlie's gaze swept past Augustus and landed on Chenrue. Although this person's strength was lacking, his methods were strange. It would not be easy to deal with him in a single strike. If things went wrong, he might even get a chance to escape. The most troublesome thing was the spatial gate that rejected outsiders. The Book of Annihilation had been hidden in the spatial gate by this person. If anything went wrong, it would be a huge loss. Thus, before obtaining the Book of Annihilation, he could not alert the enemy. In that case, Your Excellency Charlie, please release my daughter first, and I will give you the Book of Annihilation. Chenrue was no fool. He understood Charlie's intentions, but for the sake of Duo, he had to take this risk. Otherwise, I will banish the Book of Annihilation to a special space forever. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to obtain it. Right now, I am in Your Excellency's Moon Kingdom. I may not have the confidence to escape, but I am confident that I can get rid of myself before I am captured. Your eyes tell me that you are serious, Charlie said indifferently. To be honest, I hate dealing with lunatics like you the most. I can take this as a compliment. In that case, please release my daughter. Your daughter. Charlie was clearly disdainful of this title. This person was just trying to obtain the bloodline of a god like him. Due to his lack of strength, the Book of Annihilation was far less beneficial to this person than the bloodline of a god. This fellow's courage and methods were indeed extraordinary. It was very likely that he had some tricks up his sleeves. However, this was Charlie's Moon Kingdom. Even if it was a fair trade, a mere mid-stage or early-stage false god would not be able to play any tricks. All right, I can give you that little girl. With a thought, a blue orb of light instantly appeared beside Shalei. Within it was the sleeping duo. It was exactly the same as what he had seen in the mirror. Now, give me the Book of Destruction. This voice had the power to shock the soul, but Chenrue was unmoved. He shook his head and said, "Release her first, and then give her to me. I will give you the Book of Annihilation." "I have no interest in playing games with you," Charlie sneered. Chenrue and Augula's simultaneously felt a terrible pressure in the space, which could turn the two of them into ashes at any time. "Hand over the Book of Annihilation, or the deal will be over. You will also pay with your lives." If there were no previous detection of analytical eyes, Chenrue would definitely propose to sign a contract to use the super system contract to restrict Charlie. Even if Charlie was stronger than him, he might not be able to violate the contract. However, in Charlie's attribute analysis, there was the power of sealing the contract. This power was likely to have an immeasurable impact on the contract. The power of a peak false god should not be underestimated. The power of the link was not omnipotent. He had learned a lesson from what happened to Ben Hong that day. Now that it was related to Duodwa's life, he could not take the risk easily. Seeing that they were in a deadlock, Chenrue stepped forward and said, "Sir Charlie, release my daughter first. I will then take out the Book of Annihilation from the space. When she returns to me, I will hand over the Book of Annihilation." Charlie thought for a moment and said, "How about this? The dragons will come to the middle of us. I will give the little girl to the dragons. Then you will take out the Book of Annihilation from the space. When the dragons return to you, you will give the Book of Annihilation to me. Don't try to play any tricks or escape with the Book of Annihilation in advance. Even if you have some kind of spatial talent, I may not be able to kill you instantly. However, I am absolutely sure that the dragons and the little girl will be annihilated." Chenrue thought quickly and exchanged a look with Augustus. They had reached a tacit understanding. Augustus had already communicated with him before entering the library. It was also at that time that he found out that the silver box of the Book of Annihilation was in Chenrue's hands. He was surprised for a while. However, these were not the main point now. The most important thing was to rescue Duo. The Tower of Glory that the Dragon Emperor gave to Chenrue was the key to escape. Chenrue thought quickly and nodded. "Okay, but you have to remove the spatial power that imprisoned her first. I want to confirm her authenticity and safety before the exchange." Charlie did not say anything else. He glanced at Duodwa's light ball. The blue light ball gradually dimmed. After the spatial confinement disappeared, Duodwa's attributes were immediately displayed in analytical eyes. Race. Comprehensive strength assessment. S++ physique. S++ strength. S+ spirit. S+ speed. S+ attribute. Fire attribute, Phoenix body. Nirvana force. Seal of divine favor. The race ? Was there before. It should be a mixed blood relationship between humans and demons. However, the seal of divine favor attribute was new. Could this be the bloodline of God's descendants? Chinrue felt that the term was a little familiar. He suddenly remembered that he had seen this attribute on another person, Satan. Satan is actually a god's descendant. Chinrue finally understood why Satan felt disdain for Chinrue, comparing him to Michael. Your biggest mistake is to compare Michael with me. As a god's descendant, Satan had a sense of superiority that far exceeded Michael. Perhaps it was not just a sense of superiority. The Darkness Temple's plan was probably because he had realized the power of the god's bloodline to a certain extent, and he wanted to use the huge faith to further improve or break through. Whether it was intentional or not, Satan's plan finally stopped because of him. 10 years later, this matter would be completely settled. These changes in thinking were completed in an instant. Chinrue glanced at Augilez. Augilez understood and flew to the middle of both parties. Duo slowly floated toward Augilez and was caught by the Dragon Emperor. The little girl's heartbeat and breathing were normal. She was just unconscious, and there were 2 small embryonic wings on her back. She's fine. She just received the power of my kingdom, and her bloodline is about to completely awaken. She will naturally wake up when the time comes, Charlie's voice sounded. Augilez was worried and carefully sensed for a while, but he didn't find any abnormalities. He nodded to Chinrue, but he didn't dare to act rashly because Charlie's spirit power had firmly locked on him. As long as he made any strange movements, he would definitely not be able to escape. A stargate appeared in front of Chinrue. His figure flashed, disappearing and reappearing with a silver box in his hand. Charlie's eyes were fixed on the box. Although he could see that it was the same silver box from before, he needed to confirm it one last time. Open it. Chinrue opened it slightly, and Charlie immediately felt the strong power of destruction leaking out. Yes, it was the Book of Destruction. His eyes immediately lit up. I'll count to 1, 2, 3. The instant the dragons teleport, throw the box over. If the silver box is still in your control after the dragons teleport, I'll immediately attack. The little girl and the dragons will be annihilated together. Augilez and Chinrue quickly exchanged glances and nodded. At this moment, all of Chinrue's responding forces were ready to be launched. Even if Charlie attacked directly when Augilez teleported, he could use the time power and protective power to resist for a while. All he needed was an instant to put Augilez and Duo into the Tower of Glory, and then use the Stargate to leave. 1, 2. Charlie's eyes shone brightly. 3. In the next second, light flashed and alternated rapidly. Then the entire Moon Kingdom shook violently, mixed with Charlie's smug laughter. The trembling of the space gradually calmed down. Charlie held the silver box in his hand, while Augilez hovered in the air beside Chinrue with Duo in his arms. Duoduo's eyes had opened, and her pupils had turned dull blue. Most of Augilez and Duoduo's bodies had turned into blue crystals. The crystals were spreading rapidly, and soon both of them had turned into crystals. Chinrue was panting heavily, and a large part of his star armor had cracked. He glared angrily at Charlie from behind his visor. In the blink of an eye, there were several twists and changes. After Augilez teleported, his body immediately solidified into crystals. These crystals contained powerful energy, and Chinrue's Tower of Glory could not contain them at all. Charlie seized the opportunity at this moment to attack Chinrue and snatch the silver box that had left his hand. Charlie laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. How many years has it been? I finally got it. Idiot. How dare you bargain with me? Charlie. Chinrue tried a few times but failed to put away the solidified Augilez and Duo. With a roar, the destructive light of the red annihilation rushed toward Charlie. Charlie glanced at the red light, and the red light immediately stopped as if it was bound by something. Then it instantly dissipated. If you're also a mid-stage false god, this attack might be a threat. But in the false god realm, the difference in strength between a peak and a mid-stage false god is even greater than that of an ordinary realm. Not to mention, this is my kingdom. Charlie opened the silver box. It seems that you've helped me by offering this book of destruction. I'll give you one last chance. Charlie's words came to an abrupt halt. He felt his power being sucked away by something, and the source of this something was the silver box that he had just opened. The book of destruction? No, it was the special power hidden in the source of destruction. Charlie was no stranger to this strange feeling. He could not help but exclaim, "Deprivation!" Chapter 11:20. It was actually deprivation. Charlie felt as if someone had punched him in the chest, and his smug smile froze on his face. From what he could remember, there was only one person who possessed this special power. Coincidentally, this person was the original owner of the silver box, Ben Hong. It must be her. Then this Agua was Ben Hong's subordinate, and that little girl was originally Ben Hong's prey, and he had accidentally snatched her away. He had fallen into a trap. That vicious and crazy woman. Many of the truths that he thought were revealed in Charlie's mind, and the shock in his heart intensified. The feeling of his power being stripped only lasted for a moment, but this moment seemed to have become a long one. The power of time. At this moment, Charlie suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. This guy was clearly only a mid-stage false god, but he was actually able to make him feel such a strong sense of danger. He saw the figure flickering with purple starlight suddenly split into three, forming a triangle and surrounding him. A powerful and unique aura rapidly rose. This aura seemed to contain an incomparably pure power of destruction, but it also seemed to be a completely opposite power. Before he could think carefully, the figure simultaneously shot out a purplish-red ray of light. The rays of light crisscrossed together, forming a triangular independent space that completely sealed him within. What kind of technique was this? The power of this attack had far exceeded the level of a mid-stage false god. Charlie could feel his body and soul being completely frozen by the space, and he could not help but be horrified. In the blink of an eye, the triangular space had completely shattered. The center of the space immediately became a complete vacuum, and everything, including Charlie, was annihilated without a trace. The silver box automatically flew to Chinrue's side, and a blurry figure flew out of the opened box. The blurry figure quickly became clear, and it was Ben Hong. To be more precise, it was Ben Hong who had fused with Manless's body. Ben Hong had used a secret technique to temporarily transform her body into a spiritual form and hide in the silver box. She had originally been hiding in the silver box for countless years, and she was well versed in concealment techniques. She was also extremely familiar with the Book of Destruction, so even Charlie did not notice her. Ben Hong and Charlie were old rivals. Knowing that Charlie would definitely turn against him or play tricks, he had long since used a secret technique to hide in the silver box and launch an unexpected attack at the critical moment. Taking a step back, if Charlie did not play any tricks, Chinrue could also use the star sealing platform to recall Ben Hong at any time. Ben Hong had now completed the one-star strengthening and successfully sealed his star, but he had yet to fully comprehend the two-star strengthening. Just as Ben Hong expected, Charlie had never thought of exchanging from the start. Instead, he had planned to take both Duo and the book. In the end, when Charlie was the most pleased with himself, he was suddenly hit. The timing of Ben Hong's attack was quite perfect. With her current early-stage kingdom strength, she actually succeeded in one hit. However, this wasn't enough to finish off Charlie. The one who truly launched the fatal attack was Chinrue. Due to the difference in strength, whether it was Ben Hong's deprivation or the power of time, they could not last long. The opportunity was fleeting, and a big move like Stars of the Heaven's Mirror took too long to prepare. Therefore, Chinrue used his strongest killer move, Nirvana Dimension, which was second only to Stars of the Heaven's Mirror. This move was extremely powerful. Even the Lord of Despair, Dirlaflo, had almost suffered from it. If not for the protection of the bone armor and the main altar, he would have been fatally injured. Now Chan Rui's power was pure. Under this blow in the Nirvana dimension space, his body was torn apart along with the shattering of the space, turning into powder. However, Chin Rui knew how powerful Ben Hong was. Although this attack caught him off guard and caused him to suffer, it could not truly kill him. Right now, he had to figure out how to save Duo first. Ben Hong, quick, look at Augustus and Duo. What happened to them? Duo and Augustus had both turned into crystals. Chin Rui tried to approach them, but he was bounced back by a strong force. He could not store them in the Tower of Glory or the storage warehouse. Lunar mirror. It's this thing. Ben Hong frowned. The lunar mirror is Charlie's divine artifact. It has fused with the kingdom and is very difficult to deal with. The most troublesome thing is that Augustus is also imprisoned by the power of the lunar mirror. Once the lunar mirror completely devours his pseudo-divinity, Duodwa's bloodline awakening will be accelerated, and Charlie's chances of absorbing her will be greatly increased. After the awakening, her life force and bloodline power will be transferred to Charlie through a kind of lunar mark. Chin Rui was shocked. He did not expect Augustus to be involved. He quickly asked, "How do we stop the lunar mirror? Will a direct attack be effective?" The lunar mirror should be fully activated now. This state is irreversible. Even if Charlie attacks himself, he will not be able to destroy this divine artifact in a short time. Unless you kill me. Charlie's cold voice came from all directions. Countless voices overlapped with each other. It was extremely strange. Countless human silhouettes appeared from the shattered body and quickly merged into one. Chin Rui was shocked. Be it the aura or the body's appearance, Charlie, who had taken the Nirvana dimension attack head-on, was actually unscathed, as expected of the body of a lunar soul. Ben Hong's face was full of solemnity. If it was someone else, they would not be able to take that attack unscathed, even if they were a peak pseudo-divinity. So it's this old friend of yours. I haven't seen you since the battle back then. I didn't think we would meet again in such a way, Ben Hong. Charlie sized up Ben Hong and shook his head. You've found a good subordinate. Unfortunately, your own strength has regressed too much. Back then, when you abandoned your physical body to escape, you must have suffered some kind of accident. To think that you've fallen to such an extent, it's really disappointing. The bloodline of a god should be the key to your recovery, right? Unfortunately, it's mine now. Charlie had clearly misunderstood the relationship between Chen Rui and Ben Hong, as well as the relationship between Duo and Ben Hong. Ben Hong didn't explain. He only looked at Charlie coldly. As you said, the lunar mirror has already been activated. You have no chance. With the help of that early-stage pseudo-divinity dragons, her bloodline will completely awaken and be transmitted to me through this lunar mark. Only by killing me can I undo all of this. After saying that, Charlie pointed at a special mark on his forehead and revealed a playful smile. The question is, can you do it? Chin Rui suddenly shouted. His eyes were burning with a bright light. Let's go! This shout was obviously directed at Ben. At the same time, stars appeared around Chen Rui. The wings on the back of the star armor suddenly spread out, spreading into the stars and merging into one. Streaks of blue stardust appeared in the void at high speed, drawing countless irregular arcs of death in the air. The landscape quickly became blurry. Even the ground of the Moon Kingdom was under this terrifying pressure. Extreme star storm. In the purple storm of death, cracks appeared in the space. However, the figure in the center of the storm remained unmoved. A voice rang out in the storm. Even the violent storm could not drown out this voice. In the name of misfortune. Slow. The high-speed storm actually slowed down. The whistling air currents became heavier and heavier. In a short moment, it was actually reduced to nothing. Chin Rui was shocked. This was the first time he had seen someone dispel the power of the extreme starstorm so easily. Before he could even react, he felt a terrifying force penetrate his soul. With a muffled groan, blood flowed from his eyes, mouth, and nose. He had already suffered serious injuries. The power of disaster. Not only did it erode the power of the extreme starstorm, but it also heavily injured Chanrue. Due to the slow effect, it only erupted now. Compared to the previous attack, this storm seems flashy and impractical. Charlie shook his head. I don't even need to use my lunar soul form. If you had the strength of a peak false god, you might have been able to make me feel apprehensive. But your current strength is not even worth mentioning. Charlie's gaze fell on the door of light that had appeared behind Shinrue. It was a golden door of light, different from the light blue one from before. Ben Hong was flying toward it, holding the silver box containing the Book of Destruction in his hand. However, because of Charlie's calamity-slow power, Ben Ku's figure that was supposed to rush into the light door slowed down. This was Charlie's kingdom. Everything was under his control, so he immediately felt the strangeness of the golden door of light. The difference between the golden door of light and the light blue door of light, Stargate, was not just in color. The light blue door of space with faint starlight rejected everything except Aguile. Even Charlie was no exception. Obviously, this no exception also included Aguile's master, Ben Hong. Therefore, Ben Hong could not enter the light blue door of light. This golden door of light was a relatively ordinary spatial door of another attribute. The power of the Moon Kingdom could seep into it. Although he could feel the powerful spatial power, this also meant that Charlie could enter it like Ben Hong. Kill his old enemy, Ben Hong. Take back the Book of Destruction. Devour the bloodline of gods. Charlie's pupils burned with a dark silver light. Objects that looked like planets appeared around him, just like the two moons in the sky. The planets slowly opened. It turned out that they were countless huge eyes. Chinrue felt a terrifying pressure emanating from those eyes. Before the power of disaster completely dissipated, his body was intimidated by this pressure and could not move for a moment. This was the powerful power of Charlie's evil eye combined with imprisonment. His most important target was not Chinrue, but Ben Hong. Her voluptuous body was shrouded in a heavy black aura, and a relatively slow voice sounded. The real poison is the human heart. Charlie felt his heart tighten, as though it was being gripped by something. The planets that were giant eyes began to decay and fall. This type of corrosion was different from the 7 chapters of Calamity's corrosive power. Instead, it was a terrifying toxic power, the power of Ben Hong's poison. The corrosion quickly disappeared, and the giant eyes returned to their original state. Ben Hong turned into black smoke and flew toward the door of light. Just as she was about to enter the golden door, a cold light flashed in Charlie's eyes. A cold glint flashed past Charlie's eyes. Even though Ben Hong's poison was extremely terrifying, she was still too weak at the moment. If it was the Ben Hong from before, even with her moon soul body, she would have to expend a lot of energy to resist this attack. But now, she only needed to use the power of her kingdom slightly to easily neutralize the poison. All of the giant eyes released a terrifying sealing power at the same time, wrapping around Ben Hong. Charlie had absolute confidence that he would be able to seal Ben Hong before she entered the door of light. However, at that moment, the power of the giant eye slowed down. The flow of time changed once again, and everything slowed down, except for Ben Hong. In the blink of an eye, Ben Hong had already entered the golden door of light with the silver box. The imprisonment power missed by a hair's breadth. At the same time, the door of light began to rapidly dissipate. Damn it! Charlie roared angrily. Damn the power of time! That damned Aguile! The power of the Moon Kingdom erupted at full force, and the aftermath of the power of time was instantly shattered. Charlie had already rushed toward the rapidly shrinking golden door of light like a bolt of lightning. However, he did not see the strange smile on Ben Hong's face when she entered the door of light. Chapter 11:21. Don't even think about it. Chinrue tried his best to endure the heavy injuries and pounced at Charlie with all his might, wanting to stop him from entering the golden door of light. Just as Chinrue soared into the air, Charlie suddenly turned his head. The giant eye in the kingdom transformed into a silver half-moon wave that whistled over in a crisscrossing manner. Chinrue's body was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Charlie caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eyes and sneered inwardly as he flew straight into the golden door of light. What entered his eyes was a huge, open space. It should be an independent space similar to the Moon Kingdom. Ben Hong was floating in front of him, not running away. Instead, he quietly looked at Charlie, holding the silver box in his hand. Humph. Scared stiff? Charlie sneered. Actually, with your current strength, it's useless even if you escape. That subordinate of yours does have some ability, but unfortunately he was completely destroyed by me. This battle is already over. You don't have any chance of getting lucky. Is that so? Ben Hong's lips curled into a meaningful smile. You're mistaken. The battle has just begun. You even lost the courage to admit defeat. Charlie shook his head in disdain as his kingdom power surged toward Ben Hong. You still want to fight me to the death? I'm not an arrogant idiot like Uriel. I won't give you a chance. Furthermore, I won't give you any conditions of submission because a crazy woman like you won't lower her head to anyone except for that person. Then, for the sake of an old opponent, I'll give you a quick death now. You still like to think you're smart, Charlie. Ben Hong didn't avoid the shackling force that pounced on him, and his smile became a bit more mocking. Let's not talk about strength first. In terms of brains, you're much worse than Satan. Charlie's eyes were filled with killing intent, but he became vigilant in his heart as he quickly sized up his surroundings. This was an independent space, but there was no convenient environment for escape or concealment. Ben Hong escaping here was tantamount to suicide. She had always been cunning. So how could she leave such a way out for herself? Charlie felt an ominous premonition in his heart. There was definitely a problem with this space. Thinking of this, Charlie made a prompt decision. The powerful strength of a peak false god was instantly raised to the limit, and the terrifying aura caused the space to tremble violently. A third eye appeared in the moon mark on Charlie's forehead, and his body burned with silver flames. He roared and unleashed the full power of his evil eye. Under this unparalleled pressure, the entire space cracked like broken glass. As the trembling intensified, the cracks spread more and more. Finally, with a bang, the entire golden space actually shattered. A single strike had shattered the entire independent space. This was the terrifying power of a peak false god. Ben Hong was not a direct target, and the power of imprisonment from before was equivalent to a kind of protection. Even so, it still caused her to suffer heavy injuries, and her face was pale. After shattering the space, Charlie was about to kill Ben Hong and snatch the silver box when he saw Ben Hong laughing loudly. Charlie frowned, but his erupting power did not stop at all. Just as he was about to reach Ben Hong, Charlie's expression suddenly changed because his strength was rapidly declining. The decline of his strength could not be suppressed, as if it was affected by some supreme law. Even a peak false god like him could not resist it. Charlie was extremely shocked. Why is this happening? Is it because of the shattered space? Even if the golden space is shattered, it should be in my moon country. No, this is not the moon country. Charlie looked at the surroundings in horror. What is this place? And that is Aguile's shattered body. No, it is not the remains of a corpse, but flies. The flies fused together again, turning into a complete human figure. It was the figure full of purple starlight. However, the purple starlight immediately disappeared, and the armor gradually disappeared into that person's body. Like Charlie, his strength suddenly decreased and soon fell below the false god level. Ben Hong. Charlie clenched his fists. What did you do? Don't you understand? It's just a change of battlefield. The Earth chapter. The Beelzebub family. Charlie glanced at Chen Rui, who was beside Ben Hong. Although there was no mask on his face, Charlie still recognized the fly transformation just now. Chen Rui's current injuries were not light, not only because he was hit by Charlie's power of disaster, but also because Charlie shattered the space just now. That space was condensed by the Tower of Glory. The Tower of Glory had the ability of country fusion, which could fuse countries to form a special life space. It could carry a large number of life forms and freely transfer them. In this state, Chen Rui and the Tower of Glory were one. Due to the shattering of the space, not only was this divine artifact heavily damaged, but Chen Rui himself was also heavily injured. However, at this moment, apart from the blood on his face, there was also a trace of a smile. This was because the strategy had succeeded. This was the most crucial point in turning the situation around. The truth will be much more interesting than you think. Ben Hong took a deep breath, and the power in his body began to circulate rapidly. Faint black gas lingered around him, quickly eroding the restraining power that had been greatly reduced. However, you won't have the chance to discover many more truths, because this will be your burial ground. Shameless boasting. Charlie snorted in disdain. Do you think you can fool me with this kind of trap? An intermediate false god and an early false god. I only need to move my finger. Unfortunately, Chen Rui said, there are no false gods now, only demigods. Demigods. Charlie coldly snorted and secretly observed his surroundings. Suddenly, he thought of something and was shocked. Could this space be impossible? You finally realized? Your reaction is really slow. Ben Hong waved his hand indifferently, dispelling the last trace of restraining power. How is this possible? Charlie's face was full of disbelief. How can this be that forbidden land? How can you have such an ability? The floating land. It rejected all powers of false god and above. What Charlie found inconceivable was that even he had to spend a lot of effort to open this place during a special period when the barrier was at its weakest. Moreover, he could only reach the outermost perimeter, the land of confusion. Just now, in less than a minute, Ben Hong had brought him to the core of the floating land, which was close to the floating land. Even if he and Satan worked together, they would not be able to do it. When did Ben Hong have such an ability? It's not me, it's him. Ben Hong looked at Chen Rui. Previously, Sir deliberately stopped you in order to play hard to get, to lure you into the Tower of Glory, and then used a special ability to bring you here. In fact, this plan is not very clever. It's just that you're too stupid. This was actually a scheme within a scheme. He used the silver box to lure Charlie into the Tower of Glory, and then Chen Rui used the fusion of kingdoms to instantly enter the Star Gate, bringing Charlie to the calculated final battlefield. In fact, the change of timing just now could be said to be hair-raising. Charlie's reaction was very fast, and when he realized that something was wrong, he immediately shattered the fusion of kingdoms. If Chen Rui had not entered the floating land one step ahead, all his previous efforts would have been wasted. Now, although he had paid a high price, he had finally brought Charlie to the floating land. It's him? Charlie was shocked, but then he was shocked by another matter. You called him. Sir, you're actually willing to submit to such a weak scoundrel? Are you curious? The moment before your life is annihilated, Ben Hong's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Charlie. I may tell you the answer. Charlie was already prepared, and his third eye flashed. In the name of misfortune, I curse you. Weakness, sluggishness, fear, blindness, numbness, disease, rot. The first move was the most powerful 7 writings of calamity. 1 hit, 1 kill. It was indeed the power of calamity, but it was not without the imagined power. The power it emitted could only be regarded as the power of the laws. The power of calamity enveloped Ben Hong. Weakness, sluggishness, fear, all kinds of negative statuses were attached to Ben Hong at the same time. Ben Hong said 2 words unhurriedly, "Strip." Space twisted and warped, and all of the power of disaster instantly receded like a tide. This time, it wasn't forcibly dispelled by the Moon Nation. Instead, it was completely stripped of all of the power of disaster. Because in this place, there was no absolute difference in strength, and both sides were equivalent to returning to the same starting line. Against a demigod, Charlie naturally could not easily suppress Ben Hong. Immediately after, Charlie felt that Ben Hong's punch was like some kind of sharp weapon rushing toward him. He hurriedly reached out to parry, and the 2 attacks were evenly matched. The feeling of a sharp weapon instantly appeared under his ribs. Charlie didn't have the time to be surprised. He once again sealed off Ben Wei's attack. At the same time, he bounced back and narrowly avoided a kick that could end all descendants. Feeling danger behind him again, Charlie turned around abruptly and caught the all-like punch. Bam, bam, bam. Amid the high-speed collision, both sides were locked in a stalemate. Faced with Ben Hong's fierce offensive, Charlie was secretly shocked. How did this woman's close combat ability become so powerful? It was as if she was born with terrifying combat instincts. He remembered that this was her weakness back then. Ben Hong's body flashed with light, and Charlie felt that his speed and strength had suddenly increased. The all-like attack instantly turned into countless rays of light, and for a moment he could not see its trajectory clearly. This was the unique enhancement talent of the lamp spirits. Charlie had a special calamity talent. If he was given a negative status, it was equivalent to giving him a boost. As an old opponent who was familiar with him, Ben Hong naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. Shing! A streak of blood appeared on Charlie's cheek. Followed by another streak, 2 streaks, Ben Hong's attacks became more and more violent. With a boom, Charlie's body was pushed back dozens of meters. By the time he stabilized himself, there were already many bloody wounds on his face and body. There were also a few shocking bloody holes. It was unknown what kind of attack Ben Hong had used to cause such wounds. Charlie's eyes were fixed on Ben Hong. I admit that I miscalculated. To think that I would be lured to such a place by you. However, this is only the Netherland, not the Chaos Realm. Although the spatial powers are extremely powerful, it doesn't mean that I can't leave. As long as I find the spatial node of the incandescent path and sacrifice a part of my origin power, I can open the incandescent path in an instant, return to the land of confusion, and then return to the demonic realm from the land of confusion. It was only then that Shan Rui knew that Charlie actually had the ability to return directly from here to the land of confusion on the upper level, and then return from the land of confusion to the entrance, which was the ancient magic tower of the Shadow Empire. Of course, the price to pay was also quite high. In fact, this was normal. If not for the fact that the entire mysterious place restricted the power of pseudo-gods and was extremely risky, Charlie or Satan would have already gotten the silver box in the Chaos Realm. Ben Hong said indifferently, "That's true, but not only does that require a large amount of origin power, it also requires a considerable amount of time. Are you sure we will give you this opportunity?" Haha, the dead won't cause any hindrance. Charlie let out a sinister laugh. The wounds on his body instantly healed automatically, as if he had never been injured. So what if this is the Netherland? So what if you only have the strength of a peak demigod? Your biggest mistake was to underestimate my strength. Both of you are injured, and my moon soul constitution is undying and invincible. It's best at protracted battles. The final victor will only be me. Chapter 11:22. That's not all. Charlie's voice was filled with absolute confidence. Have you forgotten about the moon mirror? Even though I'm here, it hasn't stopped working. It's like a clone of my kingdom. Even if I'm in this place, it can still transmit the bloodline power it devours to me. Chinrue was shocked. The space of the floating spirit land could not stop the moon mirror's transmission. Charlie laughed and pointed to the sky. Suddenly, the image of the Moon Kingdom appeared in the void above. In the middle of it was the solidified blue crystal statue of Duo and Aguilas. The outer edge had solidified into a sphere. As long as the moon mirror turns completely red, the dragon's pseudo-divinity will be completely devoured. The little girl's bloodline will be completely awakened, and her strength will directly reach the super level. It'll be the birth of a genius. It's a pity that she only shines for a short moment, because the moon mirror will absorb all of her bloodline power and life force. I, who has obtained this power, will greatly increase my strength. You guys won't be a match for me. Besides, as long as I leave this place and return to the demon realm, I'll completely comprehend the true secrets of the bloodline. Even Satan will be trampled under my feet. Ben Hong was about to make a move when Chinrue's deep voice came from behind. Don't interfere. Ben Hong noticed something was wrong with the voice. She turned around and saw Chinrue's eyes. Even though Ben Hong had a strong will, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. She had fought with Chinrue several times, but this was the first time she had seen such a look in his eyes. It was filled with anger, killing intent, and even madness. It was only a brief glance. In the blink of an eye, Chinrue's figure disappeared. At the same time, Charlie was alarmed. He saw Chinrue appear in front of him. His speed was far faster than he had expected. Before Charlie could react, he felt a pain in his chest. He had been punched. Even though the punch did not penetrate Charlie's body, a corresponding part of his back was protruding. It was obvious how powerful the punch was. Charlie's body was sent flying backward. Before he could stabilize his center of gravity, Chinrue caught up to him, and a powerful knee strike sent him flying into the air. Chinrue's figure flashed in the air, cupped his fists, and swung down again. Bang! Charlie's figure shot down like a shooting star, just as he was about to land on a small floating island. Chinrue's figure flashed again. 7 huge balls of light suddenly appeared beside Charlie and exploded in an instant. The entire island was instantly torn apart, and the air was filled with smoke and dust caused by the explosion. This commotion was quite large, but this was the gathering point for the royal family and friends to cultivate in the floating spirit land. The nearby wandering souls had already been wiped out, so there was no outside interference. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure slowly floated out. Serial. His body was riddled with horrific wounds. His shoulders, chest, and legs were all severely damaged. If he was still a pinnacle semi-divinity realm cultivator, the 7-star explosion earlier might not have even left a scratch on him. But now, the attack had dealt a heavy blow to Charlie. The blood on Charlie's body flowed back, and the wounds rapidly healed. His damaged body grew back, and like a replaying television scene, he was as good as new in the blink of an eye. This kind of regeneration was not a simple recovery. Charlie's aura did not weaken or weaken because of this. This was the body of a moon soul. Even so, Charlie no longer underestimated his opponent. Although his strength was suppressed to the level of a demigod, he still had the combat experience and means of a peak pseudo-god. Only Ben Hong could be considered a formidable opponent. He did not expect this Igual to be so difficult to deal with, especially with his terrifying speed. They were both peak demigods, but his speed was close to the level of a pseudo-god. Even Charlie felt ashamed of his own inferiority. The aura in the surroundings instantly became extremely violent. Immediately afterward, countless crimson wriggling beasts roared and charged toward Charlie. Before they even got close, his body could already feel the destructive power tearing at him. In the next second, his entire body was engulfed by the sea of fire dragons. The crimson light of destruction wrapped around his target for a long time before finally extinguishing. Charlie's body had already turned into nothingness, and only some broken pieces could be vaguely seen. "It's useless." The broken pieces let out a sound at the same time. Very soon, they gathered together and returned to Charlie's body. For an undying and indestructible body of a moon soul, no matter how powerful an attack is, it can't really hurt me, nor can it exhaust my true power. We can be considered old rivals. I admit that your body of a moon soul is indeed extraordinary. Back then, I suffered a few losses because of it. Ben Hong sneered. However, there is nothing absolute in this world. I wasn't sure in the past, but after entering your subkingdom today, I can finally confirm that this so-called undying and indestructible should have some kind of connection with your subkingdom. The energy consumed by the body of a moon soul will be reflected to the subkingdom through some special connection, and it will be replenished by the subkingdom. For a pseudo-god level country, it is indeed almost endless, but as long as your subkingdom is destroyed, you can only consume a limited amount of godhead power. When that time comes, it will also be the time of your death. Charlie's heart trembled. He knew that Ben Hong's vision and judgment were excellent, but he didn't expect him to see through the secret of his body of a moon soul. He immediately pointed at the image in the sky without showing any weakness. "So what? The moon mirror has already been activated. That bloodline of a god will soon be completely converted into my power. I can definitely afford to waste time, and what you lack is time." At this moment, the moon kingdom displayed in the void suddenly changed. In the kingdom, a mountain range in the distance suddenly shattered. Immediately after, light flashed, and everything around the mountain range was destroyed. The source of the light was a dark cloud. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge fortress floating in the sky. Its outer shell faintly flickered with silver light, causing people to feel shocked and oppressed at the same time. "What is that?" Charlie was shocked, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. How did this thing enter the moon kingdom? The huge fortress moved unhurriedly, continuously shooting out hundreds of rays of light. Everywhere it passed, mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The entire kingdom was trembling. The star! This was another one of Chun Rui's killer moves. Before bringing Charlie to the UFO land, Chun Rui had issued an order to the star that was hiding outside the library. The star was originally just a backup plan, just in case. However, after learning about Duodwa's situation, Chun Rui understood that he and Charlie were already at each other's throats. So he didn't hesitate to issue an attack order to the star. This Level 5 Alchemy Civilization's city battleship finally revealed its fangs for the first time. It directly broke into the 4th floor of the library with unstoppable power, destroyed all the defensive enchantments along the way, and attacked the Moon Kingdom at the core of the space. In a sense, the star was actually equivalent to Chun Rui's subkingdom. This battle was like a collision between subkingdoms. Despite the protection and isolation of the magic circle, the people of the Bloody Empire did not notice the arrival of the star, but the powerful attack still caused an astonishing tremor in this area. Fortunately, Tiffany had already ordered the residents to evacuate and explained in advance that some similar situations might occur. The people only thought that it was a normal phenomenon caused by the Mechanic Alliance's magic circle transformation. The arrival of the star alarmed all the guardians of the Moon Kingdom, and they gathered and rushed over. While the star burst out with powerful firepower to destroy the Moon Kingdom, countless alchemy creatures descended and faced the incoming guardians. Charlie watched in astonishment as the creatures fought against the guardians of the Moon Kingdom. There were giant beasts with bodies that looked like crystals, masked women who floated in the air, metal and mechanical fighters, giants who unleashed lightning and storms. It was the first time Charlie had seen such strange beings. The number of alchemy creatures was astonishing. Not only was their individual combat power quite amazing, but they also formed a well-trained battle formation which doubled their lethality. Soon, the guardians of the Moon Kingdom were completely suppressed. It was not only the ordinary combat power that was suppressed, but the high-end combat power was also the same. In addition to the strange super creatures, the enemies also included several powerful dragons and some men and women with extraordinary strength, plus an onion that specialized in picking up pushovers. What caught Charlie's attention the most were two women. One had purple hair and was extremely beautiful. She wore a pair of glasses, a crown on her head, and battle armor that shone with starlight. She held a magic staff in her hand. The other black-haired woman also wore similar armor, and her face was covered with a veil. Just these two women alone were able to resist the 10 strongest demigod guardians of the Moon Kingdom, including 3 peak demigods. It was 2 against 10, and they still had the upper hand. Among the 10, 2 were already heavily injured. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. The star once again spewed out a beam of light with an astonishing diameter. This light did not cause any explosion, but a huge black hole appeared. Everything near the black hole was devoured, including mountains, rivers, land. One of the 3 main cannons of the star, thump! Damn it! Charlie could clearly feel the power from the subkingdom suddenly decrease, and the spatial structure of the kingdom was severely damaged. If this continued, it would not be able to support the output of the body of a moon soul. Charlie suddenly realized that there were countless faintly discernible black lines in the surrounding space. There was smoke rising from them, and they sealed off the entire area from afar. The black lines gave him a premonition of danger. If he looked at them for a long time, he would even feel a piercing pain in his eyes. Ben Hong's poison! Ben Hong's eerie laughter came from the black gas. Don't worry, I won't interfere. I'm just preventing you from escaping. I'll escape? What a joke. Charlie was furious. Anyway, with the moon mirror here, even if you destroy the entire Moon Kingdom, you won't be able to stop the bloodline awakening and devouring. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw countless sharp, blade-like auras sweeping down. Qinrui had already activated the power of the aura blade. This time, Charlie did not use the body of a moon soul to take it head-on. The evil eye between his brows emitted a strange light, and the space where his body was immediately distorted like water ripples. The water ripples were slashed into countless pieces by the sharp auras, but they rippled and returned to their original state. Instead, it was Qinrui who suffered some kind of backlash, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Thoughtless water moon formation. Ben Hong's voice sounded. That's right. Even if I can't use the most powerful 7 calamity chapters, I still have the water moon formation. In the ripples, Charlie's voice caused layers of ripples. This is the profound meaning of both offense and defense. Even if I stand here without moving, you won't be able to break it. Now that the moon mirror has begun to absorb the power of the pseudo-divine of that dragon's, I want you to watch how I devour the bloodline of God bit by bit. Chapter 11:23. Ben Hong shouted, "Be careful, my lord! This is one of Charlie's greatest mysteries. This formation has a special law. Not only does it render attacks ineffective, but every attack will also be contaminated by the power of disaster, causing a strong backlash to one's mind and soul." In truth, Charlie's offensive power was not particularly outstanding among the peak false gods, but his defensive power was one of the best. Even if he were to kill himself, he would only be able to slowly erode the thoughtless water moon formation with the power of poison. It would be extremely time-consuming to break it. In his current state, he could not use the power of the thoughtless water moon formation. If he used the power of laws alone, it would take even more time, and he would not be able to save Augulez and Duo in time. Qinrui unleashed another energy-destroying slash, and the separated water returned to Charlie's body. It was completely useless. Qinrui's body trembled again, and the wounds from before burst open again. Clearly, it was caused by the backlash of the power of disaster. "Stubborn idiot," Charlie said proudly, "no matter how sharp your blade is, you can't cut the moon in the water. You'll only hurt yourself." Before he finished speaking, a black hole appeared beside Charlie. This black hole had a powerful devouring power, somewhat similar to one of the three main canons of star brilliance, Chi. It was Chun Rue's star-devouring skill. Faced with the power of the black hole that could devour everything, the thoughtless water-moon formation was calm and unaffected. You still don't understand? The thoughtless water-moon formation has the power of no thoughts and no thoughts. There's nothing but yourself. No matter what kind of attack you use, you won't be able to cause any real damage. Charlie's words were actually a psychological tactic. As a peak demigod, whether it was Chun Rue or Ben Hong's attack power, they both made him secretly wary, especially when the subkingdom was on the verge of destruction. The body of a lunar soul could no longer be consumed without damage like before, so he used this thoughtless water-moon formation. The main function of the thoughtless water-moon formation was defense. Charlie put on a defensive stance in order to stall for time. Firstly, he could use the lunar mirror to devour the god's bloodline. Secondly, he wanted to trigger his opponent's impatience and then find a chance to counterattack. As long as he killed one of his opponents, the rest would be much easier. His words were indeed effective. Chun Rue impatiently launched a fierce attack. Not only did he fail to break through the power of the thoughtless water-moon formation, but his injuries worsened under the backlash of the power of disaster. The smile on Charlie's face grew wider. Suddenly, Charlie's smile froze on his face. His expression was one of disbelief. He saw a strange reflection in the water. A huge eye emitted an evil light, like the reflection of the moon in the water. Evil Eye was one of Charlie's most powerful talents. It was also the core of the thoughtless water-moon formation. Charlie was flabbergasted. The reason for his shock was that this evil eye wasn't his, but Aguile's. How could Aguile have the power of the evil eye? Could it be that this guy wasn't he killed by Satan? And he saw it with his own eyes. Influenced by the evil eye's reflection, the ripples on Charlie's body gradually solidified. Charlie didn't have time to think. He hurriedly used all his strength to kill the interference, but it was too late. A green bolt of lightning had already pounced on him and plunged into the solidified, thoughtless water-moon formation. Crack! Kacha! A crack appeared on the reflected moon. The crack quickly spread to the entire space of the water ripples. The entire water-moon array was completely shattered. Charlie's body was also shattered. This time, he was truly torn into pieces. Damn it! One of his greatest mysteries, the thoughtless water-moon formation, had been broken just like that. Charlie's body returned to its original state, but it was no longer the power of the water-moon. Instead, it was the power of the lunar soul body. This time, he couldn't absorb the power of the subkingdom. He could only use up his pseudo-divinity. Every bit he used was a fraction less. If he could no longer support the rebirth of the lunar soul body, he would truly die. So it's you aunt. Charlie said through gritted teeth when he saw the strange glint in Shinrue's eyes. This Agual was actually his servant from back then. He had indeed faked his death. He had even tricked two peak pseudo-gods. The power of the evil eye he had bestowed upon Aguile had somehow been completely absorbed by him. Even though they were both peak demigods, Aguile had used the evil eye to defeat the evil eye and break the thoughtless water-moon formation. His previous attacks, which he had risked suffering the backlash, were more of a test. If it weren't for this damned UFO land, he wouldn't have suffered such a setback. Looks like it's a reunion of old friends, Ben Hong's voice sounded. Charlie, you seem very excited. But this is the first time I've seen the thoughtless water-moon formation destroyed like this. Charlie knew very well that Ben Hong's words were also a psychological attack, but he was indeed furious. Die. And Charlie's third eye shone brightly, and his body burned with dark blue flames. A suit of armor appeared, and a scimitar appeared in his hand. He charged at Shinrue. Now that the subkingdom was on the verge of collapse, and the thoughtless water-moon formation had been broken, The body of Moonsoul could no longer be used up endlessly. He could no longer passively defend and had to take the initiative to attack. Although his strength was suppressed to the demigod level, Charlie was confident that his combat experience and skills were stronger than his opponent. More importantly, his pseudo-divinity was at the peak pseudo-divinity level, and the life force and power of faith he possessed far exceeded his opponent's mid-stage pseudo-divinity level. Whether it was a battle of strength or a battle of attrition, he had the absolute advantage. Moreover, Aguile was currently heavily injured. He had to deal with Aguile as soon as possible before Ben Hong intervened. Otherwise, his chances of winning would be much smaller in a 1 versus 2 situation. Qinrui couldn't use his star armor here, but he wasn't afraid at all. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. Moon Country. Paglio retracted the poison energy emitted from his body, returned to his human form, and landed on the ground. On the ground, countless guardians were lying in disorder. They were all unconscious. Only a peak stage guardian with a special poison resistance talent barely supported his body and rushed toward Paglio. The poison dragon just waved his hand, and the guardian fell to the ground. Humph. If it weren't for that guy's special instruction to minimize killing, I would have killed all of you long ago. As Paglio was speaking, a dull explosion suddenly came from the distant sky. The terrifying shock wave spread, and it actually flipped the poison dragon over. He flew back for dozens of meters before stabilizing. It must be that crazy woman. She made such a big commotion. As soon as Paglio looked up, he saw that the 10 demigods who had surrounded Rolla and Catherine had all disappeared. Not even their bones were left. The poison dragon couldn't help but shiver. What a terrifying woman! There was a muffled sound in his ears. It was actually Crobolus. The poison dragon hurriedly rushed over. In front of Crobolus was a blue translucent crystal ball. Inside was the figure of Aguilas holding Duo in his arms. She seemed to be imprisoned in it. Crobolus' face was a little pale. She seemed to be injured. Paglio punched without thinking. This punch contained a strong poison power. Never mind this kind of crystal. Even if it was the strongest metal, Paglio was confident that he could break it and rescue Duo and Aguilas. As soon as this punch was launched, Paglio felt a strong rebound. His body was knocked out fiercely and fell to the ground. Green blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn! Paglio wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It turned out that this crystal ball was like a mirror. It reflected his attack completely, including the poison power. The crystal ball itself was intact. Duo! Catherine, who had just dealt with the demigod guardian with Rolla, immediately turned into a flame and rushed straight toward the crystal ball. Wait, Catherine! Paglio hurriedly shouted, but it was already too late. The flames that Catherine transformed into were all rebounded in the same way. Under the huge impact, she flew backward. On the side, Lalalia was gasping and standing up. Her face was full of blood, and her eyes were staring at the crystal ball tightly. Obviously, the crystal ball had suffered a violent rebound because of her frequent attacks. Lalalia! Oliphius, who had dealt with her opponent, flew over. What happened to Dad and Duo? Don't go over. That crystal ball can bounce back all attacks. Lalalia gasped. Catherine shouted, and her body was burning with black flames. Her star power was raised to the peak, and she rushed over again, but it was still useless. Since the strength of this blow was far stronger than the previous blow, the rebound force was stronger. Catherine spurted blood wildly, and cracks appeared on the star armor on her body. She was severely injured. When Rolla, who was in the air, saw this scene, her figure flashed and appeared beside Catherine. Rolla, don't do it, Catherine barely said, and she choked out another mouthful of blood. The attack power that Rolla was brewing was immediately transformed into healing power. With a wave of her hand, a gentle water wave covered the whole place. Catherine, Paglio, and Krobulus' injuries were healed to a certain extent. Only Lalalia had the body of a black dragon, so she couldn't receive healing magic. This thing is starting to turn red. Oliphius pointed at the moon mirror and exclaimed, I feel like something bad is about to happen. Lalalia supported her body and walked toward the crystal ball shakily. Lalalia! Old man. Lala's body was burning with dazzling light. Her figure had changed from a flat lowly to a hot elder sister. You haven't written your will to hand over your property to us. Don't think about dying just like that. Before she could unleash her full strength, Lalalia suddenly trembled. She was attacked from behind by some force and fell to the ground. Oliphius quickly stepped forward to support Lalalia, who had turned back into a flat loliola. What are you doing? It turned out that it was the fairy dragon who attacked Lalalia. Don't mess around, Lalalia. Even if you burn your life, it's just a waste of effort. The fairy dragon frowned. This thing is called the moon mirror. It's an artifact. Moon mirror? Some consciousness of the elemental goddess's crown just told me. Rala pointed to the crown on her head. This artifact is integrated with the owner's kingdom. It can reflect various forms of attacks to a certain extent. Its owner is Charlie. Since our strength is too different from Charlie, we can't break the moon mirror even if we risk our lives. Dad, Oliphius trembled, and her eyes suddenly turned red. The black dragon chick was usually carefree, and she even reported false accounts to cheat her father from time to time. In fact, she cherished her family very much. Now that the life and death of the Dragon Emperor's father was unknown, she was naturally very nervous. Is there no other way? Catherine looked at her daughter, who was frozen in it, and clenched her fists. If we can't break the defense of the moon mirror, then there is only one way: kill the owner of the artifact. Rala sighed. All we can do now is wait. Chapter 11:24. The UFO land. Light flickered, and the nearby space trembled continuously. If it weren't for the protection of Ben Hong's toxic power, the commotion would have been at least 10 times stronger. In the middle, 2 figures were fighting fiercely. The more Charlie fought, the more shocked he became. This was because the power of the kingdom displayed by Igual was almost endless. Until now, it hadn't weakened in the slightest, and it wasn't inferior to the power contained in his pseudo-divinity. While he was distracted, Igual had already closed in. Ignoring Charlie's scimitar slashing at his shoulder, he directly punched at Charlie's heart. Here it comes again. This lunatic. Charlie secretly clenched his teeth. Igual's attacks were extremely crazy, and what was more terrifying was that he only attacked without defending. That kind of momentum actually suppressed him. That black armor also seemed to have a special defense ability. His scimitar could only leave a knife mark on it, and he couldn't break it for a while. Moreover, those knife marks would automatically recover as time passed. However, no matter how strong the armor was, there were still places it couldn't cover. Moreover, the armor's defense against power was lower than that of a sharp weapon. As long as the power was enough, even if the armor couldn't be destroyed, it could still cause heavy damage or even annihilate the body wrapped inside. Igual also understood this, and he also suffered a lot of damage under Charlie's attack. However, there was no change at all, and he continued to attack without a care for his life. Don't be too arrogant. Charlie was continuously suppressed. As a peak pseudo-divinity expert, he couldn't help but get angry. He simply didn't dodge or give way and started a purely offensive battle. Originally, he didn't want to fight in this way. Even though he had the lunar soul constitution, the subkingdom could no longer transmit power. Even if he could continuously regenerate, the consumption of the pseudo-divinity was quite huge. His enemy wasn't just this Igual, but also Ben Hong, who had been eyeing him covetously from the side. However, now that things had come to this, he could only sacrifice the power of the pseudo-divinity to kill the lunatic Igual first, and then deal with Ben Hong. With the regenerative characteristics of the lunar soul constitution, the final winner of this kind of battle would definitely be him. Therefore, the two gave up on defense at the same time and began to attack with all their might. Bang! Chinrue was punched in the chest by Charlie, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, there was no pain on his face, only boundless rage. Almost at the same time, the violent fist force also struck Charlie's face, leaving a dent in it. Both of them trembled at the same time. The fist mark on Charlie's face quickly returned to its original state. Another slash landed on Chinrue's ribs. The same spot under his ribs had been slashed countless times and was severely damaged. This slash finally cut through the defense and deeply embedded into Chinrue's ribs. Worst of all, the power of disaster on the saber quickly spread into his body. An explosive sound immediately came from the armor, and blood spurted out from the gaps in the armor. Clearly, it had caused serious damage. In the next second, the same explosive sound came from Charlie's body. It was the annoying rebound talent that Aguile possessed. This had appeared in the previous battles. Sometimes attacking Aguile would also cause a certain amount of damage to him. Although this kind of talent was difficult to deal with, the body of a lunar soul that could quickly regenerate was its nemesis. He only needed a few more fatal attacks to completely kill this madman. Before Charlie could finish his thoughts, he suddenly felt a pain in his shoulder. A long sword had appeared out of nowhere and pierced through his shoulder. Charlie did not think much of it and pulled out his scimitar. Just as he was about to continue slashing at Chinrue, he suddenly felt a strange power coming from the long sword in his chest. His soul was actually starting to be torn apart bit by bit, and his flesh and blood were also starting to be devoured by the long sword. What kind of sword is this? It can actually kill and split souls. It can even suck flesh and blood. Two strange marks could be seen engraved on the snow-white blade that had sunk into his body. The edge of the sword in his opponent's hand was in the shape of two back-to-back angels. Seal of Light. Fallen sword. You're not from the Beelzebub family. Charlie finally reacted. He suddenly thought of something. That armor, is it the Seal of Fire? The one before. The Seal of Earth. Ben Hong's creepy laughter sounded. And the Seal of Wind that you didn't notice. Taking advantage of Charlie's confusion, Chinrue punched with his right fist at lightning speed. This punch shattered the armor of faith on Charlie's abdomen and penetrated his body. Charlie felt that his soul was being strongly attacked again. The Seal of Darkness Soul, rotation power. Charlie screamed in horror as if he had seen something terrifying. You, who are you? Soul rotation was the special feature of the blood-killing ring. It could directly attack the soul. Charlie did not feel it so strongly before, but now that this punch had shattered the armor of Faith's defense and triggered the soul rotation special feature, Charlie finally noticed it. This aroused some kind of fear in him. Chinrue did not answer. In his eyes that were burning with anger, there was only the moon mirror that gradually turned red. It was even above all pain or feelings. There was only one biggest thought in his mind, which was to kill Charlie as fast as possible at all costs. With a twist of the sword of Fallen Angel, a big hole suddenly appeared on Charlie's shoulder. The surrounding flesh and blood were sucked clean. Ben Hong's laughter, timely, resounded in the space. Don't you already know who he is? It's really him. Charlie felt his heart break. He struggled violently, and his body flew backward from the sword of Fallen Angel. After flying backward, Charlie did not rush up to fight again. Instead, he turned around and fled. However, before he could escape far, he was forced back by the black gas transformed by Ben Hong. The original black silk had turned into layers of overlapping enchantment. This was the poison spirit enchantment that Ben Hong had been preparing. The poison spirit enchantment wasn't an ordinary negative power, but an array with Ben Hong's strongest poison law as the main element. Even Charlie, who had the moon soul body, couldn't break through it. In fact, she had been preparing this enchantment for a long time, and the scope of the enchantment had been gradually shrinking. Now, the range of movement left for Charlie was quite limited. Charlie realized that he was in a desperate situation. He was anxious. He didn't hesitate to resist the erosion of the poison and desperately attacked the poison spirit enchantment, but he still failed. Chun Rui appeared in front of Charlie in an instant. The sword of fallen angel left several slash marks on Charlie's body, but Charlie seemed to have lost the courage to fight. He didn't dare to fight head-on at all. He just fled desperately, not only because the sword of fallen angel and the blood-killing ring are my nemesis, but also because of him. He actually reappeared in this world. No wonder Ben Hong surrendered to him. That little girl is really his daughter? I actually want to devour this person's daughter, the person I'm most afraid of in my life. I must shatter this nightmare. The only thing I can do now is to escape from this damn UFO as soon as possible. Then, before this person recovers his true strength, I will completely annihilate him. Charlie was once again repelled by Ben Hong's poison spirit enchantment. His moon soul body ran, and his rotten body instantly returned to its original state. At this time, Chenrue had already caught up, and the sword light of the sword of fallen angel lit up again. Charlie suddenly turned his head. Confine! Chen Rui's body immediately tightened, and he was frozen. He couldn't move for a while. It was Charlie's confined talent. After Charlie confined Chen Rui, he didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue. The pupil of his third eye turned blood red, gathering the vitality of the kingdom and the power of faith in one point. His body burned with a strong blood chi as he rushed toward the poison spirit enchantment with all his strength. The poison spirit enchantment trembled violently. Although the law of poison was quickly eroding Charlie's body, Charlie didn't hesitate to burn his life to activate the moon soul body. In this state, he could continuously eliminate the power of other laws, including Chun Rui's time law. The speed of Charlie's body regeneration had exceeded the corrosion caused by the poison. Coupled with the full impact, a hole finally inevitably appeared in the poison spirit enchantment. At the same time, a large amount of black gas lingering around Chenrue also quickly played a role. With the help of Ben Hong's poison power, the confine that Charlie just cast was quickly weakened. Chenrue struggled hard and finally broke free. At the moment when Chenrue broke free from the confine, Charlie had already tried his best to break through the poison spirit enchantment and flew out quickly. Chenrue's body suddenly shone with various lights. It was the buff that Ben Hong used the lamp spirit's talent to activate the flash of the breeze shadow boots. In a flash, he had already surpassed Charlie and blocked in front of him. Charlie finally escaped from Ben Hong's poison spirit enchantment with great effort. Seeing that he was about to escape, he naturally didn't want to be entangled by the nightmare of Chenrue anymore. He immediately broke out with all his strength and cast the confined power again. At this time, Chenrue's body suddenly turned transparent. Then Charlie's body tightened and he could no longer move. The confined law was actually reflected back. It was Charlie who burned his life to launch the confined power just now. Even he couldn't break free from this reflection. Mirror form. This reflection skill finally played the most important role at the critical moment. This sudden change made Charlie horrified. Chenrue rose into the air, and the image of stars appeared beside him. Even the wounds on his body burst open. This sword attack obviously contained a huge amount of star power. With a loud shout, Chenrue flew above Charlie's head, held the sword of fallen angel with both hands, and stabbed down with all his strength. The sword went straight into Charlie's body from the top of his head, leaving only the hilt outside. Charlie screamed with an extremely painful expression on his face. This sword attack really injured his soul instead of his body. The lunar soul constitution could allow the body to be reborn continuously and was almost immortal, but the soul couldn't. Before the confined power recovered, circles of silk threads emitting black gas, began to quickly wrap around his body. "Sir, leave the rest to me." Ben Hong's voice sounded with a hint of excitement. "No." Charlie realized what was going to happen and immediately screamed in horror. "I'm willing to surrender." Chinrue looked at the moon mirror in the image above his head that was already half red. He ignored Charlie's pleas, let go of the sword of fallen angel, and floated backward. "Spare me, Lu." Before he finished speaking, his voice fell silent. At this time, the silk threads had already overlapped into a large black cocoon, completely wrapping Charlie, who was stabbed with the sword of fallen angel. The large cocoon emitted a strong light and kept trembling. From time to time, it would crack and blue and blood-colored light would leak out. However, the repeatedly entangling black silk repaired the gap again and again. Gradually, the frequency of the light flashing began to slow down. Occasionally, it would flash violently for a while before finally completely extinguishing. The scene in the sky gradually blurred. As soon as Chenrue looked up, he saw that the moon mirror had already begun to shatter a second before the image completely disappeared. Chapter 11:25 Moon Kingdom. 3/4 of the moon mirror had turned red. The figure of Augula's in it began to become thinner, and the small wings behind Duo began to glow and grow rapidly. Even Oliphius felt that something was wrong. At this moment, the red color began to fade quickly. Augula's body gradually returned to its original state, and Duodua's wings also stopped growing. Crack! At the moment when the red color faded, a crack appeared on the moon mirror. The crack spread rapidly, and the entire moon mirror finally completely shattered. Augula's body fell to the ground, and he was still holding Duo in his arms. Both of them seemed to be unconscious, but everyone could see that their lives were no longer in danger. They breathed a sigh of relief in unison. In the void, a light blue light door appeared, and a familiar figure appeared in everyone's sight. Chenrue. Chinrue saw Augula's and Duo, who had escaped from danger, at first glance. He took a deep breath, and his tense body suddenly relaxed. He staggered and landed on the ground. At this moment, the angry king armor on Chenrue's body had been taken off, revealing dense and terrifying scars. "Boss!" Oliphius, who was closest to him, looked at his wounds in horror. The corner of Lala's mouth moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. Lala quickly flew up and held Chinrue with a distressed expression. Isabella helped Catherine to carry Duo. "Is Duo okay?" Catherine looked at the little guy in her arms. Her breathing was even and her face was ruddy. She was fine. It would probably not take long for her to wake up. She's fine. What about Sir Augula's? At this time, Augula's had been carried on Oliphius' shoulder. Lala took the recovery potion that Chinrue threw and took a sip. The old guy shouldn't die. "I still want to inherit the legacy. What a pity." The flat lowly was very stubborn. She had completely forgotten that she had burned her life to attack the moon mirror. Augula's condition was much worse than Duodua's. His aura was weak, probably due to the considerable consumption of the lunar mirror's power. However, now that the lunar mirror had been shattered, with the strength of a pseudo-god and the physique of a dragon's, it was only a matter of time before he recovered. Legacy? The black dragon girl's ears perked up, and then she realized that it was her father. She then turned her gaze to Peglio. Master Poison Dragon's hair stood up. "Why are you looking at me? Even if I have an inheritance, I won't give it to you. Bah, you're the one who wants to leave a legacy. Uncle-in-law, it seems like you're really going all out." Lomont wiped the blood on his face. "But you guys are really powerful. You actually killed Charlie." After it was true that Duo and Augula's were fine, Chinrue had already escaped from the state of anger. He felt that there was not a single wound on his body that wasn't groaning. Just a smile affected the wound, and he grimaced in pain. "It's not me who killed Charlie in the end, it's her." A light flashed on Chinrue's body, and a black shadow had appeared in everyone's sight. This black shadow was a huge, round cocoon wrapped in countless black silk threads, exuding an extremely terrifying breath. "You're talking about that terrifying." Before the black cocoon appeared, Paglio was halfway through a sentence, but he immediately changed his words now. Is it Sister Ben Hong?" "Yes, Charlie was devoured by her." Chen Rue secretly circulated his star power, and after stabilizing his state, the crown of thorns appeared on top of his head. He activated the divine healing spell, and everyone's injuries began to heal rapidly. At that moment, countless silk threads extended from the black cocoon and spread into the void. The light of the entire moon kingdom dimmed, and all the guardians, believers, and scenery in the kingdom were covered in a layer of black, faintly steaming smoke that made one's hair stand on end. It seems that Ben Hong did not only devour Charlie, but also this kingdom. Chen Rue shrugged and issued an order to the alchemy creatures. The alchemy creatures returned to the star, one after another. The attack this time was very sudden, and with the power of Rala, Catherine, and the others, the alchemy army suffered relatively little loss. After withdrawing the troops, the star quickly flew out, and the huge body gradually became blurry. This was a self-concealment function. Combined with environmental factors such as light and shadow, it could also create an illusion to achieve the effect of invisibility. At this moment, the black cocoon had completely merged with the entire kingdom. Under that strange power, the believers and guardians began to gradually fall asleep. Devoured them along with the kingdom? She is indeed a terrifying woman, even more terrifying than Rala. She is the real lunatic. Thinking of the tragedy of being tricked by Ben Hong back then, Paglio shuddered and quickly complimented, as expected of big sister Ben Hong. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flew out of the black cocoon that had merged with the kingdom and floated in the air. It was the sword of Fallen Angel. The sword of Fallen Angel was wrapped in a layer of strange blue light, and it suddenly burst into dozens of light rays that burst out. Paglio was the first to be hit by the light. He was shocked. "What are you doing?" "Crazy." The light entered his body like lightning, but it didn't cause any damage. Instead, it gave Paglio a strange feeling. It was as if he had some insights in his mind, and his strength had also changed. He couldn't tell what it was exactly for a while. The target of the light was not only Paglio, but also Rala, Catherine, Isabella, and everyone else. Only Chinrue and Duo were exceptions. At the same time the light burst, Chinrue seemed to have received some kind of voice transmission from Ben Hong using his soul. He frowned, waved his hand, and the sword of Fallen Angel flew into his hand and disappeared. "I will sleep for about half a year to fully digest Charlie's power. At that time, I will completely restore my peak strength." Ben Hong's voice sounded in everyone's mind at the same time. "What I just gave you is Charlie's peak pseudo-god level soul power. Although it is only a trace, it contains powerful power, especially those who have not completed 2-star strengthening. You must take this opportunity to comprehend the true meaning of faith as soon as possible. I need to remind you that if you can't completely digest this power within half a year, then this trace of soul power will have a terrifying backlash. At that time, I can't guarantee that you won't be annihilated. If you want to live, if you don't want to become his burden, you have only one way: become stronger at all costs." Paglio still wanted to say something, but Ben Hong didn't give him a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt that their minds were shaken, and they had already appeared outside the dilapidated library. "If I don't digest that power for half a year, there will be a backlash? Damn it!" Master Poison Dragon covered his head. "What a crazy woman who makes her own decisions." That being said, Paglio had long been holding back a lot of energy in his heart. Although the soul power obtained this time is dangerous, it is definitely a great opportunity. I must grasp it. That terrifying woman is right. If I don't want to become a burden, I must become stronger at all costs. Back then, I guided this human step by step on the path of power. How can I be a burden now? In fact, it was not only the poison dragon who was holding back, but the others were also the same. What 2-star strengthening? That doesn't seem to have anything to do with us, right? Why are we getting implicated too? Lala Arya complained innocently. The one who cried silently at the side was the slime who had always regarded hard work as the enemy of life. Digesting that kind of power in half a year was simply too difficult for a strong worm. Lomont said with a mysterious face, "Hey, leader, why didn't that woman pass this half-year time bomb to you?" "Madam, Aunt, I think there must be something fishy about this matter. There is a big secret hidden behind it." "Ouch. Delia, be gentle, I'm injured." Chinrue shook his head. "Actually, you all know my situation very well. That kind of power has no substantial effect on my strength improvement. Do you understand?" Little Lomont, Madam Aunt looked at her nephew. "The best way for your uncle to improve his strength is for us to comprehend 2-star evolution. If you can't meet the requirements within half a year, even if the backlash doesn't annihilate me, I will annihilate myself." Little Lomont went for wool and came home shorn, so he quickly said, "There's no need to annihilate yourself. Just castrate yourself." Madam Aunt's smile made Lomont shudder. "Damn, this is crueler than human annihilation. Is she still my aunt? She is siding with me too much. Don't worry, I will introduce a more reliable man to Delia and Metaloo. I won't mistreat them." Delia nodded cooperatively and nudged Metaloo. The mistress glanced at Lomont awkwardly, and she finally responded to the call of the first branch with difficulty. "I was wrong, okay? Madam Aunt," Lomont said with a sad face, "I will go back to the Dark Moon now to train hard." "You can't go back." The black dragon chick with a serious face said, "Let's talk about training later." Tiffany said that she would treat us to a free meal. As she said, the black dragon chick's lower abdomen rumbled quite cooperatively. Perhaps she was starving for this free meal. Everyone couldn't help sweating. Only a drooling slime raised 10 hands high to show his firm approval. Ing. Duo in Catherine's arms suddenly moved, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Since Duodwa's condition was much better than Augula's, she woke up first. "Mom." Duo opened her hazy eyes and saw Catherine. "Where is Dad?" "Dad is here." Chenrue walked over quickly. "Dad." The little girl hugged Chenrue's neck and touched Catherine's face. The warm appearance of the family of 3 made the surrounding women envious. "Dad, did you see the bad guy with 3 eyes?" Duo raised her eyebrows and tried to draw the image of Charlie. "It's okay, baby. It's Dad's fault for making you suffer. Now that the bad guy has disappeared, and he will never appear in front of you again. Dad is the best." Duo waved her little fist. Suddenly, she felt uncomfortable on her back, so she quickly grabbed it with her hand. It turned out to be the pair of small wings. At this time, the wings had basically taken shape, which meant that Duodwa's god's bloodline would really awaken soon. "Wings? Duo has become a monster." The little girl pouted and looked like she was about to cry. Chinrue couldn't help but scratch his head. "When you were a phoenix, wasn't it normal to have wings?" Suddenly thinking of something, Chinrue took a deep breath and kissed his daughter's forehead. "No matter what Duo is, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be Dad's favorite baby daughter. This is Dad's vow to you." Although she didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, the little girl felt the determination in Chinrue's words. She smiled through her tears and hugged her dad's neck tightly. Chapter 11:26 Dark Moon Estate, Council Hall of the Palace. Chinrue, give me the application of the Canley family in your hand. It will be issued soon. Ms. Kia, the secretary of the Dark Moon Estate, spoke. Chinrue, who was beside him, was lost in thought and did not hear Kia's words. At this time, it had been more than a month since the last battle in the Bloody Empire. The people of the three empires did not know about the fierce battle of the super rank, and they were immersed in various celebration activities. After Qin Rui married the two empresses, the three empires jointly held a series of popular competitions and activities, such as the Battle Ball Champions League, trade fair, concert tour, etc. They were deeply loved by the people, and their enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. Qin Rui was considering whether to hold another magic game-related competition. As for the theme of the competition, it was naturally the Battle of the Abyss. Up to now, he had met the clones of the three Lords of the Abyss. Quiliana, the Lord of Hatred, and Sosbak, the Lord of Fear, were relatively weak clones. Only the clone of Dirloflo, the Lord of Despair, could be considered a real opponent. Although Satan, who was known as the strongest false god of the demon realm, was stronger than Delothro's clone, it would be difficult to match Delothro's real body. Lambost once said that among the three masters of the abyss, Delothro was the weakest one. The strongest was Quiriana, followed by Sorsbach. It was conceivable that once the three masters of the abyss descended, only the top combat power of the human world and the demon realm could unite to have the hope of contending. Not only the high-end combat power, but the middle and low-end combat power was also important. Otherwise, even if the false gods could fight with the three masters of the abyss, this world would be destroyed by countless abyss creatures. If he declared the end of the world now and called all the people of the demon realm or all humans to train collectively, probably everyone would only scoff. Fortunately, Qin Rui had the magic game as a weapon. At present, the popularity of the magic game in the demon realm and the human world was quite high. Under the promotion of the magic game, everyone had the experience and ability to fight against the abyss to a certain extent, but it was only to a certain extent. The program was dead, but people were alive. The real abyss creatures, especially the higher creatures, had considerable wisdom and must not be underestimated. Therefore, Qin Rui recently made a larger adjustment to the magic game. He focused on improving the AI and abilities of the monsters in the Abyss Dungeon and the Monster Siege. Many boss creatures even had quite brilliant thinking and coping abilities. The game's level and damage calculation had also been further improved to be closer to reality. It was not easy to achieve this, thanks to Crystal Phoenix, who had reached the level 6 civilization core. The increase in the difficulty of the game inevitably drew complaints from the players. However, after clearing the game or holding on for a certain amount of time, the rewards were much more generous than before. Most of the people in the Devil World were brave and ruthless, and they liked challenging battles. Overall, it did not cause too much of an impact. Qin Rui's current idea was to design a separate dungeon for this game contest. The participants were all magic game players in the demon realm. He would use the method of broadcasting the whole process to publicize it in the demon realm. This time, the focus was not on individual wisdom or ability, but on team cooperation. Although the magic game could assist in training, it was affected by aptitude, race, and so on. The growth of individual strength was actually limited. It might be difficult to improve after reaching a certain bottleneck. However, there was still a lot of potential in team cooperation. If they cooperated properly, they could exert several times the individual strength. In addition, Qin Rui's other idea was becoming a reality as soon as possible. That was magic weapons. This magic weapon, to be more precise, was a firearm. The original source of inspiration for the magic firearm was the blueprint jointly researched by the elven mechanic Grandmaster Finoa and the late dwarf Grandmaster Rick when he was in the human world. This was equivalent to opening a new door for Qin Rui. In the history of the Earth that he was familiar with, the power of firearms, especially modern and modern weapons, far exceeded cold weapons. In this magic world, the power of an individual was extremely magical. The firearms of the Earth couldn't play a big role. However, because this was a magic world, many powers could be replaced by magic. Therefore, as long as it was used properly, the power exerted would exceed the power of ordinary individuals. If this kind of magical weapon could be widely used, it would be a huge improvement to the overall combat power. For example, if 3 low-level demons were to fight a crevice demon, 2 of them might die before they could eliminate the other party. However, with magical firearms, they might be able to eliminate 3 crevice demons without any casualties. Although the magic rifle had been seen in the military exercise that year and caused a sensation, so far, even the fallen angel empire only had 1 magic rifle legion. Not enough. Far from enough. Qin Rui's current vision was no longer the fallen angel empire, but the entire demon realm and the entire world. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Now, he really understood this truth. In the face of a huge crisis that might come in the future, he must do something. It was difficult to succeed on his own, but fortunately he was not alone. 3 days later, in the fallen angel capital, there would be an academic conference of the demon realm's alchemy masters. The initiator was Aguile. There would also be a mysterious guest attending, Chen Rui. Isabella, on the other side, saw that Chen Rui was still in a daze, and she gently touched him. Chen Rui only reacted then, "What's wrong, Annie?" Isabella shook her head. "It's not me, it's Kia." "Royal Highness Prince Hua, are you thinking about your blood empress again?" The little succubus sighed bitterly. Men just like new things. Women like us who have been played with are naturally not interested. "I'm obviously thinking about business, okay?" Chen Rui gritted his teeth. If you want to blame someone, you can always find a pretext. This can also involve Tiffany. Speaking of which, isn't it just staying in the Bloody Empire for 2 more days last week to help them plan the reconstruction of the Mechanic Association's library? If there weren't other people around, he would definitely grab this little girl who stirred up trouble and spank her buttocks fiercely. Having said that this kind of punishment was equivalent to a stimulant for the little succubus, maybe she would bite him instead, and he would be embarrassed again. Isabella looked at Chen Rui's appearance, and she also deliberately sighed with a bit of vicissitudes. What made Chen Rui even more embarrassed was that the lowly princess actually sighed as if she was a victim. "I say, now is the time to deal with official documents." Chen Rui had to give up and change the topic. He pointed to the documents that were piled up like a mountain. Athena, who was originally the Lord, had been resting peacefully recently. Maybe it was because of her stable mentality, but she had an unexpected breakthrough in her state of mind. Thus, she sensed the opportunity to advance to Demon Overlord. So she began to train behind closed doors, leaving a lot of official business. Kia couldn't handle it alone, so she asked Isabella to come over to help. Chen Rui learned of the situation after returning, so he took the initiative to join the team in the office. As for Alice, she specially came over because the college was on holiday. Playing the brother card, the lowly princess raised her hands with a smile. "Really? Then let's discuss the Canley family." The little succubus said solemnly, but she quietly stretched out her legs and secretly rubbed someone under the table. This kind of adulterous seduction made Chen Rui restless. What a deadly little succubus. I think. Chen Rui had a guilty conscience. As he was about to say something, he suddenly found that Alice on the opposite side had disappeared. Meanwhile, Kia's movements were stiff. He quickly lowered his head and found that the lowly princess appeared under the table like a ghost. "It's okay, you guys continue." The lowly princess got up with a smile. She was even holding a small notebook in her hand to record something. Chen Rui felt a chill down his spine. As soon as he looked up, he saw Isabella's seemingly smiling eyes. "Thank you for your hard work, Your Royal Highness Prince Consort." Chen Rui felt as if he was caught as a thief, so he could only smile a few times. "Is the boss working hard? Do you need hourly workers?" The black dragon chick's head just poked out from the door, 1 black crystal coin per second. "You might as well go and rob." Chen Rui shook his head resolutely. "No need." "It seems that I don't appreciate it, Oliphius. Ho ho ho." This signature laughter was obviously a flat lowly. Chinrue couldn't help but think of the scene where the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law held his hand with tears in his eyes and ran away after saying, "Son-in-law, I entrust everything to you." Chinrue was speechless. Due to the moon mirror, Auguliz's pseudo-divinity was greatly damaged. However, Ben Han later injected a trace of Charlie's soul power into the Dragon Emperor's body. For the Dragon Emperor who had reached the pseudo-divinity realm, he could understand and comprehend the great benefits contained in it better than others. Therefore, Augulus chose to return to the Dragon Island to comprehend. At the same time, he irresponsibly threw both daughters to Chinrue. "Dad, I'm back." Baby Dwidwa's voice came from outside again. Chinrue was taken aback. Didn't Duo go shopping with Crobolus and others? Why is she back already? "Okay, Your Royal Highness, the rest of the work is up to you." Kia stretched and stood up with a smile. She didn't have the slightest awareness of being caught on the spot. Next is the ladies' exclusive time. Isabella also stood up and followed Kia out of the council hall. "Next time, I want to be intimate with my brother like this too." Alice raised the small book. When Chinrue saw the densely recorded content, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Before he could respond, the lowly princess had already put away the book and walked out with Lala's weird laughter. Chinrue covered his head, speechlessly. A good lowly became a bad girl, just like that. The familiar sound of music came from outside. It turned out to be dance time. No wonder everyone rushed back at this time. This dance was originally given to Athena by Catherine to ease her pregnancy. It was carefully adapted by the harem dance instructor, Kia. It was said that it also had the effect of praying for children, so it was widely spread. It was said that it had quickly swept the entire dark moon, and the fans were still expanding to the whole country or the entire demon realm. Watching beautiful women dance is a delightful thing. But what's with the so-called fertility dance mixed with a few lowless? All right, even if Alice was just a bystander and Lala was just a bystander, what was the duo doing? What was most out of place was the onions that were wriggling in a weird rhythm. No matter what, it was fine as long as everyone was happy. The rhythmic music was ringing in his ears, but Chinrue's heart was exceptionally calm. He rubbed his temples and continued to digest the script.